Being a transformer must be really hard because not only are you a big robot, but you're also a car.
Yeah, but that's not true, is it? Because sometimes they're a robot or sometimes they're a car. They never really... They're not like a robot car at any point. Although this film does kind of blend those two things together, weirdly enough.
I mean, we're all kind of Transformers because we've all got different personalities. Like, you know, you're not your normal self when you're at work. You're not your normal self when you're with friends. Actually, I guess maybe you are in that instance. Hold on a second.
Are you applying Jungian psychology to the Transformers, where there is the mask that we show the world.
Yes.
Then there is the mask that we show our family and friends.
Well,
and then there's the mask that we show when we turn into an automobile. That's
the thing. We only ever see two Transformer forms, but what about the third, the secret self? That's their truest form.
True, yeah.
Well,
Sweet, is that a thing? Is there like a kind of like homunculus sort of Transformers form that is neither robot nor car, which is like the true self?
I mean, yeah. There's been plenty of times where kind of they've ended up in half modes or like there's some series. My one that sticks out to me, Transformers Animated, would frequently do these gags where they basically like just they're in car mode, but then suddenly one of their arms comes out because they're doing something or tossing out someone.
That's pretty good.
And
I'm just now thinking though, so what would Optimus Prime think of Carl Jung? What would his thoughts on Carl Jung be?
Do you think he would like?
Would they lean more?
Prime,
would they lean more Carl Jung, or would they go more for the other guy, Freud?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you think he'd be more into Jungian or Freudian psychology?
Well, I think they'd look at Freud and they'd see him saying, you know, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and they'd think he's naive. They don't know about the Transformers.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes your cigar is actually laser beacon.
Sigmund Freud, no.
He's there to kill you.
It's like, I don't know, that sounds like something a Decepticon would say to catch me off guard.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, but then but do you know what's funny? And then Carl Jung kind of says like, oh, well, a lot of our psychology is based on when we were monkeys. And Optimus Prime goes, oh yeah, I was a monkey for a little bit as well. I was called Optimus Primal.
Oh, but that's not him though.
Oh god, yeah, no, Optimus Primal isn't Optimus Prime, that's true. That's
like his great-great-grandson. Somehow Transformers evolved
grandson?
backwards.
Wait.
Yeah, so here's the weird thing. So, yeah, Beast Wars is set in the future.
Yeah.
Oh.
But also in the past.
And they don't say grandson, but they are called the Maximals are the descendants of the Autobots, somehow.
So, okay, so you got the Fallen who are like earlier, they're super old race.
Yeah.
And then you've got the descendants who are the descendants of like the modern day Transformers. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's a bit of a timeline.
And they all turn to animals, and the leader becomes a monkey.
And also they turned into animals because when they came to Earth, they went through like a wormhole and that sent them back in time, right?
Yeah, no, Beast Wars. Basically, they land on prehistoric Earth, and like for some reason prehistoric Earth is full of energon. They're like, fuck, we can't go outside, our robot modes will basically they'll overdose. It's kind of like having too much of a good thing. Because
it's my favorite film. I can't remember what film does this, but it's like my favorite stupid trope in science fiction like stories, which is we've ran out of resources in the future, so let's go back to the past to steal resources when we had like more of them.
I'm going to spoil a game that you're going to have trouble finding nowadays, but I really like that Tokyo Jungle, the Earth is fucked. So the plan is we're just going to send everyone like 200 years into the past continually on a loop.
Yeah.
So they just keep jumping back to before the ecology collapsed.
But wasn't there a sci-fi series that had exactly that premise, which was like, oh, the future's fucked, so let's send people from the future back into like the primordial age and see how they get on? And it was just like it was like the classic thing of just like, what do people like? They love human beings interacting with dinosaurs, but now that we know, like, historically humans and dinosaurs never, like, there were billions of years like between each other. They never existed at any point in time together.
We never recovered from that revelation.
No, nor the revelation of raptors having feathers. I feel like people just ignore that.
Oh, have you not heard the recent news of the T-Rex? Apparently just being three shittier dinosaurs that they put together.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Wait, so the bones that they were using for the the T-Rex skeleton isn't real. Like, well, that wasn't a dinosaur. It's like they kit bashed three other dinosaurs together.
Yes.
That's really good.
Yeah, and it's like, oh no, what have we... And people were losing their mind.
I do like the idea. I know that's not what happened, but I do like the idea of bored paleontologists kit bashing fossils together to just kind of like, this would be a sick ass dino.
Shit,
the manager is coming.
Yeah, the Victorians.
Yeah, that was like an early lot of Victorian. I mean, I always think of the seal at the Natural History Museum where they like somebody has sent the skin over and they had no idea what the animal was meant to look like, so they just inflated it to the point that it was like spherical.
Yeah,
and like somebody saw it and it was like, seals don't look like that. What the fuck have you done? Oh,
this reminds me of really funny though, and people can look it up on TF Wiki, but this dinosaur being three shitty dinosaurs together reminds me of. Are you guys familiar with Animorph?
I know what the books. Yeah.
I know of it. So in the late 90s, early 2000s, they became a popular TV series, and they said, "Oh, we need someone to make transforming toys of humans into animals."
Oh yeah.
But basically, they released something called a Trirex, and and guess what? It's made of 3 people that turn into one T-Rex. And I'm linking the pictures here.
Oh, that's upsetting.
Let me have a look at this.
Yeah, it's not all half of it.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, I genuinely hate that. It's funny because me and Sweet were talking about this the other day I say the other day, like this was when it was like the week the Suicide Squad came out, because I had also been playing High on Life for an upcoming episode of Bullet Time, and we were talking about kind of like the 90s gross out era of toys, which I feel kind of died on the vine around the time of like Beast Wars, but that was very much in the similar vein of like, oh, they look like animals, but then he's using his guts as a gun and stuff like that, which is weird because it's like a combination of like 2 very specifically 90s things of gross out toys, but also just because we talked about this when you were playing what's it called, Urban Chaos the other day. The big ecology boom of the 90s, kids just were really into animals during the 90s. Transformers was like, why don't we combine these 2 things together and see how we get on? And yeah, I don't know. Transformers is Beast Wars is weird because I think that at the time it was popular and then kind of fell off as people were like, oh, this CGI looks like shit. But it's since like come round to first ironic value, but now actually non-ironic value for people who do actually like Beast Wars, I think. I mean, Swede, you're more of an expert on this than I am, but
yeah.
Sorry, just I got 5 million Discord alerts
this is a podcast, Swede.
Sweet,
I know.
No alerts. This is a very important
the only alerts you should have are for the TF wiki, just so you can keep on top of the latest developments for the Transformers.
My bad, my absolute bad.
So you're an amateur. You're a gosh darn amateur at this.
Speaking of which, this is the 3rd episode we've done now. Which, by the way, hi folks, welcome to Movies We Like, the podcast where we talk about movies we like.
Yeah,
and we're now on to the.
See, now that's professional. That's how you.
No, exactly. I'm like straight into it. Call me Mr. P because I'm not a professional. Not for anything else. Do not call me Mr. P for absolutely anything else.
Call me Mr. P
whatsoever.
because I need to go for a wee 3 times before we record.
Yeah, call me Mr. P because I got bladder problems. Also, I'm really good at finishing levels in Pizza Tower. So we're like. Technically, this is not quite the end of maybe looking at the Transformers, because we might go on and get a couple more under our
This movie was enough to make us go, maybe we'll leave it to actually.
Yeah, no, that was the big miracle of this movie, which we'll get into. But yeah, this is very much the end of the Sam Witwicky trilogy of the Transformers films, because today we are talking about 2011's Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Which I don't know. I was trying to think of a decent segue from that, but I was just going to say it was the 3rd Transformers film, which I've already established that early on, anyways. But,
this isn't the Dark of the trilogy. That'd be the second one, which is a piece
arguable
of
with
shit.
that one.
Well, it's the darkest, but it's not the dark as in bad.
Yeah,
No, exactly. That was kind of more of the last one, which was Revenge of the Fallen, which
a
we
movie
ended up
which
calling...
watching is like, wow, which you just kind of said this should have just been the second film, a movie which
yeah,
did
no,
not
like
need
Revenge
to
of the
exist.
Fallen. I mean, we gotta preface this. We actually do remember the plot of this one, unlike Revenge of the Fallen, right?
Yeah.
I remember set
I have
pieces.
also...
I remember it more clearly.
Yeah.
I've also made a shitload of notes as well, which will help me, which I didn't do for Revenge of the Fallen.
I mean, it's
And
authentic.
I'm going to say as well,
Yeah.
me and Snake were at least we had parity on this one because this is a film that I hadn't seen up until this podcast, and I will say, pleasantly surprised by it. I
was quite thrown by like, this is a good action blockbuster. I was kind of amused when I looked it up afterwards, and apparently people are just as mixed on this. Well, not as mixed. People genuinely seem to dislike the second one. But this one's just mixed, and I'm like, I don't see how it's mixed, because it's like, it's a Hollywood movie, but I actually felt like things were happening and were motivated in this one.
I was thinking as well, because this comes out the year before Avengers and like The Dark Knight Rises, which was very much like, this is what all films are going to be like from now on. Dark Knight, you're done. We're not doing the dark and gritty thing anymore. We're moving on to, we're doing Whedon stuff now. That's all we want from films. And like, this very much feels like the last kind of breath of what the original concept of Transformers was, which was, what if this toy from the 80s existed in our real world?
Yeah.
Like, how would it look and stuff like that? And I would say that quite an interesting gambit for this one, considering the fact that, yeah, as you said, like, the way that I pitched, because I did my usual thing of, before we watched this film together, I watched it in my own time to make notes. And my big come away was like, this is what the second film should have been. Not just in regards to the second film I don't think the second film's very good at all. But
yeah.
Also just in regards to like the beats that this one is hitting, it's very like, if you go by Star Wars rules, which is you have A New Hope, which, sets the table and, leaves it on a good note. And then the second one, you have to go dark with it because you have to create such a low point that when you get to the third one, overcoming that is going to be this like big spectacular thing.
Yeah.
The Transformers films are weird in that they go from A New Hope to Empire Strikes Back to Come and See. Based on like in regards to like how dark they get one by one, which is a bit odd. But I guess
this whole series.
The thing is, though, the second film, it's not really your Empire Strikes Back, because it's like Empire Strikes Back, but then it just closes its own loop, so there's nothing to come back from.
Yeah, no. Like, I get that's like a distinct thing I've seen from these. Like, all of these three starting movies, they all kind of have satisfactory end. Like,
they all close their own loop. There's no okay, we're carrying that into the sequel.
Yeah, no, because they barely carry shit over. Also, I gotta mention, this was like, I think this was genuinely the second time I've seen this movie. I haven't.
Yes.
And I'm gonna be honest, like, I first remember being like, oh no, this one is kind of mediocre, boring. I was like, no, what the fuck was I thinking, younger me? This is awesome.
Let's dig into that a bit, because that's what we've done with all these episodes so far, which is just to establish to the folks at home why we're doing this, which is Swede loves the Transformers. I love Michael Bay. Snake has seen none of these films. This is his first time
I'm the
watching
test
them.
subject. I'm the guy who doesn't watch big action blockbusters or Transformers.
Yeah.
No, so we thought it'd be an interesting experiment of how well have these films held up? Like, how do they reflect against, our sort of modern era filmmaking? But then just using Snake as a test subject of, somebody who likes the John Wick films, but doesn't see like a lot of like special effects driven blockbusters, which is very much like, again, just to say at the timeline, 2012 is when the Avengers comes out, and that's like, we're off to the races. That's what every film has been like now for the past, God, 10
I mean, it is funny.
Yeah, 10 years.
It is funny to be sitting here doing this and just being in somewhat jolly spirits, but also just wanting to make something entertaining. But I was enjoying the film because as a teenager, I was one of the pretentious teenagers, like, oh no, I hated anything that was popular. It's like, oh, these movies are dumb schlock for idiots. And then you get older and you realize, and you stop. Well, if you're like me, hopefully you get older and you stop giving so much of a shit.
Yeah, you chill out a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of realize, oh, the media I like isn't that important to.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not this big statement of look how fucking clever I am. You kind of just look like
or
you look
it's
like a
even the thing
joyless
that you have
dweeb.
where like a lot of people my age who are like, oh, I don't watch American shit. I watch anime because it's like it's so edgy. And
You
then
can
you
do
like
both.
you rewatch it as an adult, and it's like, oh no, Baggy the Grappler's dumb as shit.
Oh, yeah,
This is
no.
the stupidest
Yeah, no,
thing
that's
I've
it.
ever
God,
seen.
I mean, just be concerned if they're talking about that and then you say, okay, what do you watch? And they say redo of Healer. That's when you run.
Oh yeah, no, but like it's really funny. Like I do remember too. Like people were talking like, "Oh, anime is so much better," and like all they've been watching is shonen stuff.
So sweet, like to go back to what you were saying then. So when this film, so to kind of mindcast yourself back to 2011 when you were
Fuck, what was I?
18 or
Born-
We're the same.
Born-
We're about the same age, Swede. So I was,
No,
18.
I was like, we're born '93, so
yeah. So in 2011 we would be 18 because
oh yeah, fuck
Yeah.
yeah. I keep for some reason my head's like no, I would be 18. Fuck, it's been that long.
man, was I still that pretentious? Yeah, at 18 I definitely was still the pretentious.
yeah.
Well, I was about to say you were about to go to uni on a media studies course at that point. What about it?
Yeah, I was
Your-
probably
your-
at maximum pretension. At
Yeah,
that
your
point.
powers of pretension were about. They were going like literally. They do the thing that they do in all media studies courses where they show you an episode of Charlie Booker's Screen Wipe, and your powers just unlock.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
that was
I was
2
like,
years
Oh,
earlier.
it's like
for me.
opening the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah,
That
no,
was
I
like,
remember
that was
this.
A levels for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that was a couple years earlier.
Yeah, but no, I remember when Snake went to yeah, he was so pretentious, man. It's like, yes, I'm
We
going to
have
start.
known each other since that time. Fuck. So the year this movie came out is when we started talking.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there may have been a point where Swede may have said in conversation, "Hello, my new friend Snake. Sorry, I have to go. I'm about to watch the brand new Transformers film out in cinemas."
Oh, go watch your slop. I possibly said 18-year-old me.
Probably.
Go watch your nonsense crap. Meanwhile, I'm going to be rewatching old episodes of Faulty Towers like I do. every
Yes.
year.
Yes.
That
Excellent
Borderlands
comedy.
2 campaign we're playing, I'm dropping out of that because this game's got... Actually, I stand by that.
Wow. So did you actually? Wow. So you actually started off as a Borderlands player then?
I played
he
one,
joined-
but me and Swede did co-op a lot of Borderlands 2, and I just
Yeah.
stopped at some point because I couldn't stand it.
Yeah, and it was me and a third person, and you basically jumped out. And it was like,
Oh, your hate. Well, okay. I was going to say your hatred's more pure than mine, which is I played the demo of the first game, said not for me, and then decided I was just going to
No,
not like
I
Borderlands
beat
from then
Borderlands
on.
1 split screen on Xbox, and I remember being bored, but, had to play it
I'm
because...
so sure we knew each other before we both were 18.
No, I remember 2011 because we probably shouldn't go onto a big history of us
No.
podcast on the.
I mean that is.
No.
I mean that. And, that's part of the podcast.
Yeah.
This
But
movie's.
It was
weird.
late
It's not-
2011 because I remember I messaged Noonam and I appeared in like a Left 4 Dead 2 thing we did for Comcoms, and then we started talking.
Oh yeah, no, we
'Cause
did.
We were just a
Yeah.
couple of shit posters on the HFC forums.
Ah, yes.
Just to go back to what we were saying, though, so sweet. So this film came out when you were 18, 2011, and
Yeah.
you didn't initially like it.
I thought it was okay. I thought obviously, I thought it was better than the second one, but like
Okay.
even I when I was around then and did have kind of shit movie taste and stuff. Even I could realize okay, the second one isn't good, and I thought this one was better, but I don't know. But yeah, no, like I said, I thought it was it was kind of boring, and now I'm looking back why the fuck did I think this was boring? This movie has more going on, I'm legit considering if this is the best of the first 3 movies or not.
Yeah.
Because
I will say this,
I'd
the
be
f-
interested in maybe getting into that towards the end of the episodes because I have thoughts on how I would rank the trilogy so far, and I'd be interested in hearing Snake's opinion on how he would rank the trilogy as well.
But I do remember this. This was the first one I didn't see with my dad.
Oh, interesting. So who did you see it with?
Yes, the friend.
Okay. I think that was partially why I didn't end up seeing this one, because I saw the first and the second one, and I think the first one I saw with friends from school. And I want to say that the second one, which was '09, I might have seen that one with my dad. But then 2011, I was in my beginning of my third year at university, which was not a good year for university for me. It sucks.
Oh, no.
And part of that was just like, I wasn't really going out and doing that much. I was just doing a shitload of work. And also had a part-time job at that point, which sort of weirdly morphed into a full-time job, which wasn't very good. But I think because of, I saw the first one and I thought, solid, easy kind of, good franchise starter, did everything that it needed to. Hasn't like made me a fan of the Transformers, but I'm interested in seeing what they do next. And then with the second one, I was like, nah, that was, you dropped the ball with that one, Michael Bay. Not interested in what you're going to do next. And I think what you were saying, Snake, about kind of being like slightly pretentious, I think I was very much in that kind of mind space as well. Funnily enough, up until I graduated from uni and like had to kind of live and work in the real world for a long time and be like,
I think that is the thing that gets you out of it is like you start talking to people. I was quite reclusive as a teenager, so it's very easy to fester and start thinking and start putting a lot of stock in, the media I care about, makes me smarter, sharper. And then you start talking to people and you realize there's stuff more important than that, and you grow out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, I think that's why like Catcher in the Rye has always been a popular book, because I think every boy does go through like a Horton Caulfield phase when they're a teenager. Is then just the fact of getting out of that is the main thing.
I mean, here's something actually funny though in just weird pretension stuff. I think this is a bit of a reverse, but my whole life I've disliked Shakespeare. I thought, oh no, he's overrated, he's pretentious, like, oh, it's just artsy fartsy wank crap, whatever. But a mate of mine visited like London, and he's German, and he said, he's leaving the country next year, and he said that on his bucket list was he's always wanted to see an actual Shakespeare performance done by British people, and he's like, I'm visiting London, if you want, do you want me to pick up an extra ticket, and come along? And I was like, yeah, all right, give it a go. And actually watching Othello like live is like, oh, this stuff just can't be taught in school in the way you're meant to experience it. You see it live and it's like, it's exciting and it's raucous and it's so well acted and impressive. And it's like, oh no, Shakespeare's fucking great. It's just, you really
do you know what's really funny? I had the same when I was a teen. I didn't particularly like Shakespeare either until we read Othello in school, and I was like, because my expectation of Shakespeare was like, well, he's a guy from the Middle Ages, so he's either going to be writing about like rich people falling in love that you don't give a shit about, or just like, oh, we have gone off into the forest. Oh, we've got lost. Oh, I'm having such a silly time here, and it's like, I don't care about like what the fuck. This is literally this is about nothing. Whereas Othello's great. It has like political intrigue. It has like a guy engineering an affair so he can get ahead in life. It has like just really good performance. Like again,
it's just an absurdly exciting exploration of jealousy, and it still holds up on that emotional front.
It feels like something that like in the kind of in the 19th century, you had like a lot of like Arthur Miller stuff, like View from a Bridge and like Death of a Salesman and whatever, where it is, written for, stages where you maybe only have a cast of like 4 or 5 people. And it's about like small lives and kind of like people wanting to break out of that. And it's like, oh, like Othello's like the template for that, but it was like written before fucking electricity or heating or fucking bathrooms and stuff like that.
I mean, this is the dumbest part of it, but like just as part of a good stage performance is it was a modernization of Othello where he's an officer in the Met and leading like gun teams and such. And it's just funny because you'd look out into the crowd occasionally and you'd see people like creeping through you'd see like not SWAT officers, but armed police kind of creeping through the crowd and then jumping onto the stage. It's like, this is fucking sick. And the center of the stage has a grate. So like some scenes would be like the grate would open and people would come up from under the stage. And like, my monkey brain was just like, oh, This is magic.
I mean, to not to go too off the path for a minute, although I guess we can.
We've done
bring
that
it back around again. No, and that's the podcast. People love us going off the path, but like, I always think of this because you're a VR evangelist. Like, I always thought theatre would be the best thing to do in VR in regards to getting that feeling of you're not just what like the stage feels 3D. You're watching people move in and about, but like. You're also like feeling everything else around you, and like.
I mean, you're giving me an idea of like trying to not commission, but just run a VR world like theater club. Just get a bunch of actors and like, all right, we're gonna start charging tickets for VR
amateur
theater.
dramatics in VR chat. Yeah,
you could do so many effects.
No,
I'm gonna copyright this right now. None of you listeners, you don't get to start this.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's already like kind of a thing.
No,
it's definitely already there. Like VR dancing in VR chat is already a big thing with like hip trackers and so on.
And like VR, people make films in VR chat and stuff, and like little videos.
My God, Machinima lives on.
Yeah, no, Machinima lives on in VR. It's mad.
VR is like this, yeah, and again, like even Machinima itself could be like I've always thought of it more as puppetry, just because of like you're trying to move stuff about, but just because VR kind of closes the gap on, you know, one-to-one hand tracking and stuff, yeah, like it does make it but even then, like I was thinking of it more of just you're wearing the VR headset and you're watching something that's being pre-canned, like either you did it through mocap or you did like hand animation or whatever. But yeah, you're just watching a theatre performance that someone has made. Like, or it could even be like a VR recording of a theatre performance or something. I think just having that kind of level of being there, like, just gives it so much energy that, yeah, sometimes watching like a flat version of a stage show isn't really going to happen.
Well, we're going further off the path, but that VR performance thing just reminds me of a very dumb story, which James, you know, because you were there, and I've told the story on streams before, but I invested in a company called, Melody VR.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right.
And this was in the early pandemic, so the stock price was low, and it seemed like a recent company, and I didn't do as much research as I should, but Melody VR's pitch was, and this isn't stock advice, by the way, this is anti-advice, this is how bad an investor I am.
Not legal advice. Don't take
Not legal advice. But its whole ideal was we do live performances, we do live recordings of performances, which you can then experience in VR, and it's concerts and music festivals. And I thought, that's a brilliant business idea. And hey, maybe that will pick up once the pandemic's over. So I put some money in there, and I put a bit more in there. And then at a certain point, it came out, we are going to start trading under our actual name, Napster. And I was thinking, what the fuck?
What have
You're
you done?
Napster? And it's like, we were bought by Napster long ago, and they operate us. And then their stock price plummeted, and then they decided to take Napster off of the UK stock thing. And I got paid 700 quid. You can't invest in Napster right now. It's been off the market for 2 years while they relocate to America or something. But yeah, when Napster was tradable, I started doing a bit of, because the stocks were so low and I never thought I'd make money, and this is the dumbest use of money I've ever had. I just thought, I want to see how many Napster stocks I can technically have for the bit.
Oh my God.
And how many stocks did you end up
I think
getting?
I had like nearly 2,000 or something, because they were dirt cheap by the time they were like, you can't buy anymore, we'll refund you. I did actually make 300 quid off that in the end, because I got paid better. It came out better in the payout than I had on the stocks, which was mad.
I mean, it was penny stock, right?
It was pennies, yeah. It was way less than a pound. I think it was even like less than a penny.
I'm just laughing about because of his Napster. I always think of, have you ever seen The Social Network?
I've not seen Social Network.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the characters in that is Sean Parker, who founded Napster, and he's played by Justin Timberlake. And there's a bit in the film where he goes for dinner with Zuckerberg, and the last thing he says is, "Oh, by the way, your website, the Facebook, drop the it's cleaner." And I was thinking he does the same to you, but he's like, "Yo, to Snaker, drop the it's cleaner."
But it's funny what your hatred of one person can do in service of another.
Oh yeah, Zuckerberg wanted to fight.
Yeah,
he wanted to fight Zuck
and
in the
then
ring,
Elon
and Zuck
Musk's
was
mum stopped it.
Well, not only that, but apparently, like, Elon Musk is, like, not very well, like, not particularly
I can't
fit.
imagine.
Like,
you see pictures of the guy and it's like, yeah, man.
And considering how much fucking
You're doing
ketamine
the shit that Hitler was doing at the end of his life.
Yeah, but
well, no, exactly. He's banging back Storm of Chocolate, like it's going out of fashion, and all he does all day is play Diablo 4 while people shoot him emails and say, "Hey, what color should we make the Twitter logo today?" Oh, I
So
don't know, black.
just a constant like barrage of drugs, Diablo 4, and reading how much people hate you online, which, to be fair, you deserve, but, you know, that's not going to do much for your health.
Wow,
No,
he's a
absolutely
fucking
not.
he's just a fucking neat, but he has money.
I mean, you say he's a neat, but he has been married like he has like 50
You can be
kids.
a neat and have been married.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but God, that fucking
There's
reminds
a
me of
whole
like
there's a whole show, not quite about marriage, but there's a whole
I
show
don't want
called
date
Welcome
this
to the
and-
NHK, which is, you know, which Elon Musk will have probably pretended to watch if he thinks it makes him cool.
yeah.
Do you know what? My favorite, we will get to the film, but my
We
favorite
will get to the
all-time
film.
Elon.
We're 50 minutes in.
Yeah, don't
40.
worry. My favorite Elon Musk tweet was the one where he basically stole a meme that somebody made about Eva, and somebody replied to him saying, "Oh, Elon, are you a fan of Evangelion?" And he just replied with
Nerve.
"Nerve."
So lame,
Nerve.
Man,
Like he just looked up on Google and he was like, "Shit, okay, what's something deep enough in the
Oh my god!
Wikipedia page?"
Oh my god! I can't believe you've played Deus Ex UNATCO.
Yeah, you know. You like BioShock, Big Daddy. But he was talking about the Sandler film. Which,
wow, Elon, I can't believe you're playing Helldivers.
Liberty.
Yeah.
God, I'm glad Elon Musk wasn't in this film. There are celebrity cameos in this film.
Oh god! Could
Yeah,
you
but
imagine him
there's-
in this?
But there is some.
Could you imagine if Elon Musk was the guy, like, you know, basically comparing women to cars?
I mean, that would just be in character for him.
I mean, I'm imagining that scene, but it's like, because the guy that they hire in that scene is like, you know, Mr. Charisma, but then I'm just imagining like Elon Musk trying to say exactly the same stuff, and just Rosie Huntington-Whiteley just looks incredibly uncomfortable throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, like she would be glad though. She wouldn't be that
I'm not just
bad.
imagining. Yeah, I'm imagining him saying line for line, and it's just like, you know, this car here, they designed it to look like a woman, and it's the fucking Cybertruck, just like cubes on all angles. Yeah, it follows the curvature of a woman.
It cuts back
Was
to
she in
what's
a-
her
was she in
name,
a
and she's
911?
just PS1 Lara Croft.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh my god!
Oh, man.
And then Megatron stomps on it.
And it breaks his foot.
Ow!
So-
I just
No, it doesn't.
scream! My foot!
Why did they
So-
design a transformer without crumple zones?
Why did they design a transformer without crumple zones? That is a big. I mean, granted. Well, I guess we'll get into, because there's a couple of scenes in this film where they are on the highway and like cars are crashing, whereas the Transformers don't really have crumple zones, do they? Well, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. They don't really need crumple zones because they do have passengers. When they're in
Yeah, but
cars.
But not when they're in robot mode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like the thing is, when they take on alternate modes, they basically become 1-to-1. So yeah, they would have crumple zones, except they're just made stronger.
And from what I understand as well is that the technology in this is that when they're in car mode, they use holograms to basically. That's why whenever they're cars, they're completely pristine. Like there's not a single scratch on them. This is when they turn back into Transformers and they're like covered in dirt.
Oh no, that's because fucking car companies will not.
No,
let-
that's exactly. But the way they describe that in the film is that like they use holograms to make themselves look like cars when they're in disguise. Which, if that's the case, why not make yourself look like, I don't know, something less conspicuous than a bright yellow fucking Camaro or a child's truck?
Oh, they're
That'd be
color.
cool.
Oh, they're colorblind.
I mean, it is cool, yeah, but I don't know.
God.
So Swede, you saw this film when it came out, and you thought it was okay. You thought it was better than the second one, but you didn't particularly think much of it. Snake, you didn't see it. I didn't see it until a week ago when we sat down and we watched it all together. And yeah, this film is surprisingly really good. I was expecting it to suck after the second film, assuming that it was diminishing returns from there. But,
everyone did. But like this one,
maybe that's why you didn't like it when you first saw it, because you kind of had that expectation and kind of went in with confirmation bias.
Maybe.
It's hard to say. I can't psychoanalyze you from 10 years ago, but I do think expectations play a pretty big role in stuff like this.
Big thing that might have been contributing to that was, so we mentioned this a little bit when we were talking about Revenge of the Fallen, but that was a film that was made during the writer's strike. The writer's strike that famously made Breaking Bad really good, but everything else really bad, including that film. This one fortunately wasn't, except for the fact that when they were advertising Revenge of the Fallen, they basically said, oh yeah, a third one's on the way. We have to... it's Hollywood. You have to complete the trilogy. If you've made 2 films, you have to do a third one. That is the rule.
And they have Burger King. They have Burger King contracts to fulfill.
That as well. So basically, Paramount said in 2009, a third film was on the way. And they said to Bay, hey, you want to come back? And he was like, yeah, absolutely. But, I don't feel like I did a good enough job with the second one, but, I got to finish that out. This is my franchise, and I want to, see it right. He expected he'd have 3 years to work on it, though. Like, it was going to come out for 2012. No, like you said, because of Burger King contracts and other stuff, no, he only had 2 years to get this film, up and running. So,
which is impressive for a lot of things. For the record, we watched a really good, we
can't say where we got it from, but wow, it was beautiful.
Let's talk about that. So the 2 previous Transformers films that we watched were basically, all I'll say is that we watched them on the Never Never, basically, in regards to pretty bad DVD rips, further ruined by being streamed online, and it very much had the feeling of which I guess maybe is kind of a nice thing about this podcast. It's us pals watching a film together, and it very much made me think of being over somebody's house and watching these films on a really shitty CRT.
I'll gripe about online stuff for now because, we could do our own watches, which is fine, but when we're watching together, we have to use less
scrupulous.
What do you mean, guys?
Scrupulous means, which is hey, online web services, I know you're trying to maximize profits because the bubble has burst and things are going down, so you need to maximize profit from every person. But a few convenience features for watching with your mates in a controlled setting wouldn't go amiss and would probably make people more loyal to you.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Netflix doesn't have a watch party thing. Let's say
Netflix used to do that. Yeah, especially during the 360 era, that was a big thing that they did, and then they stopped doing it because they weren't making enough money.
But anyways, we weren't illegal, guys. We all bought our own 4K.
No, so then eventually, Snake very kindly decided to buy the 4K version of Transformers: Dark of the Moon, streamed it from his computer over Parsec, so we could all enjoy it using his Blu-ray copy of Transformers: Dark of the Moon. And oh boy, the increase, I will say, I think the massive jump in quality is partially why I like this film a lot more.
We did realize that the version of Transformers 2 we watched was very muddy and had bad color correction.
And that does these are popcorn flicks, you want it to be.
You want the colors to pop. You want good pops.
Granted, the first 2 films I also watched those through other means as well. But when I did my first watch of this before I watched it with you two, I watched it on Amazon Prime Video, which meant that the video quality wasn't the best, but it did give me access to IMDb X-Ray, which gave me lots of fun facts as I was watching the film, which I will pepper in throughout this podcast recording. But so in both instances,
I just had a horrible modern thought of, man, I hope movie trivia doesn't break TOS now.
Oh, God.
In this future.
Amazon fucking Bezos takes me to court for using, but it's all stuff that's on IMDb anyway.
It's just funny to think about,
No, I know.
How tragic.
God, well, we are in the era of, hey, don't copy. Don't copy. You're copying. You've made the same video as me. You're copying.
Yeah, no. And we did have that whole fucking kerfuffle about the emulators recently.
Oh yeah, that's true as well. But so the quality of this film massively improved from the last one, which I think is kind of what encouraged like a more positive force on it. And I will get into detail about why that is right from the jump. But just a couple of things I just want to knock off right at the beginning, which is so LaBeouf is back. He said, "Yeah, I want to end the trilogy on a high. I got to do it. You know, it's the third film, and then after this, I want to have basically, funnily, Snake, and I think you might appreciate this. He kind of had a bit of a James Franco thing of he had done those 3 Spider-Man movies as Harry Osborn, and he was like, no, I want people to take me seriously as a real actor. And much like Franco, just went off to make the absolute worst art house Drek immediately.
Yeah, just nosedived afterwards in the need to be taken seriously. Like, Franco, come on, you were doing great as Harry Osborn. You didn't. I was taking you seriously, man.
Yeah, you loved the bit where he ate the pie and he said so good. You were like,
come on, that's
please.
acting chops right there.
Yeah.
Whereas LaBeouf was like, I've done 3 Transformers films and Indiana Jones. What would get people to take me seriously? I know, I'll sign on to do Lars von Trier's Nymphomaniac Volume 1.
Volume 1. Did he not...
No, that's the thing. Yeah, he thought he was going to have a franchise shit, and Lars von Trier was like, we're doing 2. We're going to complete the Nymphomaniac trilogy. And it's like, not again. I just think I do have like Lars von Trier like announcing his movies like Marvel does at D23. He's like crack, like the Nymphomaniac cinematic unit.
You know, I might have
done that. Like, was Lars von Trier Antichrist? You should have done that with Antichrist.
Yes, no, he was do you know the Willem Dafoe story about Antichrist?
His cock was too big.
Yeah, his cock was too big, so they had to use special effects to make it smaller.
Wow. Amazing.
They literally hobbited his cock.
And then he pounded nails into it.
Oh, yeah.
Just the best two best friends bit about...
What?
I forgot there was 2 best friends bits about the film Antichrist.
I've heard of cock and ball torture, but Jesus.
Oh, yeah, God. I don't think we're doing
No, I don't think we should do Antichrist. I think that might be a bit too heavy for the pod.
The funniest thing was that I got into like a fucking thing for a while of I was making fake nostalgia critic thumbnails, and one of them was Antichrist, where I had photoshopped his head onto Defoe.
You know, Doug would do that though. Doug would do that.
That is in his wheelhouse.
I just like the idea of just Doug doing the usual fucking nostalgia critic thing of he'll just show scenes in full from the film. And yeah, it's just a bit where the fox is like speaking backwards, and then it just cuts to him, and he's like, "What the hell was that? I can't believe what I just saw." Yes, it's just the baby dying upstairs while they're having rough sex, and he's just like, "What happened there?"
You know, James, you unlock
Nostalgia Critic reviews a Serbian film.
The Nostalgia Critic Salo.
Oh no! But you know what you just did? You unlocked the core memory.
Oh, good.
You know what Transformers and Nostalgia Critic actually has history. His first review was of the first Transformers movie.
Was as Chester A. Bum.
Yeah. No, he did it in the style of like his Chester A. Bum character, which is like, oh my god, this movie is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. But then he like spun that off and like did his own Nostalgia Critic. But he would, for every Transformers movie, he would return to that with his Nostalgia Critic persona.
It always comes... For some reason, I mishear that as persona then. Which made me smile.
So I'm just saying, everything ties back to Transformers.
What I was going to say, Lindsay Ellis got her big pop from doing using Transformers as an introduction to film theories.
Yeah.
Transformers is much like, you know that picture where Trump and those Saudi Arabian guys are touching the globe, but the globe is a copy of Transformers Dark on the Moon on Blu-ray.
And it transforms ordinary people into stars.
Yeah,
well, fingers crossed for me in Swede.
Yeah.
You don't need it, you got 100k subscribers.
Exactly.
Going to Ofcom, you're technically an influencer.
Right now, I'm here stealing valor.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Exactly.
This is my chance to be famous, Snake.
You don't want to be famous. You've complained about the idea repeatedly.
Oh yeah, no, but
now.
Least, but you see, Snake,
now.
I should at least get the chance to be famous.
That's true. And the point, and I guess you're always complaining because I'm always pressuring you to become an Annie-tuber, which no one should become. So
no,
and becoming an Annie-tuber is like that's
This is
that's
slightly
like-
more dignified.
That's like making a deal with a devil.
I don't want to fucking
don't do
rewatch. I don't want to watch seasonal anime. I really don't.
I mean, you could get
what else was
invited
I
on a Mother's Basement podcast. I don't even know if he does that.
Oh,
I don't
you
watch
could be,
any.
you could be invited to the Mother's Basement.
I don't go into the Mother's Basement.
For some reason, I imagine Mother's Basement, like the actual Mother's Basement, looks like the podcast that fucking Keemstar used to have that was on. God. What else was I going to say about this film? So Michael Bay's back in the director's chair. Shia's back. Megan Fox doesn't come back for this one, but the original idea was that she was going to be employed by. So there's a big bad in this. No, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. There's a guy in this film played by TV actor Dylan Gould, who is the boss of Sam's girlfriend, who the original idea was he was going to hire Michaela Baines to work for him, which kind of makes sense considering he's a car guy.
Yeah, I can see the through line there.
Yeah. But Megan Fox was not coming back because she compared working under Michael Bay humorously to working under Adolf Hitler, and Spielberg said, "Get her the fuck out of here. I do not want to see her on set."
Because she worked with Bay again afterwards, didn't she? Because there wasn't
there
wasn't really bad blood between her and Bay.
Oh yeah, no,
and that's the thing. Like after the fact, Bay was like, I think like Spielberg like overstepped the line. Spielberg has come out and denied this and was like, "Oh yeah, no, I never said that. Never ever. Go see Ready Player One." But her and Megan Fox and Michael Bay have remained pals after this because she is in the two TMNT movies that he produced.
Exactly, which Spielberg has nothing to do with. So
no, exactly. But it does create a bit of an interesting thing with that is that I'll kind of complain about Sam Witwicky in the previous two films is that he doesn't really get much to do, and they probably just should have made the films about Michaela because she's the more interesting character. And what LaBeouf kind of says about this one is that, like, well, what they used to do was basically write Sam as two, they would split him in half and give him half stuff to do and the other half to Michaela. Whereas in this, they can sort of just write a new love interest for him who has her own thing going on. Sam gets to be a fuller character.
If that's what they were doing, then half of that character had nothing to fucking do in the first two movies because Sam is a non-entity for most of it.
Which, I mean, Snake, you saw the first two films. Yeah. I mean, in the first one, all he does is just go, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then in the second one, he does nothing.
Sam, in the first two movies, is just kind of this empty nothing vessel. And then he proves himself at the end of the day because he picks up a thing and he runs with it.
He runs. He becomes he goes the messenger marathon.
He literally in both movies. He takes the thing and shoves it into a Transformer's chest.
That's
so
all he does. He's a delivery boy. He is Philip J. Fry without any of the funnies.
I still laugh at the fucking Revenge of the Fallen and like the primes in like prime heaven. Just say, Sam, you've proven yourself to be a leader.
Somehow.
Even though you are really passive in these films, you just kind of get jerked around by the plot until you're needed.
And
no one else applied to be the manager. You got the job.
But this movie finally made Sam a character, like actually gave him agency because Michaela fucking dumped him.
Yeah, because Michaela is out of the picture. Now, they can't have Sam not have a girlfriend, and we'll get to her when we get into the film more so. But the only other thing I was going to say was, so they've shifted stuff a bit, which also includes Roberto Orci and Alex Kurtzman are out. They're no longer writing these films, and they basically said, yeah, we don't want to do franchise movies anymore. They fucking joked with that one, because then they went on to do the fucking they did Star Trek Into Darkness, which was shit. So there we go. Maybe. And now do a bunch of Star Trek TV series, which Mike and Rich Evans from RLM absolutely despise.
What did they do? Picard, Lower Decks, or I've heard Discovery.
They did Picard.
All right.
Yeah.
Is it Discovery the one that's okay, or is it New Frontiers?
Discovery goes up and down, but Discovery was that began with Alex Kurtzman at the wheel, and then he left. And when he left, it got better.
I'm trying to, because there are 4 ongoing Star Trek TV series.
So there's Discovery, which is sort of future. It's before the original series.
Strange New Worlds is the one I think I've heard that's good.
Yeah, Strange New Worlds is okay, and that's
Discovery's the bad one.
And Lower Decks is okay. I mean, it's an adult animated comedy.
Yeah, I heard the first
vary,
episode was bad, and then after that, you do actually get some kind of Trek stuff that's decent.
Yeah, it's just Rick and Morty in space, but
my god, why is this the biggest thing?
I will say as well, isn't it funny that the Orville was considered a better follow-on to old Trek than New Trek was?
And the selling point of that was it was a comedy version of Starship from the... was it on this where we predict that I told you about the Naked Gun fucking Liam Neeson thing? Which has now actually been confirmed.
Yeah, it's funny none of these episodes have gone up yet because people are gonna, whenever this goes up week by week or month by month or whatever, it's just they're gonna get that news delivered in chunks.
Oh, they're probably going to think that I added it in post to make myself seem smarter.
But he wasn't. He wasn't smart, people. He was just predicting.
No, I've never been smart. Do not print in the paper that I have ever been smart.
None of us are smart.
So writers-wise, they're bringing a new guy who... He was the co-writer of Revenge of the Fallen who had all his work redone during the... after the writer's strike was done. Aaron Kruger, who basically was... He became the sole screenwriter of this. And an interesting thing with how he wrote this film was that most of it was written in collaboration with Industrial Light and Magic. As in, he would go to them and be like, hey, what's some cool set pieces that we can do in the film? And they would like suggest stuff that they thought would be interesting to animate. It was ILM who suggested just having a bit of the film set in Chernobyl, for example.
Oh yeah.
So very much a bit like how games that, like, I always think about this with Uncharted 3, where apparently they came up with all the set pieces first so they could start doing the programming and like modeling and animation. And then a writer came in afterwards to basically like string them together. And I mean, it works in Uncharted because it's just a Globetronic adventure. And I guess this kind of is as well in an interesting way.
The problem with the second movie is, well, it's just very flat and boring. Whereas this is a set piece movie, but it does connect, like the puzzle pieces all kind of work together well enough to be like, okay, yeah, this set piece isn't making me go, wait, this is very contrived. It's all just flowing bit to bit.
Yeah.
Well, actually, okay. There are moments where like, okay, why were you in this building doing that? But it's like, then the set piece happens, like, okay, I understand. This is a cool set piece. I don't care that much.
It's hopping ahead a little bit, but like the thing that I appreciate about this film, and I think we even said while we were watching it, is that like this like again, if you were hitting the fucking CinemaSins ding, you'd be like, how did we get here? Why is this happening? But there's a lot of this film which just kind of feels like short films. Like it will just change tone and it will do something different. And the ones that I think of is that when he goes to find the Russian guys, that's like a little tense crime scene.
Oh yeah.
When fucking Megatron tells Laserbeak to kill all the NASA scientists, it turns into a little horror film for a bit, and that's a completely different color on the palette. But like every part of the film feels like it's nicely chunked up into, here's an interesting set piece, here's an interesting set piece, here's an interesting set piece. Whereas in the second one doesn't really have that.
The second one is just very flat and boring. It just kind of meanders on until it ends. Whereas this one, maybe there was a kind of little bit of, he kind of realized, I can do whatever with this movie. And so it's just like, I'm just going to explore all these little filmmaking things I want to do and just package it into Transformers. And that's why this film has energy. Like, one of my favorite scenes was when, early on in the film, when Sam is looking for a job and he goes to that office, and you just get a bunch of, like, Coen Brothers style gags, but done a lot dumber. But it's like, this scene has energy. This scene is kind of doing something with Sam's character. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, is weirdly using this, big tentpole movie as an excuse to do a bunch of semi-experimental shit.
And Michael Bay probably loved doing that,
So I actually have a quote which is basically Bay acknowledged that the Revenge of the Fallen was disappointing to fans and said that he doesn't want the third one to suck, which...
It doesn't.
If that's hey, mission accomplished on that one, Mike.
I would concur. Yeah, this was fun to watch. I kind of every scene I was like, what's he going to do next?
Yeah, no.
And another thing as well was that, especially later on in the film, which again, this has this does have the Michael Bay problem of like this film is half an hour longer than it needs to be, and it does, but it doesn't drag massively at the end. It does.
No, I didn't feel this one dragged near as much. Like,
no, not as much as like the first one has that moment of when they go to Mission City. It kind of feels a bit like you squeezing this a little bit too much. Whereas in this one, that change happens basically at the halfway point, where it goes from the film that you think it is, and then suddenly turns into a completely other film. And that other film basically is like, he kind of said that his inspirations were stuff like Black Hawk Down and, but more so G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra. Like he wanted the end of the film to kind of feel like a bit of a G.I. Joe thing, which,
it kind of does.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, which is funny because, like I said in the first episode, Transformers when they were shopping around, it was.
I honestly was getting like War of the Worlds vibes from the end of this film, which I was cool with.
Oh God, yeah, no, God, this film's good. Another thing as well is that he wanted to get rid of dorky comedy, and the main thing was in this one he had to kill off the twins, our favorite characters from Revenge of the Fall.
They're fucking like poor Skids and Mudflap. Their toys fucking just stunk up.
It would have been a bit redundant
aisles.
though, because you have that other comedy robot duo, but they actually pay off in this one, which was something.
The actual comedy duo in this one, like again, it's like because Wheels has been in all three of the films, and you've seen his character kind of evolve as it goes along.
Oh no, Wheelie was only in the second one.
Really? I thought he was in the first. Oh no, you know what? I get him confused with the boombox guy who hacked Air Force One.
Yeah, I think you're Frenzy. They both have gremlin energy.
Yeah, they both do have gremlin energies. Are they not both voiced by the same guy as well?
I think they might be. No, I
think they're both Charlie Adler, which is maybe why I was getting them confused as well.
Wait, was he? Is it Charlie Adler? I thought it was Tom Kenny for Wheelie.
Oh, actually, no, it is. Yeah, no, it is very obviously Tom
and
Kenny.
And then we have,
sounds like SpongeBob.
And he's joined by his best new friend, another gremlin, Brains.
Yeah. Oh, this film's got a lot of gremlin. This film involves the gremlin tech in a really interesting way as well. We actually have evil gremlin in this as well in Laserbeak.
Oh yeah, your favorite character.
My favorite character, Laserbeak. So yeah, all I'm gonna say is that like going into this film, he was kind of like, oh, I dropped the fucking ball the second one, so we need to make up for it in the third one. And yeah, he does. Very much so, to the extent that all three of us hardened cynics quite like this film.
Yeah, no, like
we all walked away quite. That was very fun. That was a fun movie.
Yeah, no, it was really fun, and like I said, it's made me reorganize in my head how I rank these movies, because like before I would put this in the middle, being like, yeah, it's not that remarkable, but like nah. This movie, you know what it is? This really. I think of all the Transformers movies, this is the one that feels the most like they took something like a G1 episode. Like a big budget version of a G1 Transformers episode. Which, like, it's fitting because they borrow...
Yeah, well, they do... a couple of plots from this film... Well, this film is based on, like, a couple of plot lines that do happen in G1.
Yes, like... Yeah, no, like two of the like big, like one is from the first season, another was second season, like the Ultimate Doom and Megatron's Master Plan. Like they borrow heavily from both of them. Like they work really well.
Yeah, it's. I would say that the most interesting thing about this film is just kind of how dark it is and how dark it gets versus something like a G1 episode of Transformers.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I guess we can get into reviews about this film when we get to talking about the end of it. Let's get into the plot a little bit, because I knew that I was going to like this film anyways, because it does the thing that is basically like catnip for stupid people like me, which is they've tied in sci-fi bullshit lore into real world history in a really stupid way. But we were talking about how high quality the fucking Blu-ray version of this film that we watched was. Oh, the beginning of this film is, because again, we tried watching this for our usual method, and it was like Fucking Optimus Prime sounded like he was coming from a tin can, and it looked like a pre-compressed PS1 cutscene, which is why we had to go elsewhere. So watching this scene in 4K detail was astonishing, where you see the war happening in Cybertron.
Yeah, like you're seeing all the detail. But like the version we first watched, literally Prime was something like,
he was, communicating through, a cup and a string. Relaying the message.
Cybertron is...
Peter Cullen was trying to speak to us over TeamSpeak, and we were like, what?
Cybertron is really advanced, except for its, like, communications technology.
Now, when you say Cybertron is really advanced, but watching it in the film, and Cybertron just looks like...
It looks like a
the
trash
world's
heap.
worst Yeah, it's shit. It's like the world's worst beehive. It's just giant fucking... Yeah, you live on like the spokes of hexagons. It's like, why would you live here? It sucks.
I mean, we're organic beings. They're robotic. That's probably like, a walk in the park to them. It's probably lovely.
This is why Optimus Prime talks about how beautiful Earth is. It's like, holy fuck.
Oh yeah, he's never seen solid ground before. He was like, he sees a football field and he was like, I never knew that ground could be this wide. Fuck. God. But yeah, it's a fucking sick scene at the beginning. It's like the end of Star Wars, where all the jets are flying about, and because Bay, consummate fucking professional master of filmmaking, the camera's following planes, and then it will stay with a robot, and you see it fight, and then it will pick up with something else. Like, you're just seeing the scale of the war happening from like this kind of moving viewpoint, and you never lose track of what's going on, and you're like, oh, this fucking rocks. Like, this is exactly what you want.
Compare it to like Revenge of the Fallen, which
begins with black guys with white mud on going over a hill and seeing a robot.
Yeah.
Boom. That's it.
Yeah. It's like, these robots are building something on Earth.
Open with a scene like just worthy of a Star Wars dogfight. Just do that instead.
Yeah, this is what you want. Like, again, this should have been the second film in regards to, this is how you open it up by going, right, what was the war in Cybertron? Boom, it's this. And again, kind of sets the thesis for the rest of the film, which is that, fuck, do we actually want the Transformers on Earth? Because doesn't seem like a good idea in hindsight.
I also just realized something. It's a nice parallel with the opening of the first one, which has the cube in space, but it's very calm, just flying through. This one instead, it's just high-octane action because, getting in there.
You never get an idea of who the Transformers are as, like, again, you only ever see the Transformers in context of them being on Earth in the first one. And you kind of have the same issue in the second one. This one basically shows you like what their homeworld was like, and you kind of realize that, this was always like Krypton. Like, this is just a doomed planet. Yeah, but it also sets the seed of how did it get like that though, which they do eventually then pay off quite nicely later in the film. But yeah, we follow a ship then, and yeah, much like Krypton in Superman, they send one ship like as a SOS. Well, it's their leader that they send off the planet, don't they? Because they want to protect him, right?
Oh yeah, no, that we know for now.
That is, yeah, exactly. So all we know for now is that basically Optimus says we were losing the war, so we had to send one of our guys out as a scout, and that will be that. Where does he land? Oh, only on the dark side of the fucking moon. When does he do that? Oh, in the late 1950s. Oh God, like what are we going to do about that? You go to Los Alamos. There's a bunch of big satellites. A bunch of nerds in shirts and glasses go, we picked up something interesting on the radar, so we think there's something on the moon. Oh, we've never been to the moon before. Let's give Robert McNamara a ring. They give Robert McNamara a ring, famous for his role in being the fourth guy that you pick in the first Black Ops Zombies game. Because he's not JFK or Fidel Castro, or who's the other guy in Black Ops 1 that you can play as Snake?
Kennedy? No.
It's Kennedy, Castro, McNamara, and somebody else, right?
I can't remember who the fourth is. I just know they're big fans of Eminem.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, anyways, Kennedy just hears.
So then it gets to Kennedy, and you go, oh, they're not going to do. No, John F. Kennedy is in this fucking film. They do what's his name, Robert Zemeckis style stuff where they use video footage of Kennedy, but they use it alongside a actor who looks kind of like Kennedy, but he's always in soft focus, so you can kind of get away with it.
They should have, Forrest Gumped it and had a Transformer just interacting with Kennedy. But I guess they weren't there yet.
Yeah.
Would have messed with the timeline.
No. But Kennedy heard that an alien landed on the moon, and he said, hey, I hear he has some top tier crank. Let's get some guys up there. I want to get some speed from space.
They had enough restraint to not make his assassination a Decepticon plot.
Yeah, they didn't make it Megatron, which would have been really funny if
Frenzy would have been really funny.
No, Laserbeak. Laserbeak just turns into an Laserbeak is just bullying Lee Harvey Oswald and turns into his fucking bolt action.
That could still be happening in canon, but yeah, Kennedy is like, what do you mean there's Transformers on the moon? I want that for my collection.
Yeah, I hear he has some top tier coke. I want to stick that up my nose. So they put together the space program. So the Russians, no. See what the moon's like? No. Fucking robot on the moon. Or get NASA. Let's put NASA together for that. So you get this beautiful recreation of the moon landing and the guys at NASA, and people at home watching this and Kennedy's address and stuff. You basically just get Bay going, hey, Spielberg, you know how you love doing boomer revisionism? Check this shit out. Doing a perfect recreation of 1961 guys landing on the moon. And then they go, okay, cut the feed. And then fucking Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin go on this mission on the moon to find out what was on the dark side of the moon.
They land right next to it.
Yeah,
no, they don't. They don't because they didn't want it to get caught in the footage.
Yeah,
okay, it's just in the continuity. It's they hop for 5 seconds. It's here we are.
No, that's the thing. They cut while they're on the moon. They cut a promo for the morons back home.
Oh,
and then the guy at NASA goes, all right, you have a 30-minute window. Get in and get out. It's fucking payday.
Oh, but no, James, they do land next to it. It's over, there's just a hill between.
Well, yeah, they land in the Sea of Tranquility and they have to go, over the crater to find the Ark, basically. Also, the ship is called the Ark. I had to double check that.
It's just very funny to just, this significant moment in human history, and it's actually, it was a secret mission, but that's the beauty of cinema.
No, again, that is my favorite shit. If you're going to do, Snake and Swede, you were in my stupid Batman game where I tied in events from the 70s and 80s into my stupid Batman stuff. Yeah. So I'm very much a mark for this kind of thing.
You're a fan of this bizarre alt history where significant events and then just gets tied into the dumbest bullshit.
Yeah, the character, that American Made starring Tom Cruise, which was about the life of a drug runner for the CIA, and then that guy turned up in Gotham City for an episode. So Buzz and Neil, they go in and they go, yeah, no, there's a guy on the moon. Shit, let's bring some stuff back and let's do some research on that.
Yeah.
And at this point as well, JFK is long dead. So it's Nixon on the phone, and Nixon's like, oh, did you manage to find any of that top tier crank that JFK kept talking about? No, unfortunately not. There were no drugs up there at all. Sorry about that. But anyways, you know that it's a Michael Bay film, though, because we get all these beautiful shots of the 1960s and perfect recreations of the moon landing and stuff. How do we know we're in modern age? It begins with a shot of a woman's ass as she's walking up the stairs.
Women's asses, which were invented in the 21st century.
Yeah, we are now in the 21st century. It's a woman wearing a shirt and no trousers, holding a stuffed rabbit in her hand. Who's this amazing character, though? Well, it's our brand new favorite character. It's Carly. Carly, who was based on a primary character that was introduced in the second series of Transformers.
Yeah.
But they made it English in this film because the actress who plays it, well, calling her an actress is a bit of a stretch, but that's me being a bit mean. But she is also English. So they just changed her nationality, I guess.
Yeah, and I will say this is the most unrealistic part of the movie. That Sam.
They do they kind of sow the seeds for why they're together as it goes on, but it's still an incredible, like, it's less believable than robots fell from space.
Yeah, the fact that Sam was with Michaela was already tricky enough. This relationship is so unbelievable. There is no chemistry between these characters.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, no. And like my reasoning why Sam got, like, why Michaela left was simple. Bumblebee isn't with Sam anymore, for a record. He's off having actual adventures with Prime, and Michaela was like, yeah, there's nothing holding us together anymore. I will say for Bumblebee, not
like
you.
Parents sticking together for the kids, but in this case, they were sticking together for Bumblebee, and without him, then what's the point?
No, I'm more implying that Michaela really was just there for Bumblebee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she didn't like Sam. She liked the robot car. Speaking of that as well, it's that, like, Sam and the Transformers aren't a thing in the third. Like, at the beginning of the film, they are completely separate entities. Sam has gone on with his own life, and they've gone on with theirs, which again is a better thing than the second one, which is, well, Bumblebee still kind of lives with him, but now the Transformers sort of work with the government, which is like, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Where in this one, it's like, no, why the fuck would Sam stick around? Like, they work for the government now, which I kind of prefer massively, because it does sort of reflects an interesting, like, thesis, well, not thesis, but like an interesting through line of this film, which is that, like, oh, like, Sam saving the world in those two previous Transformers films doesn't really mean anything, because it wasn't his ingenuity or, like, his leadership that saved the world. It was the fact that he was just around the Transformers as that happened.
Yeah.
Like, and that's given him a bit of a complex in this movie, which is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, no, like, he did get a medal from Obama.
Oh yeah, so that's the thing as well. If you thought they were done with inserting celebrity footage, they cut to a photo of him where it's very obviously photoshopped him meeting Obama, and then cuts to live action footage where you see the Obama lookalike starting to move away, and you only see the back of his head, so you can kind of say, oh, I guess he looks a bit like Obama. So,
well, that's a black president.
Oh yeah, it's Don Cheadle. It's just like a guy that's like 5 shades darker than Barack Obama, and it's a completely different body shape. And it's like, black president, that's Barack Obama.
In the first two movies, it's like you're doing, a coming of age story for a character who has no character, whereas in this one, it's like, oh no, this has actually kind of stunted his growth, and he actually feels like a character now because of it.
At this point of his life, I also just realized this while I was thinking about this movie, what to say. Sam literally has no friends. Like, all he has, like his one friend who wasn't Bumblebee, who wasn't even his friend. Bumblebee was like more his pet.
He was his car.
Yeah. He's gone because he's up with Optimus Prime. Michaela left him. He has this girlfriend, which, again, I don't think this relationship is based on anymore.
I think the only reason he has a girlfriend is because of romantic inertia. It's like, well, fuck,
and again, my theory is with the girlfriend because of what we discover later on in the film where she's working for Evil Guy.
Yeah.
I wonder whether that might have been pre-engineered of, hey, fall in love with this guy. See where
it's funny when a character is so unlikable. You're headcanoning like possible reasons he can't.
She's not unlikable, but she's
I'm saying Sam is unlikable.
Oh, well,
no,
not so much Sam's unlikable, but it is also just completely unbelievable that England's most attractive woman would fall in love with fucking Sam Witwicky.
Oh no, the only thing I have is that she, like,
there's punching above your weight and there's man boxing an elephant, and that's what's going on here.
I like that Commodore.
Which does happen at the end of the film, weirdly enough. I guess we'll get there when we get there.
But no, my only theory for this is that she is someone who's like, oh my god, you're so pathetic. Yeah. Like,
oh yeah, like maybe she sees him as a project, which could be possible.
Like, that's like the only reason why I think she would stick around. And then he has Wheelie and Brain, but I don't think they like him.
But they're on his level. Like they're exactly
crashing,
him.
Like he's a roof above their heads to them.
And meanwhile, his parents are just happy to not have him live in their house.
We'll get to the parents
seem
in a
quite
second,
happy to stick around with him, and they don't have a house anymore.
So, just to quickly say, so Carly is played by Rosie Huntington-Whiteley, who is she was a glamour model in the UK. This is like the only film she did. And basically after this film, she married Jason Statham, and they've been married for like the past nearly 20 years now, which is pretty, well, no, not quite 20 years because this came out in 2011. So nearly 15 years at this point. They've had like 2 kids together. No, where I got 20 years from is that he's 20 years her senior.
Yeah.
Like he's in his 50s and she's in her 30s. So, but I don't know. Like, do you think Statham just saw this film and he was like, "Oh, I'd marry her.
Maybe.
I want to transport her down the aisle."
He probably wasn't impressed by her acting abilities.
No, maybe he was, because I mean, Statham isn't like, he's not fucking Laurence Olivier. Let's be fair.
I mean, yeah, okay, to be fair, but I can be convinced by him when he's playing a character that fits him.
Well, yeah, like I can believe that I can't believe Jason Statham's the beekeeper because he's like in his 50s now, but whatever. Like, I can believe Jason Statham, like when he plays a character in a Guy Ritchie film where he's basically like a thick-wheeled diva.
Okay, well, to be fair about it, okay, like, I can say she's a bad actress, and in this, she is, but okay,
Yes.
yeah, it's her one film, so you can't say maybe there's a character out there that fits her, but it's not fucking Carly, because God, she's
unfortunately, Carly does. I mean, they just kind of write Carly around her because Carly isn't exactly like. I mean, you know, she's
not dynamic or interesting or does anything.
Yeah.
She's no Michaela, that's for sure.
No, but I mean, that's why Sam is good in this movie, because they just transposed everything interesting about Michaela into him and then gave him anxiety. And it's like, okay.
So I'm partially wrong. So she's done 2 films. So one of them was this one, but this is the only speaking acting full role that she's had in a film. The other film that she was in was Mad Max Fury Road, where she just played one of the hotties that fucking is owned by Immortan Joe.
Maybe some of them talked, so apparently not. I guess they were like, we can't have a British accent in this film.
Well, despite the fact that Tom Hardy is trying
to
his
do an
best to do an
Australian
Aussie accent. And he just basically sounds like Batman. It's like, oh, whatever, leave it in, I guess. Whatevs. Oh, fuck. But yeah, no, so she's married to Statham. And I like, because I said this to you the other day of just, because she has like, you know, perfect physiognomy as well. Like, you know, curves and angles to her face, which they fucking mention in this film. And Jason Statham's a very kind of angular looking guy as well. Their children must look like PS1 models, like in regards to like how angular their faces are. And the funny thing is that like I know they're not babies anymore, but I'm just imagining like they're still bald, so they all look like mini versions of him.
Oh, they're gonna create the most aerodynamic children possible.
I mean, he was a swimmer.
That's
like
exactly
that was his thing. He was an Olympic swimmer. So yeah, like, you throw one of those kids in water, and it's gonna be like a fucking torpedo. So the way that the second film started is that they're in Shanghai and there's a guy who's a big wheel. That was kind of boring. In this one, though, they go to Chernobyl, and that's very exciting.
I mean,
what do you all think?
I was gonna say you are skipping over where Optimus Prime is.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, okay. So Humongous and Julie Mungus, what are they up to? Well, you remember in the second one where they went on holiday? Well, in the third one, they also went on holiday. Basically, they just continued their holiday, but they've come to New York City, where Sam lives now, and
he has swapped coasts.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. He hasn't got a job.
Oh yeah,
he's a worthless bum.
Yeah, they're ferrying him around like you gotta get a job.
Oh yeah, no.
Despite the fact that he lives in like fucking Peter Parker's apartment from the Sam Raimi films, like it is the most. I mean, it's decorated apartment ever seen in a film.
I mean, his girlfriend has a job, so it's probably her apartment. But yeah, and
that's true.
And Humongous is wearing his best sunshades. You know, he doesn't want to get recognized in New York.
Oh no, exactly. Like if he wouldn't be caught dead in honkers, otherwise he would literally be dead. But but yeah, no, his parents have turned up in the giant Winnebago, which isn't a Transformer, unfortunately.
Unless
that'd be funny unless
maybe. And
they're like, "Oh, my beautiful boy. How's your new job?" Well, that's the thing, Mom. I don't have one yet. Oh, son, you're so pathetic. Let's ferry you to all your job interviews today. Boom. Mini movie number 1. We get job montages with Sam.
Yeah, no, he's trying to. Oh god, I fucking now remember when he's trying to apply for the fucking to the Japanese company.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
no,
you
I
remember
forgot
being
about
racist
that.
to a Japanese guy?
You know, I was gonna say, this movie, despite the fact it doesn't feel as indulgent in the same way, whereas in the second movie it's like, let's have the ethnic side characters, let's have dogs fucking. This is all Bay's indulgences. Bay's indulgences in this feel like, let me stylistically do a film I'm interested in.
Yeah.
But then you get the Japanese employers.
Oh, fuck. I mean, I'm going to mention it now before I forget it, but there is literally a line in this film, which is a guy's at a photocopier and he goes, man, this thing is exceedingly Japanese.
Yeah.
To which IMDb X-Ray gave me the fun trivia pop-up of, you may not know this, but this line is a reference to the Transformers also being Japanese.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
like, I don't know about that. That's a bit of a fucking stretch. But
I was not playing apologetics, but I was innocently thinking, like, is it because they still do faxes in Japan a lot? Probably not.
No, but anyway, so like as Snake said, so there's no dog fucking or like weird racism in it. Well, there's no, well, not yet. Yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, I was about to say there's no like funny foreign side characters, but that is totally incorrect because they're going to turn up very quickly as we explain the film. But yeah, he gets really into doing like stylistic shots to the extent of when he gets to his last interview, which is with John Malkovich basically getting to have a fucking actor's holiday in this film. The way he's introduced is with a fucking Edgar Wright shot down the dolly, like zoom shot. Like,
yeah, just for a scene, it just goes mad with the kind of camera tricks and sight gags for this, like, wouldn't it be soul crushing to work here?
Yeah, Malkovich, who's playing like not particularly skeezy. He's more odd than that, but like he's wearing a grey suit. He is wearing like the thickest like tan going, like proper biscuit smelling tan. And the office that he is working in, which like Swede, you were like very quick to point this out, which is funny because Sam's apartment looks like a level from Dishonored, but they've stuck some neon lights and a television in there.
Yeah.
But then all the office stuff, like, I mean, you didn't say this, but like it is very Mirror's Edge in regards to it's all very white, but then a lot of like bold colors are thrown in. Like the set design very early on in this film is interesting.
Oh yeah,
we noticed that as early as the Moon thing, which was the first film had blue and orange or whatever. This film is very stark whites.
They are, yeah. It is less about colors and more like they're playing a lot with the values in this in really interesting ways. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because I think I said that because I was rewatching the Moon Mission stuff because I had already seen the film. Mm. But just the fact that he was using the contrast of the white of the NASA spacesuits with the dark grey values of the Transformers stuff. And it is interesting because it's like, whenever the Transformers are involved in the film, apart from like Laserbeak and whatever, it was a lot of like gunmetal greys and kind of like, yeah, like kind of darker values versus all the human stuff, which is very high contrast and poppy colors. And then as the film goes on and the two worlds literally combine, it kind of pushes more in the direction of the Transformers, almost as kind of like they're encroaching a lot more in what the fuck is happening, which is, again, Michael Bay is just a master of visual storytelling.
I also wonder because I'm not watching. I don't watch a lot of modern like blockbuster stuff, but I have heard about how kind of lighting and coloration is dying, and they call it realistic and naturalism. Is it now just getting to this weird point where you're watching a blockbuster from 10 years ago which used color in storytelling? Yeah, no, that's now like, impressive.
Me and James watched the Marvels not long ago, and like that movie looks so fucking cheap. Like,
yeah, the Marvels looks really bad.
I mean, there is a bad thing whereas lighting and coloring is becoming this weird, like, over... Just, I guess, for time, because they're cranking these movies out, they're not thinking of color storytelling.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
Though it's weird, because there are a couple of, like, made-for-TV stuff where they do get interesting with the color schemes, and, like, neither of you have seen this, and I've only seen a little bit of it, but there was, like, this there was like this comedy series on NBC called AP Bio, where it's one of the guys from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and he becomes like a teacher to a bunch of, and like it's basically Bad Teacher. It's like all the kids are preppy, and he's like a fucking waster. But that it looks like a Wes Anderson film. Like it's so like everything's like on a particular like strict color palette. Like there's only these like pastel blues and yellows and whites that are in the entire show, and everything's been done to that. And it's not a Wes Anderson thing of like it's set in a particular time period. They just did it for that show. And I've seen bits of like Bridgerton on Netflix, and I'm wondering, it's like, oh, is that how they're now compensating for the fact that they're doing like either natural lighting or just cheap artificial lights because they got to shoot this as quickly as possible? Is that they're going hard on kind of like not color correction, but doing kind of I guess color theory is what you would call it, but yeah, like very strict like color usage in their kind of TV shows and films. But yeah, the Marvels don't particularly have that. I mean, the only bit of the Marvels which does stand out as being like quite nicely colorful is where they go to that planet where fucking Captain Marvel was like a princess or something, and they're all singing, and it looks a bit like a Bollywood movie for a few minutes. But then, yeah, the rest of it just looks like somebody made their own Lord of the Rings film. Like they just went to a forest and shot it with their mates. It looks really rubbish. But so yeah, no, I am impressed by this film from 10 years ago that looks like Mirror's Edge.
Yeah, a film that uses color.
I mean, yeah, it's a movie. It's an actual movie.
Yeah, if you're going to make a movie, why not make it a little bit more stylish?
Which is why I think a lot of people nowadays kind of get blown away when like at the Spider-Verse stuff, because like, oh my god, actual colors and lighting in one movie.
God, they use staggered frames.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they've tried to make this like, yeah, they've tried to make it look like they've tried to add the flaws of hand-drawn animation, but also tried to stylize it. Like again, that's the one thing with, I don't want to call them Spider-Verse knockoffs because then people go, oh, staggered animation doesn't mean it's Spider-Verse. But it's like, no, but there are certain, like, people are taking a lot from Spider-Verse. And I even think about this in regards to fucking Pussy Boobs, where they did this. Sorry, Puss in Boots. Like, I've said that so fucking much that I now just say that name. But they do the staggered animation thing.
I didn't realize that had become a tick. That you can't.
Yeah, sorry, that has actually
Boots.
become a tick. Much like Trilogy has also become a tick. I'm now just saying. I'm no longer saying that as a parody thing. That has now just fucking overrided me. I can't say Trilogy anymore. I have to say Trilogy.
You
fuck my life.
Oh no.
I'm a disaster, but so Puss in Boots does the staggered animation thing, but then it doesn't try and like recreate the look of like different art styles or anything like that, which Spider-Verse was trying to go for. So it's like, people are just, well, I mean, again, like Snake, you probably like you've written about games and you know, like we've noticed this stuff when we talk on Bullet Time, where it's very obvious, like something becomes very popular in games,
and they just recreate the style without the stylistic intent that led to it, so it feels kind of hollow.
Yeah, or even like, you know, every game after Far Cry 3 had the Far Cry 3
RPG
like upgrade menu, but no one quite understood why Far Cry 3 had it. I mean, granted, Far Cry 3's version of it isn't that particularly great either, but
they just kind of integrated it into the story, and that can be enough for some people, and then this game did well, and it had this mechanic, so we gotta have the mechanic, right? Even though we have no sensible reason to integrate it.
It's completely surface level. They don't get it.
You know, it reminds me of like all the games that went live service copying Destiny to a T.
Oh yeah, because companies, especially with live service, I'm not going to go off too long in this tangent, but you get a good live service game, then that is a corporate executive who can kick back for 10 years and expect a steady profit stream.
The most blatant one, and again, we talked about, I can't remember where I'm going to cut the recording for this, but we mentioned Time Splitters earlier, and the footage was revealed of the Fortnite version of that game. And like, that's not us being like, oh, because they made it a BR and it's third person. No, the UI was literally Fortnite's to the extent of, purple rarity, blue rarity, green rarity.
Yeah.
I have played so many games recently that use, purple means rare, blue means uncommon, green means... like, Suicide Squad had that, Redfall had that, and it's not like, in our version, like, red is, like, uncommon or whatever. No, blue has to be uncommon, purple has to be rare.
Oh yeah, no, that's all taken
that-
from that's all taken
World
from
of
WoW.
Warcraft.
Yeah, WoW.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just kind of become like this. It's like how
it's standard
the
design language now, and if you go against it, you will confuse people, and they
It's
will
yellow paint,
immediately
yeah.
go, "This is a flaw."
It's red barrels being explosive.
Yeah, all explosive barrels have to be red. All rarity has to be purple.
All paint has to be yellow.
All paint has to be yellow, unless it's Tomb Raider, in which case you make it white if you want. You don't have to be yellow, it can be white. That'd be fine.
Or if you're Mirror's Edge, and you can be red, you can do a little bit of red. It's fine.
You do a little bit of red in Mirror's Edge, if that's okay. And they do a little bit of Mirror's Edge in this film as well. I always knew where to look because they used bright colours to draw my attention, which was nice. Until they go to Chernobyl, and then it becomes a lot grayer, much like the situation has also become very grey. Because the Transformers go into Chernobyl and discover, oh, there's Transformer technology here. Why the fuck did you not tell us about this? But also, the Russian guy who was helping out the military G.I. Joe guys sold them out because he wasn't quite in cahoots, but Laserbeak my new favorite character, who basically said to him, yeah, fucking do those guys in or I'll kill you. But I guess I'm going to kill you anyways. Which is where they land into a chap by Shockwave. Now, I had a look on Wikipedia and I had a look in IMDb. Both the robot and the big worm guy are Shockwave. Or not.
No.
What's correct with that, Sweet?
If I remember, no. From what I remember, no.
From what I remember, no. Okay.
I'm just
Thank you, Transformers fact checker man.
No, but okay, basically, Shockwave is the robot,
Yes.
but he commands a pet called Driller.
Okay, and that's the big word.
Yeah,
that's the Dune word.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So they're not the same thing, but it's just he controls it. It's his pet.
I think the reason that it was getting confused was because they are both voiced by Frank Welker.
Yeah.
So
But they're separate characters.
they're two separate characters, but basically in the credits and so on IMDb, it just said, oh yeah, they're the both. Yeah, Shockwave was voiced by Frank Welker, which also includes the worm. That was also Frank Welker.
Yeah.
So.
Because the worm doesn't really show up outside of Shockwave.
Snake, do you know about this? Do you know about Frank Welker as in like he's been the go-to guy to both do like VO and cartoons, but mostly animal sounds for like the past like 60 years?
I think I've heard about this, but yeah, I vaguely recall that there's one actor who does do like all the animal sounds.
Yeah, like Frank Welker, like I remember he did a poo from Aladdin, and like his role is his countless, and famously he got his start being Fred on Scooby-Doo, but he also was Megatron in the G1 cartoon.
Well, I was going to say he was Fred on Scooby-Doo, but hasn't he also been the voice of Scooby-Doo for like basically since the creation? Like whenever they recast Scooby-Doo, like they had the guy from Hackers play Shaggy for a while, and then like all sorts of stuff. Scooby-Doo has always been voiced by this one guy, and he's like in his 80s
No,
now.
Fred has always been voiced by Frank Welker. But Scooby-Doo was originally voiced by, I forget someone else, but he passed away and Frank Welker took over the role.
Right.
Yeah. And
but Welker has been Scooby-Doo for like 50 years or something ridiculous at this point, right?
Very long, yeah. And but he's been Fred throughout the franchise whole history.
God, crazy, isn't it?
And
That
also
is
Matthew
mad.
Lillard is still Shaggy. He's like he took over. That's like his newest gig.
Yeah, but even like in Velma, where they recast everybody as like the guy from It's Always Sunny and the Mindy Project and stuff, I think the dog was still Frank Welker.
Was the dog even in Velma?
No, yeah, the dog appears for like a minute.
I do wonder, very lame modern version of this, but the guy who currently plays Robotnik has like survived several recastings at this point. He's just Robotnik now.
Oh, Mike Pollock.
Mike Pollock,
yeah.
I mean, he is a good Eggman.
He is a very good Eggman.
Yeah.
I think of that with Lex Lang has been the voice of a Neo-Cortex since Twinsanity, and like he is the Cortex voice in my head.
The thing that surprises me is with the passing of Peter Sallis years ago. Was it Peter Sallis the first name? But like
yeah.
Yeah. Like, the fact that there is the guy who currently plays Wallace is a very good sound-alike. Like,
the guy who plays him is Ben Whishaw, who's like, I think he's like a few years older than me, but he was the guy who played Q in all of the new Daniel Craig Bond films.
That's weird. And he's playing Wallace now.
Yeah, he's playing somebody who's like 40 years older than what he actually is in real life. It's so weird.
Wild.
Yeah. But anyways, so they fight Shockwave for a bit. So all the Transformers have gone to Chernobyl. And the thing is, like, this like totally reminded me of like, the film's target audience, which is that Chernobyl is shot on like a it might as well look like Stalker. It's like a grayscale filter, except for all the Transformers, which are bright yellow or blue or red, like just pop out massively against the background. And it's like, oh yeah, this is like when you're a kid and you put your action figure like in a destruction set. Like this is good. This is what you want.
Yeah, no, like I see myself like grabbing some figures and putting them like near some rubble and stuff to take photos.
Yeah, like taking your toys outside to like put them in a real environment and how they sort of stand out. Like it's the same in this, but
I was wondering if the modern like kind of current fascination from 10 years ago started with Modern Warfare. I don't know. Part of me was wondering if that was the
we were
line.
talking about that with Chernobyl, just as that. Yeah, because this came out. Yeah, because
2011, Modern Warfare was 2007, so 4 years on. But then this film was a couple years in production. I do wonder. It led to Chernobyl and other things like that. But I genuinely wonder sometimes if it was Modern Warfare that put Chernobyl back in the modern consciousness.
I always think about Half-Life 2. What's the art director's name? Like Victor something or whatever.
The guy who went on to do the Dishonored kind of cityscapes.
Yeah. Which, God, his stuff in Dishonored is like chef's. Like basically, he was like, these are all the ideas that I wanted to do in Half-Life that like because that game was in development forever, I couldn't do. But like the stilt walkers and stuff like that in Dishonored, it's just like top tier, number one design. Like you fucking nailed it, kind of thing. But I always thought with City 17 especially, like it's based on like the look of Soviet blocks at the time, and then you have like, you know, the massive crucible in the background where it's just this imposing thing. But I always thought of that with like, and again, Antonov was like, I think he was a Russian guy. Was that the thing that sparked off the interest that a bunch of people had with like Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl and like all those kind of early Eurojank game? Well, I don't even want to say early Eurojank because that's existed forever, but
yeah, and Stalker is like probably the most popular Eurojank series you can get out there.
Yeah. But yeah, I could see like Half-Life 2 being like the onboarding into getting into Stalker, which then becomes the onboarding onto.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All your Source games in general, they all kind of have.
Yeah. Because what's the Swedish horror game made in Source?
Fuck, I should remember it. It was Amnesia, right?
No,
that's not made in Source.
The one which is set in a city and you have a phone.
Set in a city and you have a phone.
Pim made a video about it.
Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about. It's about fucking Swedish teenage anxiety.
Yes.
I'm totally lost. How have I not heard of this?
Oh.
No, this is like because again, you know how everyone's now into doing PS2 aesthetics. Like, if you want to make like a billion view video, fucking Source aesthetics, like that's the next.
Oh, I know.
Like,
there are a couple of big bloody like
is
Valve
it
aesthetic channels.
Cryofear.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Cryofear.
Oh, I've heard of Cryofear. I just don't know anything about it.
It's like you play as a Swedish teenager, and it's like very. Like, it's very Source aesthetics, as in, like, they use, like, realistic textures and whatever. But,
God, it's funny to think about now, because, yeah, you said that, and my brain flashed back to, this was Let's Play a Slop, like, 5 years ago, and now it's Essay Slop, I guess.
I mean,
it's evolved.
I mean, remember, when Michael Bay's movies came out, they were just audience slop, but now they're critical slop.
Yeah.
So they spook off Shockwave, and then, fucking Optimus is pissed because they found the Ruskies were using Transformer technology to, again, mark for me of tying in real-world history into sci-fi bullshit. They use Transformers technology to, quote, power the reactor at Chernobyl and couldn't control it, which is why they had the meltdown.
Me and Swede were joking, and I was unironically hoping, the elephant's foot, what if it's a transformer?
The world's most if you even look at this transformer, you die.
Yeah, that's already a lethal dose of radiation. If you see this transformer, you are fucked.
So Swede, I can't remember the exact pacing of this film. So after they go to Chernobyl, is that then when we cut to Megatron, who's turned into Mad Max?
Yes.
Oh no, it is because so the scene ends with the Russian guy that brought him into Chernobyl earlier. He's running away from something and hides in a car. And it's Laserbeak, my new favorite character of all time.
He's just
who's Laserbeak, folks? Well, he's a fucking vulture robot. Cool, okay. I didn't know that Transformers could look like animals, but that's fine. I'm okay with that.
You knew, you had Ravage from the first movie, the second movie.
Oh yeah, Scorponok as well.
Yeah,
in the first one, you look like a big scorpion. But no, this guy's great because he is he's yarguing it up. He is like pure henchman energy to the extent that there's like acid spitting out of its beak mouth, and it's like, don't know what that is. Don't have to explain it. That's fine. Leave that in, Michael.
It's fluids.
It's just fluid. He's just fucking fluids, just spitting out as he is needling. This Russian guy is like, I did everything you wanted me to. Yes, and now I will dispose of you. And then, boom, gets fucking lasered to death. And you go, oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's off screen. So, I mean, that's probably not going to, come back at any, that's probably the meanest they're going to get in this Transformers film, I suppose. And then it cuts to Africa. We got lions, we got elephants, we got germs, and we have a big-ass fucking Mad Max truck, which is actually Megatron, who, since the second film has gone completely bonkers and now just speaks in his Aussie accent, which is great.
I wish we got to see more like Transformers takes on other countries. Like if they went to China, it would just be the Great Wall and a panda, like a little rice paddy. No, that'd be Vietnam. Sorry, but
there'd be exactly. It'd be the Great Wall. It'd be a guy in a rice hat. It'd be Bengal tigers.
There'd be the forbidden fucking city in the background.
And Megatron would be a rickshaw that was being pulled by Starscream.
The Terracotta Army would be like a million Transformers.
Yeah.
That'd be sick, though.
But yeah, Megatron's great because basically he lives in like a shanty. He basically built his own shanty town in Africa that is full of fucking goblins. One of which on IMDb, fucking IMDb X-ray, his name was Igor.
Oh yeah,
I was fully into that. Love him.
Love a little classical film reference.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this
and
is
Starscream is there as his big camp evil butler.
Master,
how are you doing today? And it just goes to Megatron, who, as Sweet said, half his head is missing, and it's full of fucking bugs that are trying to fix his brain that he's brushing away.
So I gotta talk about this because over the years, not actually watching Transformers, just hearing secondhand accounts, I don't get Starscream's deal.
Okay, so it's not really.
You know how we were talking about Othello earlier?
That's what I was thinking, though. I thought, in this film, he comes across more as a kiss-ass, whereas all I'd heard all along is that Starscream wants to replace Megatron.
Okay, so basically, they don't really touch upon it in the movies because,
it'd be too much character, I guess.
Yeah, no, like these movies, already don't really give the Transformers a lot of screen time. So, trying to fit in the whole, there's a running theory that people kind of think that Starscream, because it's kind of unclear because of how cutting. You know how in the first movie, how a bunch of jets are shooting at Megatrons?
Jetstream was one of them.
Yeah, that he's the one leading it, but that's kind of expanded media for the movies kind of implies that Starscream was looking for Megatron mostly because otherwise all the other Decepticons would just kill him. Yeah, because they want Megatron. So his idea was maybe to kill him, and some of them implies that he was. But yeah, it's mainly ancillary media. In this, he basically just becomes a sycophant.
Right.
Yeah, he's like a toady, which I guess.
So basically,
for a film like this,
they don't have
makes
time
sense.
to do his whole deal of being the Iago. So
Yeah, they don't have it they don't have the time for him to play like, yes, I'm the back schemer, I will betray you, because like if you genuinely want that, you're gonna have to watch like
you only have to watch years of Transformers to get it.
Really just watch anything G1, because that's probably the best Starscream. Like
fair enough.
But no, I'm a big. To be honest, like I thought you were going to mention the other thing, which is the fact that I don't. Michael Bay didn't invent this, but the man is a visual genius. Big robot wears a cape.
Yeah, no,
like
we all had a big
shroud.
talk about our favorite like robots and needless capes, which the one that I always think of is that fucking Halo 5 trailer where
Halo Guardians
yeah, it's
preview.
like you don't need to wear a cape. You're in a full body. Fuck it, who cares?
Yeah, but it's sick as fuck though, isn't it? It's cool. That sweet. How much better would Armored Core 6 would have been if you could have put like a little shroud or like cape?
it would have been fucking like somehow 10 times even better. Like
it wouldn't have been Game of the Year. It would have been Game of it would have been Game of 3 years.
Vanquish would have sold the most in its year if your robot suit could wear a cape.
If he wore a raincoat in Vanquish,
God, yeah, like
that would be
fucking
cool,
or like
yeah.
rags like that. Fuck yeah, no,
Yeah,
like
so they could billow around while you're jet streaming everywhere.
God, yeah, Vanquish 2. You should be punished Vanquish. So
But yeah, no,
I don't
like
know
there.
how, but-
no, you're not the first one. It's just something inherently cool of taking a giant fucking mech and then just strap fucking cloth on it.
Well, I've always thought about the fact that it's like, because they're sort of like knights in shining armor, and like a lot of knights had like little capes and stuff, didn't they?
Oh yeah.
So it's just similar thing. But if you put your hood up, that's even a robot with its hood up. Like, what? I don't care what it means. It's just cool as fuck. Which is that's what. Megatron has a hood up, like it's like, I don't want people to recognize me.
Yeah, no.
like 200 foot tall in the middle of the fucking Sahara Desert. Like, I don't want people to catch me.
I've got to stay incognito.
Wait a minute, he turned to the truck. Is that Optimus Prime?
Yeah, and which kind of ties us nicely around to so Laserbeak comes back and goes, Master, here's the skinny. The Transformers have now figured out that there's other Transformer shit on Earth, so they're going to start digging into that. Man, Megatron's like, fair point. Kill all the NASA scientists.
Yeah, just fucking.
Let's just cover this up. Just kill anyone who is involved in the space program, or either US or Soviet. Let's just cover this shit right up.
No loose ends. No.
Yeah, he literally says no loose ends when it then cuts to fucking Seven style murder montage of just a bunch of NASA guys getting killed very creepily by Laserbeak, including, and again, like, this is just Michael Bay feeling himself in regards to, I can fucking do this. Like, again, like, the guy got his start doing music videos and adverts where it was like, you had to tell a story in as quick as possible. It's like, do you know that the advert that got Michael Bay, like, into, like, the most famous thing he did that got him into films was, he did a film for the California Milk Board when, like, in the 90s, that Got Milk, like, that was the big...
yeah, that was the one that was kind of in that really big, weird apartment. Yeah.
And he did one about a guy who, like, the story, like, he was literally just a guy in his study, which was full of Thomas Jefferson stuff. And then it cuts to, and he's listening to the radio, and it's like, somebody can call in now and tell us, it was all Lincoln stuff, and then Lincoln's assassination. They were like, who assassinated Lincoln? And the guy's been eating a peanut butter sandwich, so he rings in and he's trying to say the answer, but he can't get anything out. And then it cuts to Got Milk, like being like, hey, if you've got a dry mouth, you should drink milk. Again, the way I've explained this through podcasting isn't that, it doesn't sound that exciting, but the thing is, like, so dynamic looking, like, of just the way they've built this set, the way they're using the camera, and, like, to just tell this literal 60-second story in this advert. And again, like, this little scene of just Laserbeak going around and just murdering fucking NASA, like, guys, is like, oh, this is like a really effective horror scene. And, like, this is the kind of ratcheting up that you want of oh, is this the dark chapter? Because, yeah, like, Decepticons are now just straight up killing human beings in
It
these
is something that,
films.
you said, which I didn't really think about until we were watching it, is the second film and the first film, like, you don't really get deaths of humans too much. You do get humans dying in the second film. Do you remember that robot that was, like, throwing saws at people or whatever? But it all feels...
Oh, that's in the first one on Air Force One, where he's shooting mini discs.
Yeah, but it all feels kind of
well.
detached and clinical, whereas this, it kind of leans in on, like, yeah, they're just murking guys. Like, this is senseless, non-stop
This is why
slaughter.
I have a theory. This is why I got a theory. I might as well just drop it here. But, like...
Yeah, all right, here we go.
I've noticed a lot of... because, obviously... When you're in the Transformers, like when you interact with Transformers fans, you're gonna interact with a lot of younger kids and stuff, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Because, like, not younger kids, like, a lot of what I'm meeting is, like, 20-year-olds or whatever. But, like, a lot of them are really nostalgic for this movie and calling it, like, amazing. Like, yeah, it's fun and stuff. But something I, watching it, realize now, this was... Like, you know how kids always have, like, they're really excited when they get to a movie they perceive is more mature than it actually is. And this is it. Yeah. This is like, oh, God, shit, people are killed. Transformers are fucking getting executed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is, like, the step up that you want in, like, any kind... Like, this is... I can't remember what... Like, it kind of a gateway film, but, like, this is the sort of film that you want that, essentially takes you from, like, childhood into adolescence, where... But then it does also do the kind of the weird neutered thing of it's doing that, but still within the framework of this is a film about real life toys, like, interacting with human beings, kind of. So it's like, I don't know, it's a bit of a strange... Because, like, again, like, I get evoking Empire Strikes Back, but even that never... Like, I mean, that's the dark chapter, but literally only because it ends on a dour note of everyone's just kind of at their lowest point, but, like, no one's dead at the end of, like, that, or, like, nothing particularly harrowing happens apart from, I guess, fucking Han Solo gets turned into a chocolate bar and fucking Luke Skywalker realizes, oh shit, I got 23 years of Father's Day cards I gotta buy, what the fuck. But, like, yeah, that's kind of it, versus this one where it's like the innocence is dead in a weird way, which is kind of weirdly reflected in the fact of, okay, Sam, you're no longer with your parents, and literally after the halfway point of the film, you never see his parents ever again. And also, yeah, you're not in school anymore. You no longer have Bumblebee. You're a man now. You have to go and get a job. Like, his outfit in the first film is just it's that Strokes t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Throughout this entire film, he's wearing a suit. Which I know is stupid, but it is kind of like, oh, you are now wearing the costume of an adult. So
it's funny as well because
like one.
Rather than doing, like, another coming of age story, it's him, like, grappling with, oh, I've got to find my place in the world, which is a funny continuation of a coming of age story, especially because those don't fucking result in anything. Or is like, okay, this didn't actually help me come of age. I actually just feel lost in the world and I can't settle into a job because turns out when I was with the Transformers, that's when I felt important. And he can't accept not being important anymore, which it's a bit egotistical and it's actually weirdly atypical, but it works for, like, a very odd... It's an odd place for this character to wind up in, but it is kind of at least compelling.
Yeah. Again, the first film is fucking Spielberg going, oh, the moment you get a car, you become a man because I'm a boomer and that's how that works. Well, this one is purely Gen X of, oh, you turn into your dad the moment you get behind an office, like, chair and, like, either you become an office drone or basically you have to make your own manhood.
Yeah,
and
no
one's going to hand it to you.
Oh yeah, no.
This funny thing as well with his character is, like, you get that office scene with John Malkovich where he just kind of walks out and goes, I'm not going to work here. I'm more important than this. I'm better than this. And it kind of comes off as a bit cocky. He's like, you're a bit up yourself. But you also get it because the framing of the scene is very much, this place dehumanizes people. You work here, you're not a person anymore. But then, as the film goes on, Sam is a lot more proactive in this one. And when he's, like, investigating into the Transformers and investigating the plot, he's super motivated. He's super on top of anything. It's like, he has already found his place in the world, and he's, like, he's actually doing stuff. He's effective. He's in his element, and there's a little bit of growth there. And it's like, okay.
And it does the thing that I usually hate in films, I like The Last Jedi, but it kind of has this issue of everyone's solving exactly the same problem, but like kind of they're taking the same steps and they all just kind of reach the same conclusion at the same time. So it's like, oh, so that was kind of a waste for everybody then. In this, he actually does get information that the government doesn't know, and the Transformers, like, he actually does like go ahead and say like, oh, hey, what you know isn't like, I have gone off and done this research, like you don't have a full picture, here's what it is. And he is like actively trying to fight to be like, I'm not the little kid from the first film, like I've put myself in danger to get this information to you, and does end up like, yeah, de-escalating a situation which could have been like far worse, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was genuinely stunned watching it. Like, wow, Sam Witwicky's a character now. You did it. You solved him in the third movie.
I mean, I guess why don't we get to that in regards to saying, so he gets this new job with Malkovich, and he goes, okay, I'm gonna go tell my girlfriend. Where does his girlfriend work? Well, she only works in a museum in Milwaukee, which I actually visited when I went there for my halls, which is exciting.
Did you meet Sam there?
I didn't know, but I did
you
meet.
See the statue? Did you see the Fonz statue?
No, we forgot to go see the. Oh, yeah, no, we didn't end up seeing the Fonz statue when we were in Milwaukee. Funnily enough,
there's a Fonz statue in Milwaukee.
Yeah, no, he's the most famous character to come out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh yeah.
Eventually, there will be a Rich Evans statue, which will be pretty good.
Yeah,
but,
Milwaukee's most shining citizen.
Yeah, but and that's where his girlfriend works, where it basically just seems to be like a museum to a bunch of cars, and he's like, oh, hey, I got this job and blah blah blah, and then King of the movie comes out, Dylan. Now, when he appeared on screen, I basically just said to Snake, anyways, here's Michael Bay, because yeah, the guy is basically Michael Bay if he was a character in this film.
He's also Dark Sam, basically.
Yeah, so that's the thing is, yeah, that's the kind of nice follow-on point from what we were talking about Sam becoming this full character of, like, they basically invent a villain in this film who is like a classic Dark Mirror style villain of, oh, he is exactly what the hero is, but even more than that, he's exactly what the hero could be.
He is
if he
Sam
goes down
if
a
he's
certain
sold out to that soulless corporate world.
More than that, and the Decepticons. Mm-hmm. He would be who Sam was if Sam. Basically, he's Sam from 2, where he's just a suck up to the Autobots. Yeah, where it's, I can't do anything on my own. You guys have to help me out, kind of thing.
Bumblebee.
Whereas in this one, he's like barely has any interactions with the Transformers, which is kind of interesting in some parts. But whereas with this guy who, like, we don't quite know that when we meet him, but like the guy's rich, he's handsome, he's successful, he looks a bit like Todd Howard, which is weird. He has a museum full of cars.
God, he does.
Yeah, he does. He fucking looks a ton like like Todd Howard. That car over there, you can drive it.
And he's pointing at Sam's girlfriend as he says that.
Yeah. Funnily enough, the reason that this guy is in this film, by the way, is that so Patrick Dempsey is the guy who plays him. Patrick Dempsey was cast by chance after bumping into Michael Bay at a Ferrari launch event in Los Angeles. Bay was still looking for someone to play Dylan and asked if Dempsey would accept the role. He agreed, mainly, quote, he was quoted, because he has never worked on a big budget movie. Bay then told him to come early on set the next day. So this guy was like, oh boy, I can get to do a film. Whereas Michael Bay is like, oh, this is the guy I see when I look in the mirror. I want him to be in my film.
And he's the biggest bell end ever.
Well, at least he's the biggest cock ever, both derogatory and like affectionate, because yeah, when he comes onto the screen, he is like in full big dick.
Oh, I thought you were going to say literally. Too.
Well, arguably.
In the X cut.
I will say, at least Michael Bay has a good sense of humor about himself.
Oh, well, that's why I think Michael Bay's the best director ever made, because he's happy poking fun at himself, which is what he does with this guy. Because, yeah, he owns this museum full of fucking cars and literally hired a woman called Carly to be his assistant, to which he then brings Sam over to an old-fashioned... It's not like a Model T. It's basically... So you had Model Ts for about 5 years until French people went, oh, why don't we make these things more aerodynamic? Because they're shit otherwise. So they just started adding like big metal curves to cars. And so like that's how you get those early kind of... not Buicks, but those kind of early car designs. And yeah, he brings Sam over and he goes, these things, a French guy designed them to be like the curves of a woman. And then in classic Michael Bay fashion, fucking is framed the car and Carly in the same frame, accentuating her curves. And it's like, this is
a genius at work. The French New Wave would see this and weep.
Truffaut has died again from this scene. He's now double dead. But again, I was about to call it moron filmmaking, but not as in like Michael Bay is a moron, as in like
a moron could
I get it. Like I watched this and it's like, yeah,
idiot-proof imagery.
You could show this to Fred and Barney, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I get it. I don't even know what a film is, but like I know." Yeah, you could show like the fucking film, the original Lumiere's film where people thought that the train was going to get them. You could show them this, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, a bit on the nose, isn't it? Come on." But yeah, and that's where Carly tells Sam, because Sam doesn't have Bumblebee anymore, he drives basically. Emasculated Bumblebee is kind of all I can really describe. It's like a jalopy.
In the interplay of cars and sex, like Sam's cock has fallen off.
Oh yeah,
Sam's cock is covered in rust and barely works.
Oh yeah, and he's gonna get cucked and like, ugh.
Well, he gets cucked all the time in this film. Like he goes outside because he got totally mogged by
like that is another element of Sam in this film, which is slightly believable, which is every single man who interacts with Carly, he turns into a cornered, threatened animal, like lashing out, like why are you talking? Which is another thing that makes their relationship unbelievable because Sam's a good character in this, except when he's interacting with his girlfriend, where it's like, why do you put up with this guy?
Where suddenly he turns into like fucking Jerry Lewis as the nutty professor.
It's like, I don't want to see you interacting with him. Why are you near him? Because he is like, this is a man's fear of being cucked. Yeah, which he is just making worse by acting the way he does.
Which again, perfect filmmaking by Michael Bay of just, I'm just going to cast myself as this guy who's going to cook Sam. Like
I said, fantastic. Carly must just be into that. Like she must be into that.
That is you applying a band-aid to this movie of she likes pathetic men because there's no danger there.
Yeah, no,
I don't know.
I think like that must be like it. She's like, or maybe she doesn't see it as a real relationship. I don't know.
Maybe
we got to understand Carly. What did they mean by this?
But they have a shot of the cooking wall where she goes, "Oh yeah, I'm his assistant," and they just show her at like every fucking sports event with this guy where he's wearing like a race suit, and she's dressed up like a Daytona, like she's dressed up like a babe from Cruising USA, like just all cleavage and leg on show, and Sam is just like, oh, like, and then he runs away. Tries to start his car and it doesn't work because his car's his penis and like he's being emasculated. And Carly basically says to him, "Oh, by the way, you know that job that you got with John Malkovich? Yeah, you only got that because my boss owns that company and I put in a good word for you." Oh no, she doesn't say that.
He did.
So he's trying to get the car started and he's kicking it. And so Michael Bay comes out and goes, "Hey, you can't treat your car like that. It's, it's like a beautiful woman. You got to give it a kiss."
Hey, buddy.
And then he leans in and says, "Oh, by the way, I hear you working for John Malkovich now. Yeah, that's my company. So I pulled the strings so you got a job. I did it for Carly, though, not for you. Fuck you."
Like just rubbing it in.
Yeah.
The way you leaned over the car, you kind of want this to do like Michaela's interaction shot. But it's just this guy, this fucking guy leaning over.
Honestly, when they said that the original idea for this film was that Megan Fox was going to work for this guy, I can't quite imagine that in my head.
No.
She has a bit too much like she would see him as being kind of slimy from the go, whereas
I think Carly comes off as just kind of naive for a lot of it.
Yeah, she's a bit of an airhead, which is partially down to the fact that she has an English accent, which as two English people on this podcast, she hasn't got one of the smart English accents. She's got the Bridget Jones.
Yeah, just kind of got the accent. Not people who are vapid, but they just kind of take life as it comes and don't really think about anything.
Oh, yeah, no, I went to Ghana during my gap year, and it was so interesting. Like one of those...
Yeah, like life just kind of happens at these people, and they never really take a moment to stop and think about any of it.
Yeah, no, that is this character, like, 10,000%, which...
I mean, maybe that's why she ended up with Sam. She's like, whatever, might as well.
Well, again, she saw Sam as a project to be...
she's... I will say, though, I do like the idea. He just comes out there to Sam's car, like, "Oh, sport, you need help winding up your dick?"
Hey, Sam, I hear your dick's not working. You want me to...
He should have been driving a
help
Model
out?
T Ford, so he could have got the crank, and it would have been like, yeah, this guy's jerking Sam around, do you get it? Whereas he starts this fucking Model T Ford.
Funnily enough, Rosie Hunter Wiley ended up getting the crank. That's when she's
You remember,
crank himself. So,
Sam, you gotta take a firm grip
I'm
around
now just
the
imagining
shaft.
I'm just now imagining the Michael Bay guy role if that was played by Jason. That would be such a weird film.
Yeah,
if that Statham in there.
Him just going like, they designed these cars to be like the curves of a woman.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking woman, done it. Look it. Like he's like got Sam's face like into the car, like look at it.
He's just jamming his nose up the tailpipe.
God. Which then cuts to Sam. Then, well, actually, so what happens after? Oh, so then we cut back to the Transformers and the G.I. Joe guys, and that's where we introduce. Just in case you've got that Michael Bay is a massive Coen Brothers guy. They've replaced John Turturro's character in this film with a new lady who's like the head of the NSA, who's played by Marge Gunderson from Fargo. It's what's her face? Oh God, what's the actress's name? She's also Darkman's girlfriend, which is the weirdest thing because she's not like who you would cast as like a damsel in distress in films. She's a bit too like smart for that, but. God. Frances McDormand.
There you go.
Yeah.
You bark up
That's
the
the
wrong
actress.
tree, hoping I will remember an actor's name.
No. I was hoping Swede might remember it.
No, I'm really bad at that.
Swede, you ever
doesn't
seen the
watch
Coens?
Fargo.
No, actually, might have. I don't remember.
You would like Racing Arizona, I think. That would be your favorite Coens, if I were to recommend one. You might like Fargo, though.
I like Fargo a lot.
Have you seen the original Fargo?
I have seen the original Fargo. I watched it after I watched season 1, mind, so kind of came at it in reverse.
Well, the pregnant police officer in Fargo, that is this actress.
Ah.
So. But yeah, she's in this film because Michael Bay loves the Coen Brothers, which is also why Malkovich is in it, because he's in Burn After Reading, I think. Yeah, or not. I can't totally remember. But anyway, so she turns up at Transformers base, and the Transformers are fucking... Optimus Prime is fucking mad.
Yeah.
He's like, how could you lie to me about you having Transformer stuff on Earth? And she said, hey, look, there's only like 4 people on Earth who know about this, and most of these guys are dead. But there is one guy who's totally alive. Camera cuts over, and who is in this film? Why is my favorite cameo? Buzz Aldrin, as in the actual fucking Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
and
we've
the
written
Transformers are all very respectful to him.
We've written some lore about the space landing. Do you mind coming along and smiling at the Transformers?
And again, I said this while we were watching it, but Buzz has got like perfect eye line. He reacts to the Transformers as if they're really there, which a lot of actors don't do. You know, like even Marvel actors who have done these films for like decades. You know, fucking Chris Pratt barely gets the eye line right when he's talking to Rocket Raccoon versus Buzz Aldrin. Nailed it.
I'm going to say
go.
this about Chris Pratt though, because I've seen a couple of films with him, and he just kind of looks dead-eyed a lot of the time. Anyway, he could be looking anywhere.
Oh, Chris Pratt literally looks like he's there because it's his job.
Oh yeah,
like you could tell him like, oh yeah, no, you're actually you work at a mall, and you clock. Like you could tell him, oh yeah, Star-Lord, you clock off at 6:00, and then half the film is just him like huffing and puffing like he's waiting to go home.
But yeah. Buzz Aldrin, it takes a lot of talent to be an astronaut, and maintaining an eye line was something that isn't there.
And you know what? Some might say Buz Aldrin, pretty good actor.
Man, it makes you think.
What does that mean, huh?
Yeah,
James, where are you going with this? I've got an uncle.
Where are we going?
I've got an uncle who's a moon truther, which is fucking weird.
Well, no, I go even more. I go even further than that. The moon. I don't actually believe in the moon.
Oh wow! You think it's a projection like the bat signal?
Yeah, no, it's fake. It's just a big stone in the air.
It's just a signal for Dracula to come out.
Snake, you know how you said keep an eye line with something that isn't there? Buz Aldrin is pretty good at that.
Yeah, it's almost like he was looking at something that didn't exist.
I see. And when they put out the big moon signal, that's a signal to flood Japan.
The big moon signal. I don't know why that's cracked me up. The big moon signal.
The big moon signal.
But yeah, anyways, Buz Aldrin turns up, doesn't say a single thing. He just looks at the Transformers and says thanks. And then Marge Gunderson's like, sorry, we did go to the moon in the 60s and there was something up there. Maybe you might find it interesting. Do you guys want to go to the moon? And so they do.
Do you think... wait, hang on. Sorry to interrupt, but do you think that at any point in the meetings they were pushing for, we need a scene where they try to assassinate Buz Aldrin because of his involvement, and everyone was like, absolutely fucking not.
Yeah, no, I think Bay probably, the guy who wrote this film didn't even float the idea because he knew that it would never God, fucking... Because have you ever seen the video of Buz Aldrin
punching a guy?
Truther? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine there just being a scene of just Buz Aldrin boxing laser?
That'd be sick, man.
That'd be so fucking raw. That'd be good.
He would fucking sell it too.
Yeah. You're saying he would sell it, huh? He would sell
the hell is this undercurrent going on here?
So they go to the moon, and that's where they find Sentinel Prime. Going back to Sam, then working in the cooking office with Malkovich.
Ready, steady, cuck over here.
Ready, steady, cook. He's put in the... Oh, so there's a joke that they established early on when he's working for Malkovich where he goes, so what we're on right now, this is the yellow floor. I only want to see the color yellow. And somebody brings in a red mug and they get fired for doing so. Oh no, it's the red floor. Everything on the floor is red, and she brings in a yellow cup, and she gets fired for it, and that's because all the pictures behind Malkovich are him wearing a red gi because he's really into kung fu. Like that's the joke with him, is that he's a big nerd. But
they cram karate. A movie's worth of jokes into this guy who's in 3 scenes.
Again, it's very like Edgar Wright is like people. Kiss his butt for like, oh, he's so visual, but it's like, no, he is praying at the altar of Bay. Bay does this on autopilot. He's king of movie making, which, you should be. Why is he not making more films? That's what I'm thinking after watching this.
Too expensive.
That's the main thing, yeah. But so Sam gets to work on the Yellow Office, which is introduced by one of his co-workers calling a Latino woman a hoochie mama, which I was like, Michael Bay back at it again. Can soon it.
He has to do a little release valve on these things.
On the race,
yeah. The producer
just release a little racism. Just take
please, just take the edge off. Just let me do a little racism.
Just a little racism, okay?
Come on,
But Sam's working on the yellow floor, but Carly has bought him red vines, and it's like, oh no, what's going to happen with that? Nothing happens with that. It just creates tension for no real reason. But then he's in a lift, and who else is in the lift? Well, it's funny Korean actor Ken Jeong, who was like basically at his absolute height during the late 2000s, early 2010s, which is when this came out.
I will say, what happens with his character did genuinely catch me off guard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Well, basically, I was going to say is Ken Jeong, if you know him, he was in Community, he was in, like, the Hangover films, which... Snake, did you ever see any of the Hangovers?
I tried to watch one, I didn't like it, I gave up very quick.
No, I genuinely, like...
I did not get how it was a phenomenon. I did not.
No, especially the first one. It's like, did I slip into another dimension? How is this like the biggest film in the world? Because it's not like, I mean, I guess it begins with the premise of it's just like the ultimate stupid guy movie. It's just like, whoa, look how great, there's a tiger in the bath kind of thing. But then the rest of the film is extremely boring. It's like, it's just basically Memento.
I think people were kind of caught off guard by, it's an anticlimax at the end of all of it, and like,
I guess
it's a shaggy dog story, but I don't know. Some films just catch the zeitgeist, and if you're not in it, you're just gonna go, "What the hell is everyone else seeing here?" And
I think like Galifianakis sort of like popped in that film because nobody had ever seen him before, and he's just like this odd hairy bear, he was a good ad in a lot of films, but again, he was just an indie guy. Like, you don't really put him in a lot of mainstream comedies, like you put him in small parts. But Ken Jeong like really blew up in those films, and basically got to run Hollywood for like a good few years. I want to say like his kind of thing is now just being replaced by Kevin Hart, like, because Ken Jeong you would put in like when like racist comedy was a thing in films, like during the like really early 2010s, like I hate to say like that was his meal ticket, but that was like a thing of, Asian guy funny, haha. What if an Asian guy like said black slang? Which, hey, he also does that in this film as well.
It's Rush Hour.
Oh, certainly, absolutely.
Then nothing is.
They don't go as far as Rush Hour, that's for sure.
Ooh, maybe that's the film I should throw out for movies. Like, is the Rush Hour.
Okay, let's carve out an hour for this one scene. Let's talk about this one bit,
this one joke.
But he corners Sam on a lift, and you see when one of the NASA guys. Yeah, when I talked about the NASA murder stuff, I didn't talk about the creepiest one, which is that Laserbeak disguises himself as like a pink bumblebee to talk to a little girl.
Oh yeah, no, that's just so fucked.
Yeah. It's genuinely upsetting, and then like terrorizes the mother and then kills the father while he's sitting. That was the thing that I was going to say, is that like, so in the previous two films, you do see the Decepticons kill humans, but they're like special service agents or soldiers. They're people with guns who can defend themselves. So it's kind of a bit like, okay, these are just like people in their houses, like just getting murdered in really upsetting ways. It's like, okay, that's very odd, which then kind of gets exaggerated as they go from there. But yeah, you do see a photo then of these NASA scientists all in a row, and then right at the end is Ken Jeong, and you go, okay, that's probably going to come back somehow, which it does immediately here, where he corners Sam in a lift. It's very odd to him, and he's like, I know who you are. I know that you know the Transformers. All of our NASA guys are like being killed off one by one, and I think you're probably going to be next as well. Let me give you all my paperwork about like, we know what's on the moon, and we've also been doing research on it. We know more than you do. Here's your paperwork, and like, that's kind of it. How did they end up in a toilet and they do like gay panic jokes?
Oh,
I can't remember how they ended up in a toilet.
They walk out in front of John Malkovich with their pants down. It's like, they were.
So he pulls his trousers down so he can give him his notes.
He basically the reason why they're in there, he basically just wants to isolate the place, and so he shoves Sam there.
Oh yeah, that's right. So he just shoves Sam in a cubicle. But yeah, then he goes out of the toilet with no pants on. Ken Jeong goes up to Malkovich, starts doing like rapper slang at him, and then leaves. And I was like, man, 2011, huh? You really could just make films about whatever you wanted.
You could do whatever. It was the Wild West.
You could not make this.
Genuinely was.
You could not make this movie today.
It's like Blazing Saddles.
They can't make this movie. Sweet, that's the problem. They already made this film. People would just be like, "Hey,"
people would just say, this is just Transformers: Dark of the Moon."
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I can't imagine anyone would sit down and go, "Hey, this is," because I don't know how many people saw this film, but
a lot. This is like the second highest grossing one.
Oh, actually, yeah. Isn't this like the most successful film in the Transformers franchise? Apart from the second one.
Yes, I think it is, yes.
Because the first one did well, and then the second one did really well off the steam of the first one. Mm-hmm. And then because the second one wasn't very good, it kind of like petered off, and so the third was like, I don't know. Yeah, no, I think the third was like the second highest grossing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then it kind of got more diminishing returns for each ones.
Yeah.
Like
So-
they still brought in a shit ton of money, but yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, they were still doing big money balling. But yeah, so I'm trying to remember then what happened. So Ken Jeong gives him the paperwork, and then
He goes to his
Sam.
he goes to his office. Sam reads
Oh yeah,
the
so
paper.
Sam has a look at the paperwork then, and he's like, "Oh, this is just way too much information. I'm going to go talk to Ken Jeong." Does he do that? I can't. Oh wait, is that the bit where Carly turns up with the red vines? I can't remember. No, it's not. That happened beforehand because yeah. Oh god, this does have the issue that all the other Transformers films have of like so much is happening like scene by scene. It's hard to kind of keep the balls juggling. And I will say as well, we're only like 30 minutes or 45 minutes into this film,
and we're at fucking we're at 2:40.
Oh yeah, no, we're nearly 3 hours into this podcast, so yeah, we still got a ways to go. So they go like, I might just streamline the scenes together then as I kind of remember them, which is so Ken Jeong is in his office and Sam goes in to try and like chat to him, but oh no, Ken Jeong's computer is actually Laserbeak. He managed to find his way into the office. And he's saying to Sam, "I'll get out of there. I don't want to talk to you." You know, blah blah blah. Like trying to, because he knows that if he says anything, Laserbeak is going to kill him. So he leaves, and then it's just him and Laserbeak, who was again like, I think this was partially why I liked him as well. Was that basically he kept turning into different flat panels. There was like a big 50-inch television in Ken Jeong's office that then just turned into a vulture, and I was like, oh. Cool effects. I quite like that. Which this guy's kind of based a little bit on. He's not one of Soundwave's guys, is he? Or is he?
Laserbeak is literally Soundwave's guy. Like,
oh, okay. He is Soundwave's guy then.
Like, Soundwave's iconic thing is that he has little cassette robots in his chest.
Yeah, and one of them's a panther. I remember that.
Yeah, that's Rabbit. And then he has like little dudes, Rumble and Frenzy. But Laserbeak is the iconic one. Like every time they do a new version, there's like, okay, he has to have his Laserbeak.
Yes.
I mean, it's in the name, so...
Yeah, exactly. You got to have it. But yeah, so he turns in... So he was a television. He turns back into a vulture. You think, oh no, Ken Jeong's going to die. Nope. He pulls out 2 silver pistols from nowhere because this film is 2010's wacky humor. They just threw in him having 2 guns. Didn't matter though, because Laserbeak basically pushes him into a computer chair and then pushes the chair out the fucking window.
Yeah,
it's very dumb, but I was quite swerved by it because I just thought with all of the tropes going on, it's like, they're setting up the comedy duo, they're going to partner up and he's going to be Sam's like wacky sidekick / handler, and then he just fucking gets just murked.
Oh yeah, and Merton like kind of a weird, like it's kind of like it's like he goes through 2 big planes of glass, and then it cuts to Malkovich having a meeting, being like, "Oh, well, numbers have gone down a bit this year," as Ken Jeong is like falling down the fucking window behind him.
Oh yes, but yes, Snake, that is the point. Sam doesn't have like a wacky sidekick character like he did in the last.
Not yet.
No,
he does eventually get one, but not yet.
I'm thinking more like the hacker guy from the second movie, or like his.
I can't even remember the hacker guy from the. Oh
no, he wasn't even.
Yeah,
hacker.
12. Yeah, don't you remember 12
it's
inches
coming
of
back
meat?
now, but that second movie is just so forgettable.
He wasn't even a hacker. He was literally just like.
No, he wasn't a hacker. He ran a website, which I guess is like your grandmother's thing of like, oh, he owns a computer, he must be a hacker. He runs a website.
Or from the first movie, his friend he ditched who's still sitting.
Oh yeah, that guy's still on it. Yeah,
tree.
you know what we were talking about? He has no friends anymore. Yeah, that guy's still in a tree somehow.
he got so annoyed with Sam, he went up that tree and never came down.
Yeah, he's Tarzan now. He lives on like squirrels and nuts. So yeah, Ken Jeong dies, and then fucking Malkovich goes to Sam and he's like, yeah, pretty sad what happened, but you know what? Opens the job at the company. And then that cuts over to the guy who says, This fax machine is exceedingly Japanese, and it's because it was Laserbeak all along. He then just starts fucking laser blasting.
Does that mean that Laserbeak is like exceedingly Japanese? What the hell does that mean? What's the implication?
He's based on a Japanese toy.
He is based on Japanese toy.
And this guy can read
vultures are Japanese, I guess.
I like to think this guy in his spare time was running like a fax machine YouTube channel, and he sees that and was genuinely appreciative. Oh, this is exceedingly Japanese.
Oh shit! Well, he's like the lock-picking lawyer describing stuff as exceedingly Japanese.
Yeah, but you know he's the fax machine guy.
This fax machine.
He's the guy who runs the channel.
Terrible.
Facts about facts.
I like that. Straight facts.
There we go.
Yeah, but just spelled FAX.
But
and we were talking earlier about this office looking like one from Mirror's Edge, and that's where Bay's fucking eye for action kicks in really well, because you do not lose a single bit of detail in the fact that this room is bright whites and yellows. Laserbeak is dark as fuck. So you can just perfectly track what is happening in this scene as he is chasing Sam about. So, pretty cool. I'm glad with that. And then somehow Sam manages to escape the office to his car, and then he drives to Transformers base, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, and he picks up his girlfriend on the way.
Yeah,
and
so
like,
he
hey,
can act
go to
insane in
Transformers
front
base.
of her for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he probably has my favorite Sam scene.
Yeah, because I remember you saying this when we were watching this. Like, it's like, Sam being his old Sammy's, panicky self, and I was like, yeah, but here's the thing: that's like the last time he does this, like in the rest of the film, apart from when he screams when he falls out of the car. But that's still kind of a cool shot. But we'll get to that when we
It's kind of semi-justified in that situation.
Sam should have had like a minute-long dialogue that like I can't stand this anymore. I've been having this whole day. While also I don't know throwing in.
He should have had a scene from Falling Down where.
Well, where he just pulls out a news and he's like, I don't care. It's 10:55. I want breakfast.
We're
Breakfast
rolling
stops at
prices
11.
back to 2007 when the first movie came out.
The thing that I hate most is rude people.
God. Oh my god!
Are we doing Falling Down on the pod? Are we going to do a Joel Schumacher series where we watch the two Batman films and Falling Down?
What a trilogy! That's a trilogy.
Yeah,
that is a trilogy. Oh, and you know what? We could chase it with Phone Booth. You ever seen Phone Booth?
Yeah, I liked Phone Booth.
I haven't actually watched Phone Booth.
Oh, sweet! Phone Booth's really good. It's like Colin Farrell's first like big breakout like role in the States as well. It's about getting a phone booth and he can't leave. It's pretty dense.
Ooh,
yeah, that's a show.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
Like, after Batman and Robin, they were like, oh, Joe Schumacher, you don't get to make real films anymore. Until he made Phone Booth, and they were like, oh, wow, you can actually make a good film on, like, a fucking ham sandwich budget. Okay,
Didn't he also make... Yeah, he made Lost Boys.
Yeah, that was, like, his first film in the States was Lost Boys. He also made a film called 8mm, which is, like... I don't think we'll ever watch that. It's basically about Nicolas Cage as a detective looking into whether a snuff film was real or not. And that was the film that he immediately made after Batman and Robin. And it's just like,
that concept kind of sounds up my alley. I like a weird kind of snuff filmy thing.
8mm was written by, it was meant to be like a follow-up to 7. It was written by Andrew Kevin Walker, who wrote that film. So, and yeah, I've heard it's good, but it's just pretty grim, which I guess makes sense from the writer of 7. So... But yeah, so Sam and Carly are in the Carly, and he drives to Transformers base, and they won't let him in. And he's like, "Oh fuck you! I'm gonna call my pal Bumble Friend."
Yeah.
And then Bumble Friend turns up, and he's like, "Look, I got this fucking Decepticon on my ass. I want to go talk to these guys, and I want to let them know what's going on."
That was something I noticed too watching this, and I had it in my back of my head. Like, as soon as Bumblebee came in, Sam instantly... Like, because he screams because he has no control, you know?
Yeah.
Then, as soon as Bumblebee shows up, he finally has someone he can fucking be in charge of because, you know, he can't...
Again, that is the magic of this film, is that, like, you know, that is the thesis of this film, is that if you want to have a big dick, you need somebody to boss about.
Yeah.
Dylan, biggest dick of them all, because he's bossing everybody about. That's why he's Michael Bay. Michael Bay, who is the ultimate biggest dick of them all, because he's bossing around everyone in the film.
Oh, yeah.
So,
But yeah, no, like Sam finally, like, because it's his car, and he's still paying off to his dad, humongous. And
Yeah, that's true. We don't see. Oh, we forgot to mention that when he's going for all of his job interviews, Hugh and Julie are there, and there's just a bit where his dad's like he's eating a New York City hot dog, and he's like, I got heartburn, but he has a big bottle of Pepto-Bismol next to him because I think that was Pepto was like an advertiser for that film. Probably.
Yeah, probably. But humongous also has stocks in it.
That's true, yeah. But anyway, so they let Sam into Transformers base, and that just happens to be at exactly the same time the Sentinel Prime got brought back to... Oh, yeah, so we forgot this. Not that it's much of an interesting scene. They go to the moon. Optimus and the yellow guy go to the moon. There's a couple of rovers on the moon. They find Sentinel, and he's like, oh, and Sentinel also has the bridging technology, which means that we can get back to Cybertron if we want to. Good. Let's bring him back to Earth so we can, like, reboot him, which is what they do. So Sam is there when they reboot Sentinel Prime, who's played by Leonard Nimoy, who played Galvatron in the original series?
Yes, Leonard Nimoy played Galvatron in the original movie. Just the movie.
Oh, yes, in the original film, that's right. But Leonard Nimoy also famously Mr. Spock on Star Trek, which is, they make a reference to that right at the beginning of the film, where he, in Sam's apartment, he just has a television on, and it's an episode of Star Trek where they're in the mirror universe, so it's just Spock with a beard. Funnily enough, Sentinel Prime also has a beard. Wonder what that means. But also, and the thing that I told you and Snake while we were watching it, which is that Leonard Nimoy's wife, Susan Nimoy, is Michael Bay's cousin. So it's like, okay, like, not to speak to nepotism or anything like that, but I wonder whether that was part of how he might have got his start in the film industry. Is, I don't know, connections through Nimoy. Who's to say? I think I mentioned that fact when we were talking about the first one, because there's a bunch of scenes where they're at the Griffith Observatory, which was owned by Nimoy and his wife. So,
I don't remember that fact. So
no,
So Nimoy and his wife, they raised the funding to build the fucking Griffith Observatory. So. Yeah, that's why it features prominently in the first Transformers film, because Susan Nimoy is Michael Bay's cousin. So yeah. But yeah, Leonard Nimoy's in this, and he's woken up from his stupor and he's angry, but then Optimus Prime is like, hey, don't worry about it, it's fine. Where's Cybertron? Oh, that's dead. But don't worry, we're on Earth now, and Earth is great. In fact, I'm gonna show you a sunset later, and that's gonna convince you that Earth is worth fighting.
Oh, like Sentinel Prime wakes up and he's immediately like fighting. He's mental off of the bat.
Yeah, he's big hostile right off the bat. But
comes in aggro.
Yeah, no, he manages to calm him down, and Sam sees that Sentinel Prime is now a thing, which I don't know. How does he then? Oh, does he talk to Marge Gunderson and she's just like, yeah, we're not investigating this. We don't care. Like, whatever. If you want to investigate, you do it on your own time, sort of thing, or what? I can't remember.
I'm more curious.
Because when does he decide to go and meet with Totoro?
I can't remember.
He does it when he's basically kicked out of Transformers HQ.
When he's kicked out of Transformers base.
Basically, it does seem like the US government is just trying to wash its hands of the whole Transformers thing. Like, they don't want anything to do with them. Like, get out of here. And Optimus was like, you sure you want us gone? Because that could have some repercussions.
That's true, yeah.
But I was more curious just now they've got Sentinel Prime and Optimus Prime. Sweet, can you explain, like, what's the whole deal with primes to me?
Okay, so basically it kind of depends on the continuity. In the original series, Prime was literally just Optimus Prime's surname because, he's meant to be Optimus 1. But they evolved it into basically being like a Prime, a rank. Basically, leader of the Autobots gets primed. Like, this was the first example when the Autobot Hot Rod became... just thinking...
Rodimus Prime.
Yeah, Rodimus Prime. I was just thinking, it's a silly name. Hot Rod, Rodimus Prime. But like in the comics, they in the comics they introduced Sentinel Prime, who was Optimus's previous, the previous leader.
Yeah.
In the movie universe, it's kind of implied that it's meant to be like a fucking weird family line because the last of the primes.
It's more like blood relatives. So she would go, well, they're robots. They don't have blood. Oh.
So it's not like you're not like built a prime. You earn that rank.
In this one, you're apparently meant to be.
So that's the weird thing in this one is that they've changed it from you gain the rank of prime, like kind of like a military honorific or whatever.
Yeah.
No, your prime is a lineage.
And this
was
like
hemlocks basically.
And Hasbro was really into the idea at the time. In fact,
it's very. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Because they were so riding high so high on these movies doing well, they wanted to make they made a production Bible. that this production Bible was gonna meant to be like the basis that all future Transformers series was gonna use, like unified lore. And in it they talk about their creation god Primus made the first 13 primes, but one of them is forgotten by time. Basically, they made Optimus Prime Space Jesus.
Pretty cool. Really neat.
It's so dumb.
But especially if they're basing this on the movie incarnation, where it seems that Optimus Prime is anything but Jesus-like.
Yeah, no.
Well, I was also going to say, this was a weird trend in like media properties and films at the time of like... Do you remember the Amazing Spider-Man films where it turned out that basically he was the only person who had the genealogy to make him Spider-Man. Like, it was no longer a freak accident thing. It was, your dad was actually a scientist who, like, kind of gave himself the basis of the Spider-Man genes, and that's why you're the only person who, basically, it's your family bloodline that you could be Spider-Man. I mean, Anakin Skywalker's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Like, when
people, they like a chosen one narrative, and that I don't know. I'm not a fan of chosen one narratives, honestly.
No, I find it flattens like story. It just takes spontaneity out. Like, I think you can do it, and you can kind of like, if you fuck around with it a bit, like you can do something interesting with like a quote chosen one, or like it's in the blood style narrative. But like, it just makes the world feel smaller. Like
any like kind of narrative tool can be used. Well, it's just. With a chosen one narrative, you kind of have to work harder for me, because it's like, it deflates the narrative stakes immediately if you're saying this guy's the chosen one. I'd say Anakin's a good version of that, because I'm not even a prequel guy, but I just like, the idea that it kind of gets turned on its head because no one quite understood what chosen one really meant.
That's the interesting thing about the prequels, is that basically it's a darkened version of the chosen one narrative, of that they all assumed, he's the chosen one, he's going to be Jedi Jesus, and then it fucking turns against them because that's the problem with the Jedis, they're inflexible.
It comes around in the end, but they all had the wrong idea because they were just so set in their ways.
Versus Sheev won because he was the most flexible. Like, he basically just kept changing his plans to benefit him. So, base Sheev. And then in the final film in the Star Wars series, it was actually, I built a bunch of spaceships in the background. I was busy.
I think it is a personal preference for me, and it's something that I have heard later films get into, which is really dumb about. Well, the second one does it with Sam, where they say, "Hey Sam, you're the chosen leader." It's like, fuck off. That's the dumbest shit.
No, and again, like, isn't this film like an interesting kind of, again, like with the primes, it's weird blood purity stuff, and that's part of like why. Like, the kind of the message of the film is that kind of the Transformers aren't really compatible with Earth. They have to transform into a different fit to be on Earth, versus you literally cannot bring Cybertron to Earth. It's incompatible. And again, like, he kind of proves it with this, where it's like Sentinel is like, I want to conserve the old ways, versus like Optimus is like, no, we have to adapt.
And meanwhile, Sam, he can't transform. He has to find his own way in the world.
Well, no, Sam very much does. He goes from being, my car's going to make me a man, into, no, I'm going to go talk to Russian guys because I'm the big dick.
Well, that's more getting at is like, the start of the film is trying to crush him into he's going to be in this work environment where he's like, he wants to find his own place. No, he wants to be him. He doesn't want to transform into a drone. He wants to.
Yeah. Well, he gets a job at a company because he feels like that's what he has to do.
Yeah.
Versus, no, I want to be Big Dick G. And he does become Big Dick G by the end of the film.
Yeah, and Sam does it also because he's so fucking insecure about his
tiny penis.
Yeah, like his girlfriend's gonna get taken away from him.
Again, we were talking about Freud and Jung earlier, and this film is leaning more Freud than it is on Jung.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Sam isn't putting on a mask; he's just scared about his cock.
Yeah, he's scared about how tiny his dick is versus Dylan, who's got the biggest one of them all. But then that came from making deals with the devil, as we find out later.
His dick was too big. He trod on it and tripped over it.
Is that what them? is that what the devil went down to George is actually about?
Yeah, is the devil tripping over his own giant cock?
With the devil. I make myself laugh sometimes with stupid shit. But Sam's like, I'm going to go investigate this shit myself because nobody else seems to want to. Again, Sam being misoperative is like, I'm going to figure this out. And there's only one person I know who knows more about space stuff than Marge Gunderson seems to. And that's John Turturro. Now, what's John Turturro been up to since the last film? Well, in the first one, he was working for Sector 7, where he was like a government spook guy, but he had a bit of hot sauce to him. In the second one, he got fired and was working in a deli for a minute, which was like, okay, fair enough. And then joined them on the adventure to go to Egypt. But in this one, he sold his story as a book and has become a millionaire somehow.
He's getting interviewed on Fox.
Yeah, he's been interviewed on the O'Reilly Factor by 2000s throwback. Do it live, for fuck's sake, Bill O'Reilly.
It'd be God, and we were just joking, watching who would it be nowadays?
Well, yeah, if this was 2 years ago, it would have been Tucker, but at this point, I don't, Jake Tapper or something, maybe, I don't know, but
who knows?
It'd be Alex Jones. No, I suppose at this point, it'd be Alex Jones.
That's what I was hoping. Alex Jones would have been so fucking funny for this.
God. Or again, kind of going to right-wing crankery. Maybe it would be Tucker, but it'd be on fucking Twitter.
Oh, no, he would be.
And the interview wouldn't, the fucking Twitter interview would just keep cutting out. Elon's just look at that.
You know what he would be? He would be on the Rogan podcast.
Oh yeah, 10 million% this guy would have went on Rogan.
Wow, so you're telling me robots are out there.
Wow. So how big were these guys' balls, would you say? Oh, they were big. Oh, I was right underneath them. They were big.
Right underneath that scrotum.
How big are we talking here?
Wrecking balls size.
You think the Transformers have ever done DMT? Yeah, well, that would have been a good interview. But he's been interviewed by O'Reilly, and he's in a mansion where he has an old man butler who just carries a hammer around, and we're like, okay, what's this guy's deal? Oh, we never see him ever again.
I think Bay was just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, Bay was just like, this guy's interesting.
Let's imply a lot of character right here. You'll never know.
Let's do some serious world building here. And then he also has a manservant who's played by fucking Alan Tudyk, who is a American character actor. The thing I told Swede that he would know him for is that he plays the funny robot in Rogue One, who's like, all you humans are made out of me, LOL.
And fun fact, he is currently voicing Optimus Prime in the current running animated series.
Also, he's the voice of the Joker and Clayface on the Harley Quinn cartoon show. So,
he is.
Yeah. He says that when he found out that Batman was Bruce Wayne, he got annoyed because he bought an electric car from Bruce and it never turned up.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. But yeah, he's playing a Dutch man called Dutch, and he's doing big camp acting, telling people get away, move away, kind of thing. But then, he's getting a phone call. John Turturro, and it's Sam, and Sam's like, I need to talk to you off the books. So he runs a computer program that scrambles the phone number, and he's like, all right, let's have a chat. I got all these notes from Ken Jeong about what happened on the moon. Can you come help me out? He does come and help him out by coming to his apartment, and this is the last time we see Malkovich, because Bumblebee is there for some reason in the apartment, and he's like shadowboxing with Malkovich, and Alan, and then the other two guys are just like, oh yeah, no, so Soviets tried to go to the moon, but then they didn't.
They're
so
just doing bit comedy in the background where his character disappears. It's like this weird scene where it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, no, like he's on the floor like a puppy, like kind of hovering about.
Yeah, he's like, what is going on with this character? And then it's like, oh, Bay just got bored of writing him. He's out. Well, not Bay didn't write, but
no, he like the last thing he said was, "Thanks for letting me meet a Transformer," and then boom, he's out of the film.
I guess he fulfilled his dream, and then he's out.
Yeah, he's done so. Oh, Sam says to Carly, "You're in danger," and she's like, "I'm going to go work for my boss. I'm going to my boss's dinner party at Bruce Wayne's mansion." He's like, "Don't go to the mansion." She's like, "Sam, you're stifling me. I'm breaking up with you." And so like that, and they just throw that in for like a scene of like, okay, so Carly's going to be out of the film for half an hour. Don't worry about it. But yeah, they figure out Russian cosmonauts might have some more information about what happened on the moon, on the dark side of the moon. So
the dark side.
And they go and infiltrate a Russian bar. One of the Russian guys is played by Rent from Spider-Man 2 and 3.
Yes.
I don't know what the actor's real name is, but we know him as Rent.
I mean, we were joking while we were watching it. We were joking that...
Yeah, well, we were saying that because he lives in, like, Peter Parker's, like, fucking apartment from a Spider-Man film, so we were just waiting for Rent to turn up. And then he literally did.
This is why this movie is amazing, people.
Yeah, and again, all the shit that happens in this Russian, like, literally, like, fucking... So Carly just storms off, and then John Turturro appears dressed like Neo from The Matrix, and he's like, women, eh? Am I right? You gotta fly solo if you want to save the day, Sam. I learned that the hard way, kind of thing. So they go to this Russian bar where fucking...
Oh, is this where Sam starts seeing that maybe I don't have to be the total hero?
Yeah,
he sees a depressed a weird old man being sad, and he's like, "Oh,
you said, you know what? You're the master Volcel. I'm going to be your apprentice. Let's see how we go from here." Turturro goes to the door, knocks, and says, "I can't like das vidaya or whatever." And the Russian guy says, "That's Russian for goodbye," and closes the door. Then he knocks the door again and hands him money, and they let him in.
The universal language.
The universal language. And then we just get a scene of just comedy tension in a Russian bar where they're trying to like get information out of these guys. The Ruskies start pulling guns. Alan Tudyk's Dutch like butler guy just starts doing like gun carset and pulls all the guns from them and then puts the guns down. And then Sam's like, too much hijinks is happening. I'm going to be the big Dick G. Tell me the information I need to know. And to some extent, they basically explain to him, oh, so yeah, Sentinel Prime's he's a bad egg. Don't trust him, basically. Like that's kind of the information they give him, right?
What I remember, basically, like he's kind of like, or something about the Decepticons. I honestly don't remember. It's a bit hazy, this specific part.
Yeah, okay, so according to Wikipedia, so they go to the cosmonauts and they give them a bunch of photos, and the photos basically reveal the pillars that they found on the spaceship, which they could use to build a teleporter to go back to Cybertron. There was like hundreds of them on the moon. And he was like, oh, that's not like to build a small teleport. That's to build like a fucking enormous teleport. What's up with that? And so he thinks that, well, this is obviously related to Sentinel. Why does Sentinel want fucking hundreds of teleporters? This seems odd. Meanwhile, so let's go back to Transformers base and see how we got on. While they're driving back to Transformers base, oh no, they get attacked by dreadlock robots.
Oh yeah, the dreads.
The dreads, and they're called the dreads because they're literally fucking Decepticons with dreads.
Yeah, it's great.
This action scene, they reused like road shots from the Michael Bay film The Island, just to keep low on that kind of cost stuff. But
I might as well drop it now. There's a fun little fucking thing, the little trivia thing. So
yeah,
on the movie set, the Bumblebee car actually had an accident where it slammed into a police car.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and the police car was kind of like the same shape as the Dread's alternate mode. So what did the fucking toy makers at Hasbro go? They were like, "Fuck it, this is gonna be a special box set." So they made.
Oh, excellent! So this is the toy of fucking Bumblebee rear-ending a police car.
Oh yeah,
that's great.
I mean, it's basically like you get Bumblebee, you get Ironhide, and you get the Dreads in like.
Oh, it's a Toys R Us exclusive as well. That's exciting.
But yeah, you get the Dreads like in the
Toys
representing
R Us
the
says
cops.
T-bone the cops.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get like one of the Dreads representing the car that Bumblebee bumped into, and even the Bumblebee car is colored like the front end is not deformed, but it's colored like he's crashed into something, and it's great.
That's pretty good.
That's like for the toy line that I just remembered.
Also, I've just noticed that it's called the fucking account's called Ass Moments in Transformers History Ass Transformers.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty fun one. It just takes the piss out of those moments.
So as they were trying to get back to Transformers base, they get attacked by Decepticons who are obviously trying to stop them from getting back to Transformers base. And that was the cool action shot that Snake mentioned earlier of so to kind of like explain it bit by bit is that so Totoro and Dutch's car get swiped off the road, which unfortunately means that John Turturro will be in a wheelchair for the rest of the film in a big cast on his leg.
Yeah, and that reminds me something about this movie. I think it's something I also realized watching it. It utilizes its extended cast way better. It's like you don't jump as much between them.
No, because you only see the military guys kind of at the beginning and then during the big battle stuff at the end where it's integrated with Sam. You mostly see the side characters in relation to, well, what's Sam up to?
That's the thing about it, generally, that the first two movies had a very similar structure where the first hour is we do a coming-of-age story, it kind of meanders, and then the Transformers stuff just kind of overrides it, so it doesn't really feel like it goes anywhere, as this, all of Sam's stuff kind of cleanly integrates into the larger narrative and gives him something to do. It's like, oh, okay, it's a cleaner structure than the first two films.
Mm-hmm. He's more he's not a reactive protagonist like he was in the first one. He is like actively proactive in this. Like he is going out of his way to do stuff, and that is all the stuff that they are shooting. Like that is the. And again, I wonder whether it's a budget thing of just like, well, yeah, we could have a scene with $1 million robots, or we could have a scene where we go to a Russian bar and we get to do like, character acting. It's like, yeah, okay, let's do that. That is something to break up the film. That is interesting, There's even like shots in this where, I mean, it's all kind of practical effects and they're all done like super well. Not this though, which is an all digital effect, which is basically Bumblebee ramps something and Sam. How does Sam like get thrown out of the car? I can't remember.
Oh no, you like the. Where are we now? We're
on the bridge, and he's about to get off the bridge, basically.
Don't fucking remember.
Yeah, but basically the shot is in slow motion.
Oh,
Sam is flying through the air.
Oh no, yeah, because Bumblebee transforms midair.
Okay, but he's not in. Oh no, he's not in Bumblebee at the time. His car crashes.
Bumblebee like kind of forms around and catches him.
Yeah,
it's while he's just
really cleverly done.
Ejected while being chased by the Dreads.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I do.
And then he does a big scream because you would scream while you're flying through the air.
Yeah, because he thought you were going to die. But like, it's very obviously CG because it has to be. But yeah, it's just very cleverly done. Just like slow mo. integrated super well. ILM firing on all cylinders again. Good job.
The other thing is, we talked about it with like the second film just looked a lot flatter and it was way less impressive with the Transformers. And I think I said in that podcast, maybe we're just not as impressed because it's the second go around. And you watch this and it's impressive again. It's like, no, the second film was lacking some depth. It was lacking some juice. Whereas this, not quite as good as the first film, but a lot better than the second in like, oh, these Transformers, they have weight and they integrate into the environment. And it's like, that's the magic of good CGI.
The first one has a lot of like way more CGI magic moments in it, which would make sense. But this one has like a couple of cool... It's mostly how it's integrated, which is more impressive. Like, especially... Like, it's hopping ahead, but I'm thinking of like the Halo jump sequence at the end of the film, where like they've integrated those guys parachuting in with Transformers stuff is like pretty. Oh, even just when they're in the building and it's getting like squeezed in half.
That's my favorite sequence from the film is like the hanging building sequence is like, hey, this is a good film set piece because like. You even watching this outside of a Transformers thing, it's like exciting action. You got the sense of scale and height, and it's like, oh man, that's crazy.
It's really impressively done.
Yeah,
and so Sam manages to get back to Transformers base, and unfortunately, it's exactly at the same time when Sentinel is also there. And before Sam can open his mouth and say, "Hey, Sentinel, why have you got so many teleporters?" We don't think that's immediately sus, but we just want to ask a question. This is literally the halfway point of the film. Fucking Sentinel Prime goes, no, I'm evil all along, and kills Ironhide.
Yeah, and it's just he kills him execution style. It's fucking dark
with a rust gun. Yeah, and you see him disintegrate.
It's like, damn, that would fuck up a child just watching this guy fucking turn to rust and disappear.
And then, like I said, like that was like something like I've noticed with people that I've talked with people that grew up with this. Like this is 100% like one of those scenes like. Ironhide was my guy, and he fucking died.
Didn't even die in like a blaze of glory. Just got betrayed and shot in the fucking back. And it's like, damn, fuck.
And this is because Sentinel said, I came to Earth and I thought, well, we have to save Cybertron, but the only way that we're going to do that is by turning this into a new Cybertron. And if I'm going to do that, I had to cut a deal with Megatron. And the moment he says Megatron, that's when the music sting kicks in of, oh, I know who that guy is. He's evil. He was dressed in a cape earlier and eating elephants. That shit sucks. Oh, no. So Sam and Bumblebee run away after that. And it's like, oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. And then, Sentinel just starts, like, murking guys, like, left and right. It's pretty fucked. So.
You hit the halfway mark and everything's going fucking mental.
Oh yeah,
but they do add a tiny bit of levity at one point, which is that Sentinel, Starscream, and Megatron are just in the White House. They're on the fucking Capitol lawn. You can see the white pillar behind. What is that called? The big pillar.
Oh, the Washington Monument.
Yeah, you just see the Washington Monument behind them. And Sentinel's just like, we gotta start building these teleporters, bud. We gotta get the Transformers here. And fucking Starscream and Megatron are like, we will do that, but there's a really funny photo opportunity. Like,
there. Yeah, fucking, and this is specifically taken from one of the D1 episodes, but
it's like one of the most famous gifs out of like if you haven't seen G1 Transformers, you have seen this gif of Megatron goes up to the Abraham Lincoln statue on the fucking national lawn. And he's basically like, you know what? If we're going to make Cybertron work, we have to have a shitload of human slaves. How can I make the most visual metaphor for that? Oh, I know. And then he just blows up Abraham Lincoln with a shotgun and then sits in his chair while fucking Starscream is like mewling over him.
Yes, and it's
so good. Did you like the bit where he sat in Abraham Lincoln's chair, Snake?
I did. I very much enjoyed that. I mean, I did have to have Sweet tell me, this is a callback, but The visual language is very on the nose.
Oh yeah, no, it's
And the funniest thing is that IMDb trivia basically said, like, this is a callback to something that happened in G1. Also, it could be read as the fact that Abraham Lincoln signed the Declaration Proclamation, which freed all the slaves, whereas Megatron wants to unfree all the slaves.
That's putting it lightly.
But yeah, he wants it. Megatron wants white slaves.
He wants everyone to be a slave. He wants equality in his slaves.
Then again, Megatron does say boy a lot.
That is true. Yeah, which is pretty sus. So the Decepticons are currently winning because they build new teleporters, and that brings all the evil robots that lived on the moon to Earth. And you get a bunch of chaos happening. The Transformers are trying to like fight this back as much as can. Basically, Optimus is just getting clowned on at this point. Like, Sentinel's like, yeah, there's more of us than there is of you, but fuck off.
He lost his mentor. Everything is just.
He lost Ironhide, his pal.
Yeah.
He's not good.
He's weapon specialist.
Meanwhile, Sam is like, you know what? I should go and see what Carly's up to because I don't want her being.
Oh yeah, at this point she's dumped him.
She has dumped him, but he's like, yeah, but she might still be in danger, so I'm gonna go see her. So he drives to the Batman mansion where Dylan is, and Dylan's having his party, and Carly's there, and she's like, you know, this is good. I hope Sam doesn't turn up. Ah, shit, that's exactly what happened. Sam's just like, hey, listen, we gotta go, all right? Like, shit's popping off. Dylan, you don't need to know about this because you're just a normie. And as they're leaving, like,
actually, Sam, like, I am not a normie.
Yeah, he's like, hey, lots of bad things can happen. You know, like what happened on the moon in the 60s? And Sam's just like, wait, what the fuck? Tries to escape in one of his cars. Oh, the car was actually a Decepticon. Dylan comes. There's like a bunch. It's like a what's his face? It's like a Neil Breen movie. There's just like a bunch of old, like fucking rich people at this party, seeing terrifying like alien robot shit happening, and it's just like, oh, another Saturday, is it, Dylan? Oh, I'll see you next week.
Those robots have caught the proletariat again.
Oh no, one of those verses.
Roll the pro.
Yeah. And Dylan's just like, okay, sweet cheeks, here's how it works, okay? My dad in the 1960s, he got a deal with Laserbeak and Megatron. So they would help, so my dad basically bought NASA or whatever the fuck it is. And yeah, basically privatized aerospace. So he is Elon Musk in a weird way. And he's basically like, yeah, I've been working with the Decepticons for fucking years. That's why we're like a powerhouse in the United States. And yeah, I want to keep things exactly that way. And Sam's like, yeah, but what if they take over Earth? And he's like, I don't give a shit. If they take over Earth, I'm going to be top dog. They'll probably make me like the manager of human slaves. That's fine by me. So, Carly is then caught in a car, which then produces tentacles for some weird reason, but fair enough. And Dylan's like, hey, do you want her to die? And so it's like, no, not particularly. Okay, well, I need you to do something really funny. And so basically Dylan's wristwatch, literally like, yo, Sam, I got my whole life on my wrist right now, but now it's on your wrist because it's also a Decepticon. He puts the evil Decepticon watch on Sam and basically says, right, I need you to go and get rid of your parts, otherwise this watch is going to kill you, okay?
You can't tell them anything because
we will watch everything you do. Go get us deets.
Yeah, you gotta figure the shit out. And if you like even intonate to Optimus Prime what you're up to, you're dead, pal. And Carly's also dead. So I'm just like, oh shit, that sucks.
I'm kind of snookered here.
And he says this is Sam, who's currently like lying on the floor in pain, shitting himself.
Yeah, no, he has. He's got the evil. Yeah, literally, Dylan's. Yo, I got my whole life on your wrist. Like literally, yeah. That fucking watch is killing him as he's saying all this. But yeah, so Sam goes to Transformers base at that point, and basically he's like doing big mugging, like he's like rolling around on the floor and shit because the watch is hurting him. And he basically goes to Francis McDormand and says, I have an idea. What if to get the Decepticons to stop doing what they're doing, what if we sent all the Autobots away? And she's like, okay, that's not a bad idea, but I don't know how we're going to do that because like we haven't got a spaceship or anything. She goes, well, actually, we do.
We have a big spaceship that can carry Transformers.
We've got the biggest fucking spaceship gun. They cut to Cape Canaveral down in Florida, and boom, there's a Saturn V rocket which has a fucking kid's toy spaceship stapled to it, which, oh yeah, you know, we just have this Transformers spaceship. Yeah, sorry we didn't mention we had this as well. LOL. And so basically, yeah, the film reaches its second act kind of sad point of all the Autobots get on the Saturn V rocket, including Bumblebee, who's like, oh, sorry, Sam, I love you, but I'll never see you ever again. And Optimus Prime being like, hey, you know, at the end of the day, we just want to make sure the humans are safe. And if this is the only way to ensure that, then we'll go back to, I don't know, fucking, we'll go live on Mars or whatever, wherever the fuck this rocket's going to go to. I don't know.
Yeah, David Bowie was like singing its praises. We'll check out Life on Mars.
Yeah, we'll see what Life of Mars is like. And if that doesn't work, maybe we'll go live on the moon to see what you guys are up to from not too far away. So they all get onto the spaceship. The spaceship goes up, and Sam gives Dylan a ring and says, all right, I've done it. And he's like, okay, good. I just had to make sure.
Wasn't it also the case that like they were like, oh, figure out what their plans is, but Optimus Prime just says there's no plan to come back, basically just just plays the biggest game on him.
But basically Optimus Prime just says to him, yeah, no, this is like, there is no saving the day on this. Like, literally, we have to leave.
Yeah, no, like
because he's a robot, he couldn't wink.
Yeah,
so, you know, not to spoil anything or whatever.
I mean, well, spoilers: Optimus Prime doesn't die again.
well, yeah, but I want to get to that because that's when the film takes its darkest turn. But so the spaceship goes up and he rings Dylan and he says, oh yeah, they're all gone. He was like, oh yeah, no, don't worry, they're going to be gone. But the fucking Starscream then flies in, shoots the Saturn rocket and blows the entire thing up.
Wow, he must be
all the Transformers are dead. Everyone's big dead.
Fucking rip Autobots.
Fucking rip every single Autobot on Earth, which seems to only be like 8 of them.
Yeah,
like
only 8 Autobots. Some ways, like, man, there's a lot more Decepticons than there are Autobots. There's like
hundreds of Decepticons and only like 8 Autobots. It's like, not a winning war here, guys.
Yeah, no, it's like one of those things. Like, yeah, it's weird. Also, you skipped over your favorite Transformer in this movie.
Oh, is this the one that's voiced by John DiMaggio and he has a Target logo on
and has the worst accent? Or is that another Russian?
No, that's the other one who has the world's worst Scottish accent.
No, that's him.
Never mind.
Atrocious, the worst Scottish accent ever put to film.
I mean, they don't have Scotland on Cybertron, but they do get a lot.
I guess it's an accurate Cybertronian Scottish accent.
Yeah, they can't stop watching Lemmy play Belatro.
Oh, that reminds me.
I mean, I want to see the Transformers version of, Nesbit. That'd be mad.
Oh,
that's an alcoholic robot who's incomprehensible.
I mean, that reminds me of fucking Transformers is where they gave one of the characters a Scottish, like, Aussie accent. But
fucking Megatron, because it's Hugo Weaving. Like, he occasionally just forgets that he's playing, like, well, he's not doing Mr. Anderson, is he? Well, Agent Smith. He's doing a monster voice like this. Yeah. But then sometimes it does just go into, oh, he's a fucking buggo, isn't he? He's a fucking cunt. And it's like, oh, you can't say cunt. You're not.
That word doesn't exist on Cybertron.
Yeah, we don't have this.
You call them clankers.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking
call them
clanker.
slags.
Yeah, call him. He's a fucking slag, he is. And it's like, no, you can't say that, Hugo Weaving. Cut that out. I can't remember how we got onto this fact, but yeah, no, all the Autobots are fucking dead. And if you think that was sad, they then cut to Sentinel Prime and Megatron and Starscream in Chicago, and they just go, "All right, light it up," and we then get a 2-minute montage of just the people of Chicago being fucking murdered.
Yeah, like we literally see people getting blown up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see people being atomized on screen. You also see like these fucking like big ass alien looking spaceships that look a bit like not Cenobites. What are they called? Well, like big wood lice, basically. And yeah, they're just fucking ripping buildings apart. Like, yeah, Chicago has just been completely
But
decimated.
they're leaving at least one tower intact.
Don't worry, we'll get to which tower they leave intact.
I mean, it's funny that like you kind of mentioned it, but in the first movies, like Empire City or whatever the fuck it was called,
Mission
City's like, oh, it got evacuated. And it's like the civilian casualties. Like, basically, you don't see any civilian really die. They're all reaction shots. The robots kind of barely miss them. All that kind of excitement. Maybe a few officers get fucked up. In this, it's like, oh yeah, there's like, okay, cool, we run the world now. Start the killing. Like, there's no time for civvies to evacuate. It's just non-stop.
But not only that, but like Mission City was like, this is a city that doesn't exist because then like, oh, no one's going to get upset with us. No, this is just Chi-Town. Like, people have just been fucking destroyed.
There are a lot of location shots. It's just, this is Chicago. We are getting everything we can out of Chicago. We are currently demolishing Chicago.
We are murdering the Chicago bean is being torn to pieces by Starscream.
Yeah, like
he went to the art institute. They did the scene from fucking Ferris Bueller where they look at the art pieces, but then blew them up afterwards. Oh no!
The dad's car is currently joining the Decepticons.
Bow, bow.
Rooney.
Ferris Bueller, who's currently doing the dance on the parade through the city, has now been torn to shreds by, I don't know, Deceptor or Demolisher or something. I don't
T-Chaw.
T-Shaw. Yeah, E-Shaw, the insurance company. So yeah, fucking Chicago's just getting absolutely fucking dumpstered. And like the US fucking Francis McDormand's like, oh shit, I didn't think that was gonna happen.
Fuck, that's not gonna look good on the next election.
Oh fuck! Send the fighters, and no, the fighters are fucked.
Yeah. And meanwhile, and I forgot to mention this. So when they go to Cape Canaveral to send all the Autobots out to space, who do we meet? Well, it's Tyrese's character from the first film that didn't come back for the second one. For the folks at home who can't remember which character that was the black guy who was in the army squad in the first film.
He shouted left cheek. Left cheek.
He did shout left cheek. He went to do Fast and the Furious films for a while, then came back to do this one, and he basically said, like in the film, he's like, yeah, no, I was in the army for a while, but then I decided I just wanted to look at spaceships for a minute, so don't worry about it. But then he basically, like, Sam's upset because, like, everyone's getting fucking murdered, and Tyrese is like, do you want to go help? I'm going to go put together a squad of my boys and we're going to go into Chicago.
Yeah.
You want to help us out?
Yeah.
And Sam's like, well, I think Carly's in Chicago, so yeah, let's go do that.
Yeah, and then he brings in Vin Diesel and the family.
Yeah, Vin Diesel's, Michelle Rodriguez, Luda's there.
God, now I'm just imagining a movie where, like, fucking Vin Diesel drives up with his car, whacks like fucking Megatron, and like revs up.
And then the car turns into a transformer.
And then he looks Megatron dead in the eye and says, "Family."
No, James, he beats up Megatron.
Megatron is that you don't have family.
He beats
right.
up Megatron with the car.
Megatron's just like, damn, your voice is pretty deep, Vin.
Yeah, no, like,
and that's coming from me.
Actually, have you ever seen Megas XLR?
I have not.
I've seen bits of Mega. That's about the fat blonde guy who drives a mech.
Yeah, he's literally me. Literally me.
Wow. Damn. Anyways, is he in this film? He should have been in this film.
He can't. No, sadly he can't. Because
he's too good.
No, probably.
So now the film turns into a war movie set in Chicago, and like all the bright colors and high contrast that was in the beginning of the film, that is gone.
Yeah.
Now it is all grey.
The color storytelling in this is like, yeah, you got the stark whites, and James is pointing out, and then you got the humans in the astronaut suits heavily contrasting against the grey of the moon, and now it's like, nah, this city's fucked. Everything is grey. Everything is Decepticons.
like we were talking about at the beginning of the film, where you see Cybertron and it is a fucking hollow shell that is just pure grey. Hey, they have brought Cybertron to Earth, which is ironic because that is also their plan of they want to bring Cybertron to Earth, but it seems like they've already managed that.
Yeah,
so.
using the beacons, they are literally going to just teleport their home planet here.
Yep.
Which is, and really, Transformers are just like homesick. They just.
Well, they're both homesick, but they go about it in different ways. Well, Optimus is like, you move on, you build a new life elsewhere, and you integrate. Whereas fucking Megatron was like, no, this should be Cybertron 2, and I should be in charge of it.
Yeah, like,
whereas Sentinel was like, I just want Cybertron back, even if like 1 million people got to die, I just really want it back.
Yeah, no, like
he was willing to keep the humans alive, who would just be slaves in a robot.
Yeah, no, that's what Megatron was like. He was like, I want him to like make my coffee. I think it'd be really funny.
Wasn't that Sentinel Prime who was like that? Whereas Megatron was like, I'm going to kill him.
Yeah, no, they were kind of split on it. Yeah, no, like Megatron didn't want to kill all the humans, while Sentinel was like, well, no, we need him to like fucking, I don't know, like to mine crypto, not keep him alive.
And I think the thing with like Sentinel Prime, they try and do they try and make him a little bit sympathetic. Well, this is like, we need to survive, and this is the best they get in this situation.
He's what we call a complicated villain, which is probably why he was played by Mr. Spock.
Yeah.
So kind of kept you on
but
your toes a little bit.
ultimately, neither of them actually sees humans as like worthwhile.
Oh no, they think of humans as just like, they can't even beat Dark Souls. They're not worth saving. Fuck them.
They're having discourse about gaming difficulty every 3 months.
One of them is stuck in a tree. He can't even figure out how to get out.
You guys are selling me on Cybertron, on Megatron's vision here.
Oh no!
Oh, Snake would be fucking Michael Bay in this movie.
Oh yeah, so yeah, they just keep cutting to Dylan, and it's just like and he's sucking up to fucking Megatron. And he's just like, "Look, I got you exactly what you wanted," and he's like, "Good, puny insect, get out," kind of thing. And yeah, Dylan's just basically like, look, if humanity's going to get wiped out, but I'm still going to be top of the food chain because I've worked with these guys for me and my dad have worked with these guys for decades.
I also got I got a bit of resentment from him. Like, he had a bit of resentment towards his dad. He was kind of forced into this life.
Oh no, well, it's like every kid in it who's like, why am I the CEO of this company? Because my dad was so he knows that he isn't a self-made man. He knows his giant penis has been borrowed from his dad.
Meanwhile, Humongous made sure to at least have Sam.
Hey, he drove him to his interviews.
Did we forget? We forgot to mention the last scene of Hugh and Julie Mungus. Well, basically, before Sam goes to rescue Carly from Dylan's house, he goes to see his mom and dad, who are in the Winnebago outside of his New York apartment. And they're basically, and he's like, Mom, Dad, I broke up with Carly. And before he can explain, also, I think she's in Transformers danger. They basically do bits about like, oh, you need to respect women and stuff like that. And then Humongous is like, sometimes me and your mother didn't get along, but we made it work. And you can make it work as well with this British woman that you've only known for a week.
Basically,
by the way, Michaela never heard of her. Good luck, lad.
Basically, son, this is the only chance you'll ever get because nobody fucking likes you. Not even I.
Here is how you make her come. And that's the moral lesson.
Here's what British women like. Put an entire teapot up there.
Anyway, son, give me all the money for
just make sure that teapot is not a Decepticon.
Also, make sure there's no water in it at the time. Oh, look, Fat Paulie is coming towards our Winnebago with a Molotov. That is the end of us. Oh, well. We should have never left Yonkers.
I like to think that Humongous actually took a detour, ended up in Chicago, and just paid his way through.
That should have been the end of the film. Instead of what actually happens, like standoff between Optimus and Megatron, and then they come through in the coach and just smash Megatron into the Chicago River. And that's the end.
Let's get to that then. So the fucking humans roll into the city. Roll into Chi-Town. Meet up with
it's not just that. It's like Sam Witwicky, like he gets the soldiers together and he's leading the charge and like we gotta go. We gotta save Carly, and all the soldiers are like, Sam, you're just gonna kill yourself. When did you become this cool and manly? This is bullshit.
When did he become this base? And he was like, hey, if I die, at least I'm dying for something unlike you guys. And they're like, oh shit, he really mugged us.
Fuck, this man's the American dream right now.
God, we can see his dick growing in real time. That's amazing.
It's not that big, though. It's not,
oh no,
his dick grew 3 sizes that day.
His dick grew 3 sizes that day. And then, a robot from Terminator Salvation opens fire on them, and oh no, they're in danger. Doesn't matter, it gets blown apart by shotgun fire. Dramatic, rousing music appears as, oh good, Optimus Prime is still alive. Sweet, what is the first line out of his mouth the moment he appears?
Well, if I remember correctly, isn't it, we'll kill them all?
We'll kill them all.
Which Peter Cullen was, tried to go against and got shot down.
Yeah, Michael Bay was just like, not your vision, bud. Yeah, no. Fuck off. Say the line.
There was so many stuff like that. Peter Cullen has a very specific, basically because he based a lot of Optimus Prime on his brother,
who was a firefighter.
I thought you were going to say based it on his dad, and Michael Bay was like, your dad sounds like a pussy. Say it all.
No, his brother was a army man. But he was but
I have actually watched the video of him describing before he auditioned for Optimus Prime, his brother took him aside and told him how to, basically told him, make him a hero, and kind of told him how a hero should act, and that informed a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. Which is a shame that he ended up basically
kind of typecasted by it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking more for the movies that he did for basically his last versions of Optimus Prime kind of just is nothing like that really.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I got to put it a bit better, and I'm not doing it terribly well. But it wasn't like a stereotypical action guy here. It was like someone who would be supportive and helpful and kind of boost others up. And that was what his brother.
Yeah, like a leader.
Yeah, basically. A leader, kind of compassionate and more caring, and that heroism has to carry that kind of strength rather than we will kill them all. Which
exactly, and
which again It seems like for this, if this was the second film in the series, this would be the dark chapter of.
Mm-hmm.
And again, of Sam's whole character arc basically being Dylan has integrated himself with the Decepticons and he's basically proved, I am nothing without these guys. I can't even start a car or whatever. Versus Sam who's no, I've taken this into my own hands and I don't even really need the Autobots to help. I'm going to achieve this on my own. Again, it is an interesting thing of basically with the Autobots, it's oh no, them and the Decepticons are from the same species, within their heart, the war on Cybertron never really ended. It's just now moved to a completely different.
Yeah.
And so even if fucking Optimus Prime has the best of intentions of, I'm still going to protect the humans, it does come at the bloodshed of fucking everyone else, which is
that's probably the most interesting thing about the movie Optimus Prime, that he is fundamentally a damaged war guy.
Yeah. He is. And again, which we kept talking about this in the first one and the second one, but if this was what's his face from the Naked Gun reboot,
Liam Neeson.
If this was Liam Neeson, bam, perfect casting, completely makes sense of.
I mean, that is the thing I'll say at the end of all three of them. It's I just don't really feel anything for Optimus Prime. No, either on an actual character level or a boring power scale level is I never understand why he's important beyond, he's a Prime, I guess. Okay, so that just means he's more powerful.
That's kind of that's kind of an issue. And you were talking about earlier how the G1 performance, he had this warmth and stuff like that. That's why people latched onto Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
And which is something that I kind of completely missed over the years. Basically, there's jokes that G1 Optimus Prime is a dad, but that's basically what he is.
No, I think this film is interesting in regards to and I don't want to be their interpretation of Prime works, don't complain. In regards to the narrative that Bay is building is just kind of you should still be kind of suspect of these guys. The fact that at the end of the day, he is still a soldier, and that is how he kind of sees the world, which is why everything is kind of told with the view of like that is why throughout this entire film we have stuck with nearly all the thing is through Sam's point of view. He's the audience surrogate and he's still kind of the hero of it because like Sam does a bunch of stupid shit, but at the end of the day everything he does is still quite moral and right. There's no point where Sam ever says we will kill them all. This is Optimus. You still have that kind of layer of disconnect with him of we don't really know who this guy is. And if they had done a third, well, I guess this would have been a fourth.
You're talking in this hypothetical thing where this is the second in a trilogy, just white.
Yeah, and then if they had done this hypothetical third, maybe that's where they tie everything together of Optimus basically having to decide whether, am I a Transformer or am I an Earthling kind of thing. Yeah,
because he does just kind of arrive and go, oh, Earth is nice, and then he puts out the cords like, hey, any other Autobots, this is where we're at, come looking for us. And he's like, oh, we're actually just the staging ground for your war now, cool.
And I mean, I've even now just realized, like, fucking in the first film, it's him and Sam, and it's like E.T., they're running away from the government. But then how does the second and third film begin? They are integrated with the army. Mm-hmm. So it's like, that is all, they are just soldiers. Like, that is all they know. And this isn't me saying, like, oh, soldiers just kill over all the time, blah, blah, blah. But it is like, you're an alien from outer space who is like, you literally, all you know is war, and you've come to Earth, and hey, war just continues. And rather than being like, can we change this for the better? No, let's just go with the flow kind of thing. I don't know. It's just really... And again, I don't want to be like, oh, Michael Bay, genius writer. But then I also don't want to be like, oh, this obviously wasn't intentional because Michael Bay is an idiot. I think there's probably something a bit in the middle of both of it.
You think that he's approaching it with a skepticism where it's funny because every critique you see of Bay is he's just dick-wavingly the military is cool as fuck, whereas you're reading this with a bit of skepticism.
Yeah, oh no, I think Michael Bay is Gen X, so like I think he's skeptical of a lot of things, and that includes the military, but it's also the thing of, and this is reflected in all three of us literally across this entire series, and even Bullet Time, which is skeptical of the army and stuff. Guns are very cool though.
Yeah.
Look at this technology. Look how fucking sick this is kind of thing.
It propels stuff with explosions. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and Bay is exactly the same thing of like he is kind of thinking he loves the aesthetics of kind of like action and war, but then he does kind of have to grapple with that a little bit in regards of like, okay, but what does this mean on kind of like a larger level? But the thing is that he doesn't let it get in the way of like a good time, which is partially why people kind of read him as he's an airhead. Whereas no, I think he knows exactly what he's doing, but to the extent of he's not bogged down. He's not like one of those directors who want to impress you by literally. He doesn't want to give you a question and then give you the answer, kind of thing, to impress you, like with how smart he was, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, like he's like he knows exactly what he's making. He doesn't like he obviously does more. Like he doesn't half-ass it.
No, and like and again, I think it'll be interesting when we get to like I don't know, like Pain and Gain, like. You see that play out completely, but in a film with zero CGI in it, it is pure character performance. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Interesting guy. Interesting film as well. So, Sam gets into Chicago. Meanwhile, we cut back to Transformers base where it's the humans and it's Totoro rolling around on a wheelchair. And they go, all right, where are the Decepticons held up? They're at Trump Tower.
Hey, there it is.
Hey, this is why this film was a lot of fun to watch in hindsight, because the big plot point of this film is that all of the fucking the teleporter control panel was up on Trump Tower. Very cool.
And just God, Trump would be like all for this. I met Megatron once. Terrific guy.
A lot of people have said a lot of bad things about Megatron over the years. I don't agree with those things, but a lot of people have been saying them. I don't agree with them, but a lot of people have been saying them.
I can't see why. He's terrific.
I mean, you did shoot us the clip of the fucking or the Cartoon Network thing of just like, which reality stars would Megatron? I would destroy all of them. Except for Donald Trump, of course, out of courtesy.
Professional courtesy.
Professional courtesy.
They're co-workers.
Yeah, no, Megatron and Trump are in the same cubicle, apparently. So, but yeah, I just really like the idea. Yeah, I feel like Trump should have just been in this film. Like, I mean, they already had Obama in it. Why didn't they could have pitched of getting a future president in the film somehow.
What was Trump doing at this point? He could have fucking.
He was doing the Apprentice. It was 2011, so like height of his powers doing the Apprentice.
Yeah, he could have fucking done
and
it.
Tweeting a lot.
That was his prime era. That's when he was tweeting about Coke.
Diet Coke.
He Diet Coke.
Yeah.
He'll still drink.
I mean, it was also when he was...
I've never seen a thin person drink Diet Coke.
I mean, Trump, you are proof to that. But, I mean, don't you remember when he used to cut, like, little promo... Because he used to do, like, little YouTube videos where he talked about films. And I don't know if he did one for this one, but he definitely did one for The Dark Knight Rises where he was like, it's a new film coming out. It's from Christopher Nolan. Terrific guy. It's called The Dark Knight Rises. It's the end of the Batman trilogy. I loved it a lot. And my favorite thing of all is that one of my towers, Trump Tower, appears in the film in a very important plot point. So I hope you look forward to seeing that. And yeah, like the bit in The Dark Knight Rises where they go to like the Gotham Stock Exchange. Yeah, that's like one of Trump's buildings, basically.
Honestly, that presidential campaign has gotten in the way of what could have been like a flourishing career as a shit poster.
I mean, yeah, like he was. I mean, that is the thing that I find so fascinating about Trump is that he has got like the spirit of a catty gay man, but trapped in the body of Baron Harkonnen. Like he used to tweet about like fucking Kristen Stewart and just being like, you shouldn't. I know it was like Katy Perry and Russell Brand. He's no good for it. Katy, get out of there. He's a bad boy. He's not going to stick around, Katy. And it's like, why are you tweeting like a gossip columnist? What the fuck?
He shouldn't have stopped though. It could have been so good.
Well, the thing is that he could have kept going, but they took away his Twitter because he was like,
he tweeted everything right and they banned him.
They did everything right and they vaporized me. The Transformers, they vaporized me. God. We forgot to mention that there's a robot in this film that looks like Scrooge McDuck, which is really weird.
I don't remember the Scrooge McDuck bot.
I don't
remember the old man robot? They literally a robot who looked like an old man, which is kind of fucked.
Oh yeah,
oh yeah. No, he gets fucking executed later on. Like he begs for his life.
And the only reason I mention it is because when the humans manage to get into the city and the Transformers are with them, the Transformers give them toys. They basically like, hey, you guys are pretty squishy, so we've given you a grappling hook and we've also given you grenade launcher. Basically, yeah, here's the Just Cause loadout. Have fun.
It's fun to see that after the first two movies where humans are ineffective, they have kind of cottoned on to, we need some anti-fucking Transformer gear.
Yeah.
Especially at the beginning of the second film, whereas like the humans and the Transformers in Shanghai, and it's just like, yeah, we'll watch. Like Options does all the work, I guess.
But yeah, no, Q. Yeah, no, he's literally just Einstein, and also.
Well, he's named Q, but he looks like not the John Cleese Q, but the guy who played Q in all the previous Bond films.
He also has that. He also has that Einstein hair.
Oh yeah, no. Well, Q had that hair in the previous Bond films as well. Apparently, so all the stuff that was in Chicago was shot on location, which is pretty impressive considering how much fucking destruction is happening in these shots. But yeah, like the lead like effects guy, surname Farrar, was like, he was fascinated with the idea of just shooting on location and then just blending in CG like as accurately as possible. So yeah, no, and I would say like these end like fight scenes are pretty like excitingly done, and like they do use Chicago landmarks for the most part. Like you see the bridges are pulled up so like nobody can get in and out of the main island. You can see like just like a lot of the towers and a lot of the big skyscrapers in Chicago were used, and of course Trump Tower is very prominent in the plot and the visuals of the film, which is good. But yeah, so I guess I'm trying to think of like, so basically there's like two.
Basically at this point it's like a just action set piece to action set piece as they advance to Trump Tower to try and stop the beacons from going off and teleporting Cybertron to the planet.
So 3 different games are playing out at this time. So there's one which was Sam to go and rescue Carly from Dylan's. who Dylan has a fucking Bang & Olufsen CD rec, which was actually Laserbeak all along, that throws Sam out the window. But don't worry, he's not actually dead. He landed on one of those Terminator Salvation floaty guys, so he manages to save Carly. Boom, that's his thing done. Second thing is the military guys. How do they get into the city? Well, they do it via a big halo jump, which is probably the most exciting part of the film. Actually, no, there's two sets of military guys. So there's the guys on the ground who got all of the tech from Q, who then meet up with Sam and Carly, and then they go into a building so they can trigger a beacon, which is when a very exciting scene happens when they're in a building which is split in half due to, like, just destruction.
This was my favorite set piece. Like, the guys flying into Chicago was really cool, dynamic action flying shot, but everything with them trying to survive a building crumbling just went to, like, platformer brain. This is a sick set piece.
It felt very kind of like late 80s, oh, look how much we can achieve on a sound stage in regards to, like, we got this thing on hydraulics, we got it, like, on its side, we're moving shit. But it is, like, really...
The building is, like, tipping and being shoved to and fro, and, like, office supplies are, like, falling everywhere, and people are dodging chairs and falling on pillars, and it's like, this is what cinema is about, is just the biggest, dumbest shit you can do.
There's a bit where, like, they have to escape from a Decepticon, so they jump out of the side of the building, are sliding down the side on the glass, and then have to shoot the fucking glass out so they can land to another floor. It's like...
This is mad. It's like, you just go and it's like, okay, what was step 2 of your master plan here? Because it seems like you're dead. And it's like, shoot the glass. Sam's eviscerated. Fuck. Who cares?
And the funniest thing with that is that, like, a single, like, speck of glass falls, like, just flies, like, over, and you, like, follow the entire thing down as it lands, like, on the shoulder of Shockwave, who looks up and goes, I think there's humans up there. All right, Snaketron, fucking squeeze the bills.
The guy I do feel sorry for is the one soldier who just drops and you just follow him as, like, he collapses. It's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. Just a guy fucking falls, like, 2,000 feet in pace. Yeah, he is just fucking wallpaper paint now. And so, yeah, the big dune, the big worm from Armored Core 6 comes back and starts squeezing the building, which causes it to fall even further forward, which turns the set over like 90 degrees. And yeah, platform brain kicks in as, like, the support pillars in the building become, like, the only thing that they can hang from.
There are some good shots with, like, a sense of vertigo in them when they're like, this isn't right.
Oh, yeah.
And again, going back to, like, the first film, which you don't get a lot of in the second one, really, really good interplay between giant robot shit, giant city shit, but also, like, on-the-ground humans. Like, is mostly grounded from the human perspective, and it's, like, really good.
Yeah, it just makes you feel like, you're in some kaiju shit now. Everything around you is too big for you to handle.
God, yeah, like, because I think of, the fucking 2014 Godzilla film that they made, which was, like, it never got to, like, the levels of... Yeah, like kaiju versus humans sort of stuff, like buildings getting knocked about and people trying to survive. Whereas this is the last, like, 45 minutes of the third Transformers film, and yeah, they are doing, like, really good, like, survive in a kaiju situation stuff. Yeah, God, Bait just knows how to fucking pull this stuff off. It's really impressive. And
fuck. And yeah, we talked about it, like, the action, just overall action is so much cleaner in the second one too.
Yeah, no, when they're thrown into the office building again, which is, like, tipping over, boom, we're back to, like, human coloration and stuff, like, bright colors and high contrast again. So super, super easy to just track everything. It's like, no, this is really great. And then, yeah, as you kind of said, meanwhile, there's also, like, they put out a call to the army to be like, oh yeah, they find a UAV in the city, and they're just like, oh hey, shit's going down in Chicago, it's a Trump Tower, send in the big boys if you can. And what that means is that they send in, like, a small team of, like, Halo jump, like, they send in the ODST, basically, who then jump from a plane, and you get this fucking sick IMAX sequence where they're doing the squirrel suit stuff flying through the city, like, going in, like they basically become like human X-wings, like flying between buildings and stuff.
Oh, it's really cool as well because like they're losing the Decepticons by going through small spaces they can't, and it's like, oh fuck, that's really close for comfort stuff. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, no, really, really cleverly done. And then all that stuff kind of coalesces then with them finally on the ground, able to stop most of the... Oh, we forgot about the 2 gremlin bots who have been in the rest of this film, but they don't do much apart from add like a little... When you're bored in a scene, or just cut to the Tom Kenny robot, and he's like, hey, you're an asshole. And it's like, hey, that's why you're here. They got sent on the Autobot exploding ship, but they survived as well. They do like R2-D2 shit. Like they managed to sneak onto one of the flying like Decepticon like warships, and they just start pulling out like wires and stuff to just fuck it up. Yeah. Which creates another distraction of because they cut to a shot in this film where it's fucking the Decepticons have been rounded up like prisoners of war.
You mean the Autobots?
The Autobots have been rounded up by the Decepticons like prisoners of war, and are just being like, just being shot in the back of the head like they're fucking.
Yeah, no, like it's fucking
really weird.
Like kill the old man robot in like a horrible death.
Oh no, he literally says before like he goes, B, I think they're going to kill us, and he
you putting this together? Did they just build this robot senile?
And
God, yeah.
And just he fucking crawls and just goes, no.
And then Bumblebee, like with the bluest eyes possible, it isn't cry. Like they don't go as far as to make the robot cry, which I feel like would have got it over the edge. But like, yeah, they're just like this big close up of Bumblebee's face with the bluest eyes possible as the music's welling and like Sam's about to watch his best friend in the car that he still has 2 down payments on, about to be executed like one of
my dad's gonna...
Like Paul Potts guys.
Oh no, Dad's gonna break my legs.
Oh no. But no, fortunately, a bunch of debris falls from the sky, and that lets them... Oh wow, there's actually a gif of that scene.
Yeah.
Who the fuck's using that as a reaction gif? It was just like, yo, this is you in this situation.
We just posted a gif of that scene, but it really does just like Bumblebee's going, oh no. Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, no. It's Bumblebee with his hands on the back of his head. Yeah, like he's...
he's given up. He's genuinely...
Yeah, he's given up. Yeah, there's nothing more he can do. Optimus has got caught in a bunch of wires at this point as well.
Yeah, that's funny. Like, so you have like...
Oh, yeah, he saves all the humans by like fucking flying through and killing the big worm, and then he gets caught in cables like a big klutz.
Yeah, like a fucking moron. Yeah, I couldn't remember how the humans got back on the ground, but yeah, it's because Optimus saves
the day, and they're like, all right, let's leave the building.
It's not super important.
Yeah, let's take the fire exit. There we go.
Oh yeah, something we missed during all of this.
Well, something that we missed was Sentinel Prime basically saying to Megatron, "Fuck off, buds. You're done. You're less than shit. You're nothing. I got your whole life on my wrist." And so Megatron becomes like an alcoholic. He literally just sits on the side of a building with like he should have had like a giant he should have had a Transformers size 40 in his hands. General trivia that I made a note of. Sentinel Prime and Megatron watched the destruction of Chicago from atop the Jewelers building at 35 East Wacker Drive. Crime boss Al Capone also perched on the dome of this building, watching his city below as he wined and dined. So yeah, no, Megatron and Sentinel are just paying respects to the Don of all Dons, Al Capone. So...
Well, they also get caught by
they're also going to get into racketeering as well. Megatron's just going to go to like small delis and just be like, "It'd be a shame if something happened to your business. That's all I'm saying." And he just throws Molotovs and sets a couple of banks on fire. Pretty cool, Megatron. Oh yeah, I forgot to say as well. That Sam has become a man at this point because Tyrese has given him a gun.
Yep.
Sam just has a gun at this point.
So he lost his car, but he got a gun. So he's a man now because he earned that gun.
See, that's the thing. So, Spielberg, get a car, you're a man now. Fucking Bay, get a gun, you're a man now. That's the deal. Like, yeah, that's how we know that. I'm trying to think of like other stuff that we missed. So Transformers, so they've been freed from the internment camps. They're all fine.
Yeah, and it's really.
So Sam fights Starscream.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember how it starts.
Yeah, no, he grappling hooks and he's got like the spike grenade, and it's like Sam takes on a fucking Transformer. I can only imagine how angry this scene made certain people that Sam takes out Starscream.
Exactly. Like a lot of people were like, "Oh my god, how can Starscream get killed by Sam?" I was like, in this movie, like Starscream has been shown as the psychopath. Like he's the only Decepticon that realistically should be killed by Sam.
Yeah, the way I described it to you when we watched it was like, Starscream is a big enough of a threat that this has any weight to it, but not so much of a threat that would be completely.
There's also like only like there's also like only like 3 Decepticons that are noteworthy in this movie. And one of them is Shockwave, and Sam isn't killing Shockwave. Sam isn't killing Megatron. So
no.
And,
even though Megatron is wounded, I feel like him killing Megatron would be like, no, you didn't have the claim to this one.
Mm-hmm.
Is Shockwave the guy who gets killed by one of the army guys, pulls his parachute over his head, and then the other ones blow his head up with a rocket launcher?
No, Shockwave is the guy who's been commanding the worm.
No, I know, but how does he die?
Prime he fucking punches it so hard and rips it.
Oh yeah, Prime punches. Yeah, Prime literally punches, like, you fucking uppercut straight through his head. Okay, yeah, never mind. I forgot about that. Oh dear. We will kill them all,
and they
the
did.
most brutal ways possible. So Sam fights Starscream, and again at this point you're like, oh, Sam is come of age. He's a cool. You know what? Sam is fine. Sam is a good character now. He has achieved so much, including killing a fucking Transformer on his own. Again, whereas Dylan is like, I need
not
these
quite
guys
on his own. He needs an army guy to save him.
Lennox turns. I was about to call him. Yeah, Lennox turns up.
Yeah.
And, Tux turns up and helps him out.
He still needs the US military.
Even the military guy is like, damn, Sam, your dick is so massith now. That's amazing.
It's weird they just keep commenting on it and using CGI to just make it bigger. The bulge, it's bizarre.
Yeah, it's like Scary Movie 4.
Like Industrial Light and Magic, you didn't need to go this hard on the movie.
ILM are always pitching this. Like they tried pitching it to Lucas in 1977 for Star Wars. It's like, oh yeah, his dick should just get bigger, like, you know, as he flies the X-wing and stuff. And he was like, I don't get it. Let's not do that. That's weird. Whereas, what's Carly up to? Well, she finally gets to do something useful as well, which is she finds Megatron, who's holding a cardboard sign that says, We'll do malcontent for money or something. we'll do evil laugh for money. And she basically goes to Megatron and is like, damn, you're a pussy ass bitch. You didn't do shit. You got fucking whipped. What the fuck? Kind of thing.
Genuinely just kind of points out, he's like, hey, you realize Sentinel Prime is just running your game now, and he's just gonna run you. And that puts him right where Sam was at the start of the movie, is thinking, oh no, my dick isn't big enough.
Yeah, no, she was like, look, I've seen an example of a human guy cooking this guy massively, and now I'm seeing it happen to robots, which means that, you know, you guys, what's the difference to us when you think about it? And Megatron was like, damn, you right. Girl, you said, white girl, you right. I'm gonna go stop this right now. I forgot to say through all of, oh god, this is like,
I mean, yeah, this is where like
juggling
everything's
eggs.
Intersecting.
Yeah, no. The thing I've got to mention was they do activate the teleporters, and they literally do start to bring Cybertron to Earth. You see it in like the atmosphere; it's that close. But they keep basically with the teleporter, they keep turning it off and on and off and on. Like it's like a game of Battlefield. It's like, you know, one team gets the advantage, and then the other one, and stuff like that. Which leads to Sam's confrontation with Dylan, and Dylan's like, "Look, I don't want to change anything. I know this is bad, but this works out for me." Sam's like, you're a pussy. You never had a big dick all along. You lied about it. And
you just
Dylan
had a
pulls a gun out on
in
him.
your pants.
Yeah, you had a Decepticon. It wasn't a real winky all along. And then Sam Sam doesn't outright kill him. Like Sam just gives him a push, and the guy falls.
No.
The guy falls on the generator.
No.
Sam tries to hold him back, and he pushes free to go back to the generator.
No. You're missing what Sam picks up. He fucking picks up a stick.
Oh right, yeah. He picks up a piece of rebar, doesn't he?
Just smashes him across the fucking head, like...
Yeah,
he just beats him with a fucking concrete stick. It's fine. Okay, never mind.
It's fucking damn, Sam, you didn't realize you had it in you to just murder a guy if you really put your mind to it.
I mean, that's how he's finally become a man. He's willing to kill his fellow man.
Yeah,
he took it after Optimus. Yeah.
He saw Optimus Prime said, "We'll kill them all," and Sam said, "Damn, that's what it's all about."
Sam said, "I'm not going to kill them all, but I will kill one.
Sam,
I'm going to try.
I'm not going to go all the way, but I'm going to get a taste of it just to see how it feels.
Because I'm going to go after my girlfriend's boss. I don't know if he's actually involved. Like, even though he knows he's involved in the Decepticons, he forgot all that. He just went after him because he doesn't like him.
I mean, what was I gonna say? Sam just realized this is his one and only chance to fucking kill a person.
And get away with it.
It's something that I think we missed earlier on, which is Sam tries to do a stealth operation into Trump Tower to get his girlfriend back. Kind of botches it, but then the robots come along help and he extracts her.
Yeah, no, we mentioned that where he uses the Terminator Salvation robot.
Yeah.
You think Laserbeak has thrown him off the building. Nope. He's okay. Oh, and he kills Laserbeak at that point. Okay, so he's fine. So he does kill he kills a gremlin. And
Sam, like 3 movies, he's starting to rack up the kill count a little bit.
And literally, they get bigger and bigger. He kills Laserbeak, which is okay, that's a gremlin.
Not quite.
Fair enough.
He started
then
by
he kills
killing Megatron.
Starscream, and you're like, okay, that's pretty impressive. Fair enough. And then he kills Dylan, and you're like, oh, fuck.
That's the biggest thing of all, because it's him.
Because it's a human. Well, yeah, no, he basically he gets bigger and bigger, but by what their bank account is. Yeah. Starscream had $10,000 in savings,
and Sam also just defeats the shitty part of himself is
No, exactly. He literally he destroys his shadow by hitting him with a block of concrete, which doesn't kill him, but him stumbling back and getting electrocuted does definitely kill him. But again, it's the Batman thing.
It's deniability.
I'm not going to kill you, but I don't have to save you. Winky, winky. Funnily enough, all the Nolan Batman films were also shot in Chicago. So
there we go.
I don't know. Maybe fucking Bay saw him and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna blow the shits up." Take that, Pequods. Take that, Art Institute. So we're all coalescing and we come to the final thing, which is, Carly's done her thing, which is told Megatron you're a big bitch. Optimus is fine. Sam has overcome his shadow. Sam is now it's victory lap from here on out. The Decepticons are all getting picked off by the Marine guys. Some guys swam up a river and have joined them as well. So the army have now managed to establish some kind of semblance of normalcy in the city of Chicago, and the teleporters are off. So no more Cybertron. Whoa. No more Cybertron's coming to Earth. That's fine. Which just leaves Sentinel pleading to Optimus Prime, saying, "Oh no! Well, him and Optimus are having a fight.
Yeah,
basically,
Sentinel Prime has the advantage. He's winning this fight.
Yeah, he is. No, because he fucking cuts off Optimus's arm, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But
so Optimus is and so Sentinel's yeah, that's the problem with you, Prime. You haven't got the killer instinct like I have. And then fucking Megatron comes around the corner, fucking just shoots him.
Yeah, that's he just gets shot. There's a lot of robots just getting shot in the back in this movie.
Oh yeah,
it's really undignified.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, but that's kind of it. It's war anyway. Megatron just goes, "Hey, Jack, you bitch."
Yeah, Megatron was just I finally found you, you son of a bitch. And
you knew
I have half a mind to kill you.
But then Sentinel kills Megatron, right?
No. Megatron just stands back.
No.
Megatron stands back.
Megatron kills Sentinel.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, no, I know what's... Okay, yeah, no, Sweet, you explain, because this is all pretty fucks.
Yeah. So, basically, Megatron, kind of, helps Optimus. And Optimus... Sentinel just crawling on the floor, Optimus, please, I just tried to save our race. And you get this fucking scene of Optimus slowly panning his gun over Sentinel's head, and he just go, Optimus, no, bang.
Yeah, wait, but does he kill Sentinel before he kills Megatron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Megatron gets it next.
No, so Sentinel is literally just, Sentinel is just like, look, I thought I was doing the right thing. But yeah, he gets fucking a rifle gets put to his head and it just gets blown clean off. Like he's, God, it is like a Cohen's. It's like No Country for Old Men.
Oh, actually, no. I think the order might be wrong. I think he
I think he kills Megatron first because doesn't he shove an axe through Megatron's head?
Oh, maybe.
Yes.
I can't remember who. But the point is, Megatron just fucking kills both of them in cold blood.
Optimus.
Yeah, well, Megatron cripples Sentinel, but then Optimus takes the advantage of, oh, you focused on him, fuck you. And literally just axe through the head.
Yeah, and then he just fucking coldly murders Sentinel.
Sentinel, who, was still his mentor and was like, I was misguided, I'm really sorry. And Optimus is like, I don't fucking care.
I don't care.
You fucked with my
Apparently,
planet.
I learned this looking it up. Sentinel's design was slightly based on Sean Connery as well. So. Kind of see a bit of Connery. Kind of about, I don't know, Connery as Sentinel would have been really... Well, you want to be...
I don't think it would have had the same gravitas as Nimoy.
No, like Nimoy makes it work because it's like, oh, this guy could be good or he could be evil, versus like, oh yeah, I tried to, we got to save the planet. We got to
about those
lady
bosses, you got to smack them if they get out of line.
I don't work with Lady Decepticons. Get them out of here.
You remember, Megatron? Winners fuck the prom queen.
Remember, Sam?
Fucked up. Remember, Sam? Winners fucked the prom queen.
Loser.
You're the man now, Doc. This is terrible.
You're the man now, Doc.
It's a popular website.
Push the keys, for God's sakes. Welcome to the Sean Connery impression test, where we recreate the dying moments of Sean Connery's brain from 2010.
You know the sizzle reel going through his head of his hottest quotes.
Yeah, no, this was as the DMT was hitting his brain after shooting Sir Billy. The best Sean.
I've got to get the beavers into Scotland.
Don't forget the beavers.
Yes, actually,
the gun is good. The penis is evil.
The Autobots promised me they would get the beavers into Scotland.
So the film literally ends on Optimus just fucking murdering these two robots. Everyone in Chicago is fucking dead. The army has managed to establish some kind of normality, but there's still Decepticons running wild out there. Sam just looks at Optimus like, what the fuck is going on? And then Optimus just starts monologuing of, you know what? When you think about it, this is a beautiful planet and it's worth fighting for. The end.
It's so abrupt. Well, hey, you missed something, which is Sam kisses Carly, which...
I forgot.
Because it doesn't matter, because their relationship is the least believable part of the movie. And
actually, no, sweet, you were right. Sentinel dies first, and then Optimus fucking cuts off Megatron's head with an axe.
Yeah, no, Megatron in the movie goes like, okay, Prime, we've fought enough. How about peace? And Prime just goes, no.
Yeah, Prime goes, take a piece of this, and then fucking chops
which is
his
actually
head
funny.
off.
In a novelization book, who written by I forget, by Peter David. They actually changed the ending, and basically where Optimus and Megatron actually do have a truce, and Megatron and all the Decepticons just fuck off to Cybertron. And
we'll just go back home.
Yeah,
we'll go live on this dead rock. You won.
It's just interesting that that's probably what they're originally gonna go with, but Mike Bay probably said no.
That would maybe explain why the ending is so insanely abrupt, because it just cuts. It's like, oh, we're done. Bye.
Oh, yeah. So we forgot. So it's so Bumblebee's there and Carly's there, and she's like, "Damn, Sam, I love you. Put a ring on my finger," and then fucking Bumblebee fucking fumbles a bit and some cogs fall out of his hands and he starts singing the wedding march and Carly's like, haha, wedding. And then it cuts tops and he's just like, man, what a beautiful pale blue dot we live on. Linkin Park, sing us out. And the absolute worst fucking Linkin Park song I've ever heard. So
is it?
It sounds like an Imagine Dragons song.
Is it
that's how bad it is.
Something Divide, right?
Yeah, that's right. But it sounds like the sort of music that you would play over at like a Tampax advert. It is really bad. Like, man, free yourself from a bad period with this Tampax. Thank you, Linkin Park. General trivia that I've got to mention when we were saying about all this stuff. Despite having a decent amount of screen time and dialogue, Megatron does not meet Optimus Prime until the last 6 minutes of the film and does not meet Sam at all, despite having faced off with him in Transformers 2007 and Revenge of the Fallen 2009.
I mean, to be fair, if I was Megatron, I wouldn't want to actually interact with Sam.
I mean, I don't know, I'd want to call him Boy a few times.
That is true. Starscream got to call him Boy.
Yeah, that was right. That was Starscream's thing, and that's what activated Sam. He said, "You don't get to call me boy. That's not your thing.
I'm a man.
You die.
I'm not a boy because I'm a man.
I'm a man." And then Linkara punches Starscream, and it's all very good. Yeah, I really like this. This has been a long podcast.
It's better than the second by so much. I genuinely think, that's a fun action blockbuster.
Yeah.
What do you think in regards to comparing it to the first one?
I think I had more fun with this than the first, but I think the first had a certain magic to it that the others don't. I would say magic is it had Spielberg sense of wonder that you don't get without him. I think Spielberg kind of plays to a kind of nostalgic, wants to see this from a child's perspective where it will be kind of grand and wondrous, whereas Bay is like, fucking boom, robots.
Yeah, I respect this film being more Bay's vision and him purely leaning into what he likes, but yeah, there's certain shots in the first one that, of the fucking Transformer getting out of the pool as the little girl's watching it, Bay wouldn't have done anything like that in a million years.
Yeah, that's very Spielberg.
That is how you sell that is how you sell that film. I mean, I would say this. I think the first still gets I think the first I still think is the slightly better film that they've did. This is a perfect sequel in regards to if you're going to move on from that first film and what is the sort of weirdness that is left in the air at the end of that first film, that this is how you pay it off.
I think the thing
but it's also paid off in such a way of I would want to see another film of if this is where Optimus is, how the fuck do they resolve that in the third one kind of thing? But yeah.
I think for me as well, it's the second one was just dishearteningly boring. Is if this is what it becomes, I understand now why this is considered trash. The first movie wasn't universally loved, especially by Transformers fans, but it's a decent blockbuster. I get it. This was
exactly.
This is a dumb movie, and it feels like there is a weird, raucous, imaginative energy to it, which I think it's overlooked because it is also a dumb blockbuster. But then you watch it, and it's you get a little horror sequence, you get a little action, you get so many action set pieces, you get that crime sequence with the Russian in the bar, you get the fucking office comedy sequence. And it's weird to watch them kind of go okay, we've had 2 movies, Sam is kind of shit, and it's Michaela's out, let's just roll everything into his character. It's oh cool, he's a character now. And I don't know if I needed 2 movies of him not being that to get it, but I guess it helps in a retrospective sense.
Mm-hmm. This film would benefit if you just watched the first and the third film. Even again, there'd be bits
the second
where it goes,
film is just redundant.
Where's
to
Michaela?
him.
Or why? I thought Megatron died. Why is he back? Kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
But with Totoro having sold his story out to become a millionaire, no, that tracks from the first one. That makes sense, kind of thing.
Also, I got to acknowledge something odd though. But it's the funny thing about me coming in as someone who doesn't doesn't really have an interest in Transformers. I imagine a lot of Transformers fans at the time, probably should have gone into this in the first pod, was like, oh, we just want to see Transformers. Why are you putting fucking Sam in? It's like, being a Sonic fan, I guess it's the same thing with like fucking Chris Thorndike, where it's like, what we do
Transformers. I mean, Swede, obviously, feel free to shoot me down on this because you know more than me. But I think the appeal with Transformers has always been the interaction they have with the humans, though. Like,
yes,
I didn't even know they were in
like,
G1. Period. I didn't know.
No, like that has been the core part of the franchise for ages. There's
never mind me.
The guy who basically set up the Bible for everything, Bob Budiansky, he was really into like the idea of Transformers and humans being like
okay,
being
never
a core,
mind. Because I
interaction.
figured it would be a case of like, what you do, like, where you. It's a cliche criticism that most people go against nowadays. Like, why are we having all these fucking humans in a Godzilla film? We just want the.
Oh yeah, no. There's absolutely a subsect. There's some Transformers fans that absolutely fucking hate humans in their media.
Right.
Oh yeah, no, and I imagine it's like, but it's always the thing. It's like, and I know it's stupid to say, but you need the rough to appreciate the smooth, and vice versa. Like, you need the human level stuff. Well, again,
I mean, that's kind of where I was
film.
coming back around to, even though I'm kind of my thesis is a little bit rock now, because I guess that's the part of the benefit of this pod is me being the outsider and getting a bunch of assumptions corrected. Is like, I'm interested in the human stuff just from like, it's this odd thing where, I play video games and I like a story because I like a motivation for why I'm doing stuff. With this, is like, I don't even know if it's an ironic thing. No, I hope the human story is fun too, even though it's like robot action set piece. But how does this affect the humans?
Oh yeah, again, and not to be like too, hero of a thousand faces, save the cat stuff, but like in a science fiction film, you need an audience surrogate, and like in the first film, Sam is kind of annoying, like, but then that's sort of the point of it is that like, well, he's meant to start off a bit of a dick, but then as you go along, he's meant to sort of man up, for lack of a better word. And by the end of the first film, he doesn't read.
No,
like, if anything, Sam just gets
he's so static.
Everything given to him, and it's like, yeah, this sucks. Versus in this, where it's like, no, Sam proactively has to fight to be the hero of this.
He learns about the conspiracy, tries to wrestle his way into the plot. The plot says no, and he's like, all right, screw you, I'm going to do it myself. And then you see him like prove himself and come to the other and say, look, I did it. And like, it's cool. It's like, oh shit, okay, you finally got a character arc of finding your place in the world and like proving yourself worthy.
Like, even though fucking Carly's character is just Princess Peach.
Oh, Carly sucks. I don't even say Carly sucks. Their relationship sucks. Every time she's on scene, he becomes the worst character.
She is she is a literal trophy.
Yeah,
like to be. He fucking rescues her from a castle, and then at the end is you get a fucking cake from Peach, but it's putting a ring on her finger. Like, But again, it makes his character more robust. Of like, well, at least he's doing this to save somebody. But then it comes at the expense. Again, like if this was fucking Megan Fox's character, like if Megan Fox like was acting exactly the same way as Carly would in this, you'd be like, what the fuck happened?
When did your character get stripped out? What's happened to you? Did you get hit in the head?
Whereas if a character kind of stayed the same, but the beats had to stay the same of like Dylan is kidnapped and whatever. I mean, she just becomes Princess Leia in fucking Return of the Jedi, and it's just kind of like, oh, you literally got nothing. Like, I don't blame you if you didn't come back for the next one because you got like nothing to do.
Exactly.
So yeah, it is like it's weird, like the stuff that they had to jettison in order to make this one work. And again, like I do really like this, but it is like, yeah, I don't know. It's also tinged by the fact that it's a Transformers film, and but. Again, I think kind of the weird thing about this was like this wasn't a film that I saw in the cinema, and I do wonder like if I had seen it at the time, I wouldn't have been that buzzed on it. Versus like having seen so many blockbusters like this in the years since that fucking missed the mark in regards to even just like competent storytelling. Just seeing something like this where just everything flows from one end to the other, and you get some really decent practical set pieces. Like you only really got that stuff when Nolan was doing those films. Like you don't get it from fucking Marvel stuff. Or
Marvel stuff like their action scenes is very like flat ground, flying around. This is this is inventive. Like, Optimus Prime, you literally see him fly through debris and shit.
Yeah. Oh, even just the humans doing the Halo jump is like, this is really impressive. Like, you know,
exactly.
And you're coordinating this with CG as well. It's like, this is neat, you know?
I don't want to watch Marvel stuff to compare, but yeah, whenever I see snaps from it, it's like, again, be correct, but you seems like you two are saying that is, I remember that shot from like Civil War that was in the trailers where they're fighting and it's like on the tarmac at an airport and it's like, this is a very
they're fighting in Leipzig airport and it is just on an empty track of where
it's just the fun of an action scene. I find like, and it might be because I grew up watching Jackie Chan stuff and I think John Wick does it very well, is use your environment. The environment is a character, and like in these films that even though it's blown up to robot size, the buildings and the glass and all that, it's used as blocking. It's used to kind of give like a sense of, here's your arena, use it to some inventive degree.
Yeah, exactly.
I think of like, there's like, the thing that sums it up for me is like comparing the different Marvel films together is that you begin with like Iron Man 1, where what's the final fight? It's Iron Man versus Iron Man. It's literally, it's my favorite fucking thing of like, who's the bad guy? Oh, it's literally just a bigger version of the hero. It's literally, the bad guy is big Iron Man. And the way that like, and they fight in a lab and they use, like, they don't use a ton of the lab as like, but they're using it as like cover and stuff like that. And again, like, little Iron Man has the advantage of he can sort of, like the big Iron Man's lumbering about, but then he can also throw cars and shit from outside. And then the thing that finally defeats him is that Iron Man remembers a thing from the beginning of the film, which was that, oh, I tried to fly into the atmosphere, but like I didn't have enough protection on my suit, so I froze it over. This guy never figured that out because like he just built an Iron Man suit and thought, well, fuck, if I make it bigger, then I'll beat Tony Stark. Mm-hmm. So he just uses ingenuity to destroy him. Which, again, like, it's not massive, but it's pretty...
Yeah, no, it speaks to Tony's character of being a smart
versus
guy.
the end of WandaVision, which is her fucking Scarlet Witch and Agatha fly up into the air and then wrestle and do like a hand wrestle while like light is going off around them. And it's like, I know this is TV budget, but like, if this is the best you can come up with, you shouldn't have done it. This is shit.
Like even
this is really
a dumb,
bad.
like even a really dumb example, like the 2004 Punisher movie. The Russian fight in that is a very slow, lumbering set piece, but they use every bit of like the apartment set as like, you know, he like I can't remember the Punisher's actual name. God.
Frank Castle.
Yeah, as Frank just gets like thrown around his house, thrown in the toilet, like pulls a grenade out, gets blown through a wall. It's like, oh, they are using every little. And that's kind of what I love in action set pieces is, you know, like, I've always just been pulled to, okay, how are you going to use this environment in a fun and exciting way? And that is like, even in the Transformers movie, like, I've watched that GIF over and over again since we think of like, you know, Sentinel getting fucking executed, but the way he like falls onto the bridge and lies against like expert use of the environment right there to like cradle his head and make his death fucking dramatic.
No, like Bay obviously scouted out this bridge. It was like, wait, we can use this.
I can use this hole in the bridge to dynamically frame a shot and like have the robot fall over in a really kinesthetic way.
Yeah, exactly. But like, it's an issue with Marvel movies is that they're all shot on sets. Like,
they're all done on green screen, like the prequels were.
And they're you know made quick. That's it. Michael Bay made this one in like 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
and again, a lot of that was just down to the fact that the writer worked alongside ILM to be like, okay, set piece and script will go hand in hand. Like, whatever you guys will think will look cool, that will go in the film, kind of thing. So, like, yeah, just really, really smart filmmaking. I mean, I don't know how. Sweet, we were talking about this earlier, but I think this did relatively. Yeah, so the budget was 195 mil, and the final box office was like 1.1 bill. So, like, yeah, like assuming that the budget was double, so let's call that 400 mil. Yeah, and like made plenty back in profit after the fact.
Oh yeah, that's why they went ahead with the 4.
Yeah, and that's why they made more of them. And Michael Bay was like, well, I'll do a 4th one, but only if you let me do Pain and Gain.
I thought this one was the one that got him Pain and Gain.
No, I thought it was as well, but it turned out to be the 4th one.
Yeah, and the 4th one. Because after this one, Bay said he was done because he wanted to make a trilogy. But basically, I forget the producer's name, but they really wanted him back for the 4th one.
Yeah.
And the idea was a full trilogy again, but the last night put a stop to that. Anyway,
Yeah, because last night didn't do super well.
I double checked. Yeah, this one is the second earning one.
Well, after the second film, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, the second film got. Let me see. What the fuck is this in? Fuck it. I'll just put this number. This is the Revenge of the Fallen.
402 mil, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's lifetime gross. And this is just.
Oh, okay.
This is just US, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I mean, not that like making a shitload of money is like a sign of whether a film's good or not, but like, obviously, yeah, people were still interested in the Transformers. They were like, yeah, let's see, where we can go from here, kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess to sort of kind of come back around, because we might do the other Transformers, but I guess this is the end of the Wiki Trilogy. And
the Wikilogy.
I don't know, like, I guess my main takeaway is literally just they shouldn't have done the second film.
This should have been a duology.
Well, either a duology or this should have been the second film, and then they should have came up with something else for a potential third. But yeah, the second film just feels kneecapped by the writer's strike, by the need of, we got to make a sequel and we got to rush it out. And I don't know, just the fact that like you read into this one and it's like there's integration between the writers and the CG artists. There's like the hunger from Bay that he wants to do something a bit more interesting, which is why you get all the different set pieces. Like, you get a bunch of character actors in this, and they're literally just given scenes to just mug. And I know, like, usually find that annoying, but in this, it's like, no, that kind of brings back a little bit of the kids' film energy that you need. Like, Totoro's having a whale of a time. Like in Marge Gunderson's having a whale of a time. Alan Tudyk's having the time of his life in this film. And it all kind of supports LaBeouf, who's still like, I'm James Dean. I'm a complicated leading man. But it actually pays off in this because they do give him some badass stuff to do, which in the second one he absolutely did not, apart from dying and coming back.
Being told you're a chosen one, being told you're a very boring plot device.
Again, how funny is it that the second one ends with "you're the chosen one" and the third one begins with like all this interview he's saying "you're not the chosen one, you didn't get the job."
Yeah, it's like
exactly the down to earthness that you need to then have him go on an adventure where he solves everything,
finds his place in the world, and that place is not Cybertron.
No, but no, Cybertron's not for anybody because it's full of like it's a big scary beehive where like you can't stand on anything and it looks like terror, and it's also fucking massive.
Actually, okay,
like, when it's coming through the atmosphere.
I'm going to correct something I said at the start of this, but it may or not be the case. But there is still a big chunk of Cybertron just floating by Earth. So
no, it got.
Oh no, I asked Sweet about that. No, apparently that's gone.
Oh, so nothing carries over. So I was right. Every movie closes the loop or closes the wormhole.
The only thing that kind of carries over, even though I haven't seen the fourth film, is from what I understand, the US government is now haunting all of the Transformers.
Yes,
because they're like, you guys fucked up Chicago. We don't trust. Like, fuck you.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
That is probably the most interesting thing about the movie franchise. It really leans hard into like, no, this Chicago has fucking consequences for like everyone involved.
Yeah,
the US
including,
government,
like,
the world doesn't easily forget. Hey, a whole city just kind of fucking died really hard here. That's gonna
the US government kind of let this happen, and you didn't really figure out that this guy might have been we were just meant to figure out that we thought this guy was a good guy because he was called a Prime. Like,
Optimus, and they betray.
And even the fourth one kind of has the interesting thing of like, isn't it set like not massively far in the future, but it's enough in the future that it's like America has kind of weirdly changed a lot from like the Transformers stuff. And when Marky Mark finds Optimus, it's like this old relic kind of thing.
It's a few years.
Okay. So it's not super in the future, but it is like far enough that, remember Optimus? Who's Optimus? Never heard of him. But these Transformers, they're bad eggs, kind of thing. Which again is kind of an interesting thing of like Optimus ends this film as like almost a villain in a point, and like the fourth one is kind of could build him more as a character of like, oh hey, I this is sort of my fault as well, so I'm gonna win people back with the power of Mark Wahlberg. He's gonna help me out. He's gonna improve my image with the community.
Guy, I can't carry a whole movie franchise.
You can't believe I gotta carry this whole movie? I can't believe it. It's too much. Before we close the podcast, what do you think this film got on the tomato meter?
Oh, it's probably something like
65.
65 from Snake. Okay, what about you, Sweet?
67.
Try 35%.
Whoa.
Yeah, this got a low on the smart, and compared to the other ones as well, this did pretty badly with the smart meter. 55% audience score, which I don't quite agree with that either. But yeah, reviews wise,
are we the only people out there just really going to bat for fucking
well, I think this is the thing that we were saying is that do we kind of appreciate these movies more after years of like...
And
yeah,
well, you two are coming at... I think we're going over different angles. You two are kind of appreciating it in reverse where, you know, the big Hollywood releases have just gotten so much blander and the MCU has like made you appreciate this. Swede was maybe... It could have been Burnout from the last two movies, whereas for me it's like... I'm just taking these as dumb popcorn flicks and taking what I can get, and they are generally pretty fun when you just take them as they are.
And I also think when I was first watching it, I was very much in the mindset that, what the fuck, I want more from the Transformers. But now,
I want more Transformers.
But now,
also, this human stuff.
Now that I'm older, I realize, oh shit, wait, I need to, these are movies, they can't really do what the comics or TV show do.
It's also, Sam is very fucking funny.
Yeah, he is. He fucking is.
Like I said, in the first film, all he says is, whoa, 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 because stuff's happening around
Which
him.
is so funny that I've seen people, like, in comments talking about, oh man, Sam was a goat. Sam and Bumblebee, best friends.
Yo, ride or die, Sam or Bumblebee, friends for life.
That is bizarre to think about. What a turnaround.
I mean, those are probably people who haven't watched it since they were kids.
Oh yeah, they grew up with it. So to them, it just made sense. Their minds made those connections when they had the neuroplasticity.
Yeah. But yeah, I do wonder whether it was the case. It's just, I don't know, maybe fucking reviewers were like, these are the worst the films can ever get.
I think they also
fucking dump on them.
Yeah, I think also, yes, they're movies based on toys, made to sell toys. And also,
one of the reviews is fucking Anthony Lane from the New Yorker. The third outing for a herd of toys that should have stayed in their boxes.
Oh damn!
Don Shannon from Every Movie Has a Lesson. Never heard of this website. Are we forgetting compelling human actors in this? Apparently so. But you won't find one intelligent or compelling in Transformers: Dark of the Moon. They are all thin, dumb, and forgettable.
Yeah.
Matt Burson from Film Frenzy says, soulless, cynical, and stupid. Rating 1 out of 4. Yeah, I don't know about soul. I mean,
this movie has soul. Soul is in the eye.
I feel like the term soul has been kind of. I feel the term soul has been lost a lot of its credence recently, especially in regards to, this 360 game based on SpongeBob. That had soul. The developers cared about this. Compared to Final Fantasy 16, that's soulless. And it's like, I don't know about that. Hold on a sec.
Well, I will say, the Transformers games, they had soul.
Would you say... did you ever play the third... Well, I guess you didn't because you were out the films at this point. But,
no, I didn't. I didn't play actually the movie games. I was talking about the High Moon games.
Oh, yeah, because they came out around the time of this. And they were pretty good.
Yeah, I heard the third movie game for Transformers was actually pretty decent.
God, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at these rotten reviews, and I have found one which is like so fucking sad to think about in hindsight. This is from Will Litch from Deadspin. This movie is actively making the world a worse place to live in. I am certain Michael Bay considers it his masterwork. He's right. God help us all.
Oh my god, shut up.
Score, C-.
Yeah. C-. This is making the world worse. C-.
This has led to all of the problems with our current society. Yeah, higher than a D.
Fucking hell, what does he rate the fucking... Oh no, I'm not going there, no. No, I was going to pull out a tragedy then, but let's...
I mean, I was going to say I'm looking at his more recent films that he's
I hope he's rated one film as "This has improved society." B+.
B+. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. This is a movie I suspect you'll someday want to put on like an old pair of slippers. It's his warmest movie since Jackie Brown. It isn't perfect and erratic and sometimes infuriating, but it is nearly impossible not to love.
C-.
Well, it says Pace Magazine. I don't know what's... Oh, he gave it an 8.7 out of 10. So, there we go. He gave Glass a C-. This is Shyamalan at his worst. A speechifying, moralizing scold who wants your adoration but doesn't want to put in the effort or himself at risk to earn it. Calling him a skull's a bit of a...
I just this guy, he's very, very open to just judging people's intentions. It's really coming swinging at people with like, you have the worst intentions, how dare you?
Yeah, like, you're actually... Did you know that your film has made the world a worse place?
I hope that someone can listen to this podcast one day and say, this podcast has made the world a worse place. C-.
I hope they listen to it and they say this made the world a better place because we all realized that Bay had the source all along, which is why this is why we made him the new Jim Cameron. He gets to be the filmmaker in chief.
Oh, okay.
God, imagine what Bay's version of like Avatar, like his 10-year project for, like what would Bay's Avatar?
The humans would win, and I would like the movie a lot more.
Yeah, no, it is. This is about humans going to a planet and they just
would
win.
Be, I don't know, but it would be like fucking insane.
Could Bay come up with I think
I
Bay
guess
would look at a fucking material called unobtainium and say that's fucking stupid.
That's the stupidest name I've ever heard. And then he calls it like he just calls it rare metal or something.
You know,
like, let's just cut the bullshit.
And I would call that genius.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, I don't think Bay would make a movie for 10 years. He would be like, no, I have to make it quicker.
Oh yeah, no, he would want to get it out as quickly as possible.
I want to see a version of like Ambulance set on Pandora.
Ooh, yeah, but it's still doing like all the drone shots.
Yeah.
No, but it's still an ambulance.
Yeah.
It's still like a
It's
regular.
just ramping off of trees and fucking doing jumps.
Yeah, it's ramping off a big log. That'd be good. Oh, I like that idea. We should probably wrap up.
Yeah, we should. I don't know how the fuck this has gone on so long.
Starting to die as we're reaching 5
it's also
hours.
fucking 1 a.m. on a work day.
Maybe.
Yeah. Swede, you made us watch all the Transformers films. How do you feel at the end of this experiment, even though we're probably going to continue it with the other two?
It was fun. Like, it was real fun just seeing Snake. I will not forget Snake's reaction watching the second movie, just going, oh God, every time the racist robot came on screen.
I was shocked. I was amazed. I was like, this is premium racism.
But also, yes.
I also remember Snake occasionally saying, "This is sick." It's some stuff that happened in the third film. So
yeah,
you know.
I was occasionally impressed by like action set pieces. Like, oh, I get it. I was like that GIF. You know, the guy says, "I understand" or "I get it" or whatever. That was me.
Oh, Danny DeVito in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where his eyes are like he's been crying and he's like, "I get it now." Yeah,
it's like dumb action. That
was you with these
films.
films.
Like, I get it.
I get it now.
So it's been a weird year. I've been opened up to Michael Bay movies and Shakespeare. I feel like I'm on both ends of a cultural divide.
To be honest, that's all points covered at this point. You don't need to. That's like you've got the complete grounding and everything else you need.
Okay,
so you're fine.
Perfect.
I don't know. Snake, thank you very much for coming on this podcast. Is there anything you'd like to promote?
I already shouted out the Knockout forums.
Oh, there we go. Knockout forums then. Be sure to check out the Knockout forums for all things Face Punch. Sweet, anything you'd like to shout out as we come to the end of this trilogy?
I'm trying to think if I have something.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at you posting the gif of Ken Young with the the silver ball as
gotta finish it. No, I don't really know. I don't personally have any projects. So, trying to think of something.
I mean, you could shout out film, a film you like. You could shout out these films. You could shout out Transformers stuff if you want.
Oh yeah, no, there is something Transformers stuff I was trying to remember. I mean, if you're curious about Transformers, there's Chris McFeely's The Basics is always a good place to start.
Chris McFeely's The Basics, then we'll put a link to that.
Transformers The Basics.
Sounds good. As per usual, I've been James. You can follow me on Twitter at HotCider, the film I'm going to promote, I guess, is watch Tomb Raider. Lara Croft Tomb Raider starring Angelina Jolie. I watched that
the other day. If you haven't caught up on this movie from 2002, I think.
Yeah, it's not a very good film, but it was a nice reminder of what every film was like before 9/11. It was all Fatboy Slim music and cool action shots. So it will feel like a warm blanket if you like. I would put it in the kind of bracket of like The Matrix but stupid. So like this pairs well with like Equilibrium and the Underworld movies. Blade arguably as well, but Blade 1 predates The Matrix, whereas Blade 2 very much does not. So I would say Blade 2 is also kind of a nice fit with those. So yeah, Lara Croft Tomb Raider starring Angelina Jolie. That's my suggestion to go and watch. But yeah, we better wrap this up because we are getting to 5 hours.
Yeah.
So thank you for listening, and we will be back with another film we like, essentially Transformers Age of Extinction. No idea if we're going to like that film. I've never seen it before, so I'm excited to see.
That's going to be a fucking ride for you.
Oh boy, I am excited to see what happens with that. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.